Chapter 1411. The avatar that Klein created was based on his current state, not Dawn Dante's, Sherlock Moriarty, or Merlin Hermes. This was to prevent any cognitive barriers. After encountering the anomaly brought about by Adam, he became even more careful in such matters. Glancing at the avatar, Klein's mind stirred, causing its face to turn blank. The avatar then reached out its right hand, mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle, and grabbed at the main body. Again and again, after failing more than 10 times, it finally extracted a bit of dark light from the main body. Finally, Klein sighed and extinguished the thought of extending such an attempt to actual combat. He didn't resist at all. With his body and mind open, the avatar had to spend so much time and fail so many times before finally succeeding despite using Sapphira Castle's level and power. The value of actual combat was obvious. As more and more Beyonder characteristics left his body, Klein relaxed. He felt like he had finally abandoned a heavy burden after carrying it for a long time. Of course, his mental state also fluctuated to a certain extent. This was because after losing Zaratul's remnant psyche, the awakened will of the celestial worthy corroded his mind even more intensely. This was within Klein's expectations, so he didn't panic at all. With his long-stabilized self-awareness, his rather tenacious will, and sufficient anchors, he gradually resisted the corruption from the celestial worthy's will and found a new balance. At the same time, when the attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic that Klein hadn't digested entered the avatar's body, its blank, featureless face suddenly warped. It grew a pair of dark, lusterless eyes and a faintly discernible white beard. At this moment, it was extremely close to Zaratul. However, it was unable to withstand the madness brought about by the attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic. Its body rapidly collapsed as transparent and twisted maggots crawled out, extending out slippery and sinister tentacles. It lost control on the spot. Klein didn't let it go. Without any hesitation, he moved his finger and transformed the avatar into his marionette. The process of losing control was thus interrupted. At this stage, he had already made all the preparations. His body was in a state where he had digested the potion and could accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He also had a sequence 1 marionette. Klein leaned back in his chair and went through what he had to do next in his mind to see if there were any fatal mistakes. Regarding the battle of the gods, this is all I can do for now. In the future, I can only do my best. Was I too optimistic about the earlier process? With the help of the goddess and the river of eternal darkness, there's no need to worry about the Antigonus family's ancestor causing any accidents. After a round of examination, Klein felt that he had not been cautious enough. He had been a little arrogant and careless. After some thought, he created another doppelganger with a blank face. After doing that, Klein stood up, took out Creeping Hunger from the fog of history, and wore it on his left hand. This was a preparation for a possible small-scale battle. In such a scenario, Blink was faster and more convenient than grafting. After straightening his collar, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings, allowing his gaze to land on the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black. It landed on the humans who were hanging there and wrapped in transparent cocoons. As he scanned them one by one, his gaze fixed on the 3 cracked, transparent cocoons. In the next second, Klein's figure vanished and appeared in the grayish-white fog of history. He walked step by step to a time before the first epoch and walked into the stacked city of old. He stood at the top of a dilapidated building that was barely standing, looking down at the pile of ruins, the public transportation that had turned into discs, and the cars that were stacked one after another. Amidst the silence, his gaze swept across the remaining houses. It was as if he could see through the barriers of history, and he could see the electric lights that lit up one after another inside the houses. The light from these electric lights gently spread out, illuminating the glass, the buildings, the streets, and the ruins in a corner of the old city. After staring for a long time, Klein retracted his gaze and took a step forward, returning to the real world. Right on the heels of that, he directly teleported to the peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He saw the dilapidated ancient palace that was shrouded in fog and overgrown with weeds. His marionette and avatar immediately appeared in front of him like 2 guards. Facing the ancient palace, Klein pressed down on his top hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The peak of the Hornacis mountain range immediately turned dark as illusory stars began to appear around it. Klein had grafted this place with the astral world. Without any hesitation, he walked to the entrance of the ancient palace with his marionette and avatar. The marionette that looked rather similar to him took a step forward. It bent its back, stretched out its hands, and slowly pushed the heavy stone door. Amidst the creaking sounds of friction, the door opened bit by bit, revealing the scene inside. And it was different from the time Klein had delivered the Tren Sostal brass book. It was pitch black inside, preventing anyone from seeing the numerous corpses hanging in the hall or the transparent maggots entrenched on the huge stone chair. Without needing to guess, Klein used his intuition as a seer at the King of Angels level to confirm that this was a change brought about by the Evernite goddess using the river of eternal darkness's water to send the ancestor of the Antigonus family into an eternal slumber. After his marionette and avatar entered one after another, he slowly walked through the door and stepped into the interior of the palace. The darkness swayed and underwent changes. Many buildings appeared in the surroundings, and many figures walked on the streets. Voices spread out, causing the entire environment to suddenly become lively, and there was a bit of clamor. People ignored Klein and his marionette and avatar as they headed to different places and discussed all sorts of matters. They and the buildings were dark in color, close to black and white. It was like an old photo that had suddenly come alive from the depths of history. This made Klein think of the black and white holographic projection, the scenes in the historical void, and the realistic dream. He strolled along the streets of such a town, moving forward as he gradually ascended the streets. The closer he got to the top, the grander the buildings became. Huge stone pillars propped up an exaggerated dome. The people living in this old black and white photo were generally tall. They looked like they were studying, working, and resting normally. The scenes here changed continuously, showing the birth of a baby, the growth of a child, the ignorance of youth, the troubles of adulthood, the pressure of middle age, and the sorrow of aging. Of course, these scenes were interspersed with each other, but there were times when one of them was the main theme. As Klein ventured deeper, he began to see some of the townspeople die. Their loved ones didn't feel too sad. They carried the deceased back home and placed them on the bed, beside the pillow, as though the corpses were still alive. When Klein was about to leave the vicinity of the town, the deceased crawled up from their beds, left their loved ones, and walked out of their homes. Step by step, they walked to the top of the street. There was also a city there. It seemed to be the city of the dead, the final home of all life, the kingdom of eternal rest. This was very close to where ordinary people lived. The latter was spread out from the mountainside to the peak, while the former was at the peak. Others might be surprised by such a state, but Klein instantly understood what this place was and what such a scene meant. This was because he could see the spirit body threads on the bodies of the deceased. Just as they were about to die, the spirit body threads would float to the peak and be controlled by an unknown existence. In other words, they had become marionettes. Therefore, the deceased could leave their homes and head for the peak after a period of time. And this matched the details of the research on the Hornacis main peak's ancient ruins that Klein had read back then. The country of the Evernite belonged to Mother Sky of the Evernite pathway, but at the peak, there was a marionette town that was used by the Antigonus family's ancestor. Hence, the residents of the country of the Evernite respected and feared the night. They believed in Mother Sky, and at the same time, they believed that death wasn't the end. They believed that their deceased loved ones would protect them in the night. Indeed, death wasn't the end. The city of the dead was just beside them, at the peak. It was just a walk away, and the deceased would continue their lives there in the form of marionettes. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was no doubt equivalent to being alive. The country of the living and the city of the dead were connected just like that, at the two ends of the short path. The distance between life and death was so close that they were like neighbors. This also explained why the country of the Evernite didn't have any tombs. This was because the deceased didn't need to be buried. They would become marionettes and head to the peak. This should be the country of the Evernite from back then. Klein nodded gently as he climbed to the peak of the dark environment. What he saw was indeed a seemingly ordinary town, but everyone here was a marionette. Passing through the marionettes in different clothes and appearances, Klein entered the magnificent palace that consecrated a deity. Deep in the palace, on the huge stone chair, a figure propped his elbows on the armrest and leaned his head against the back of the chair. His face was rather young, but his long hair was half white, half hidden while the other half was obvious. His appearance was male, and his eyes were darker than Zaratul's. Furthermore, they contained an indescribable sense of the vicissitudes of life. His facial features weren't bad, but there was a tuft of short, thick, black hair on his face that resembled a wolf's hair. It gave off a contradictory feeling of being old and youthful, rational and crazy. This was the ancestor of the Antigonus family. This time, he didn't appear in his mythical creature form. He was sitting on the huge stone chair in his original form. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut as though he was sleeping. And in the hall, there were corpses in simple or gorgeous clothes hanging. They were like a forest that grew upside down, gently swaying in the wind. After entering a state of eternal slumber, this ancestor of the Antigonus family has finally temporarily escaped from his loss of control and madness and returned to his former self. Klein stood in the middle of the hall and stared at the goal of his trip. He sighed. The country of the Evernight and the city of the dead that he had just seen were all Antigonus's dreams. A dream that he hadn't seen for more than 1,000 years. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 14:12. Looking at the half-fool on the huge stone chair, Klein's mind flashed with the scenes related to the nation of the Evernight, and he felt a little emotional. He didn't know much about Antigonus. He had even nearly lost control because of the ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria. Therefore, he couldn't be said to feel any sympathy, but he could empathize with him. The lingering dream was undoubtedly one of the best memories of the past. Even though Antigonus was born as an extraordinary species, he seemed to miss the peaceful and sealed-off country of the past. Klein slowly exhaled and moved his gaze away from the man with a thick black beard to the side of the huge stone chair. A book made of thin brass was placed there quietly, with 3 lines of rules written in aqua-silver text constantly appearing on it. 0-02, Tranquil brass book. He used an ability similar to grafting to complete the seal? Yes, it seems to have gone one step further. Not only did he directly connect the beginning to the ending rule, but he also fooled the intelligence of the Tranquil brass book, making it ignore the middle part that had been skipped. It didn't attempt to make any changes, and it repeated it again and again. Klein glanced at 0-02 and muttered to himself in thought. This made him have a guess as to what powers the fool had. Without thinking too much about it, Klein got the attendant of Mystery's marionette to graft the starting point and ending point together. He walked to the side of the huge stone chair and picked up the Tranquil brass book. On the one hand, he was eliminating any possible interference, and on the other hand, he was probing Antigonus's current condition. Seeing that the half-fool was still sleeping, unable to escape his eternal slumber, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He got his marionette to take the Tranquil brass book and retreat to the entrance of the palace, where he waited. The reason why he didn't let his avatar take the Grade 0 sealed artifact was that he was worried that the Tranquil brass book, which had a certain connection with the Sapphira, would display a passive negative influence at the critical moment when he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness, causing the situation to rapidly deteriorate. In terms of avoiding the negative effects of sealed artifacts, marionettes were definitely better than avatars. This was also the reason why Klein didn't bring the Staff of the Stars. He couldn't keep a ticking bomb by his side. It was fine usually. He could rely on his level, and abilities to forcefully suppress the Staff of the Stars, but in the process of accommodating the fool's uniqueness, he would be extremely weak. He wouldn't be able to interfere with the people and matters around him. Any slight accident could cause him to lose control on the spot. In order to deal with the situation of Sapphira Castle being sealed and being unable to borrow any power, Klein had no choice but to bring along a sealed artifact that could provide teleportation. Therefore, he chose Creeping Hunger. At this moment, facing a king of angels who controlled a uniqueness, Klein felt the human-skinned glove on his left palm instinctively tremble. He then used his right hand to caress Creeping Hunger and whispered in a joking tone, "Don't worry. Don't worry. You're just a historical void projection. After using this method to resolve the excessive tension in his mind, Klein looked around and confirmed that there was nothing else he needed to deal with. Right on the heels of that, he pressed his hand to his chest and solemnly bowed at Antigonus. When he straightened his body and raised his head, a complicated, mysterious, and illusory mark appeared between his brows. This mark was like a strange door of light that was tainted with bluish-black colors. It constantly emitted a thin grayish-white fog. In the next second, he reached out his right hand, and from a distance that wasn't considered far, he contained Antigonus's body between his fingers. His fingers quickly closed, and with a twist of his wrist, he completed the theft. He didn't obtain anything. This attempt had failed. Klein wasn't depressed at all. He once again began to steal Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness. Although he was already a king of angels among kings of angels, his thieving abilities came from Sapphira Castle. He was currently only at the Sequence 1 level. As for Antigonus, he had been corrupted by the Lord of the Mysteries and was a king of angels that contained a uniqueness. There was still a clear difference between the two. Therefore, even though Antigonus had entered a temporary state of eternal slumber and was unable to resist, Klein failed many times. He wasn't nervous or disappointed in such a situation. This was because this was something he had expected. After all, as long as the theft wasn't completed, the Evernight goddess wouldn't remove the concealment, allowing the fate here to be connected to the real world. There wouldn't be any external interference, so Klein had plenty of time and a stable environment to make the attempt. After countless failures, Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he foresaw something. He reached out his right hand again, closed his fingers, and gently twisted them. Suddenly, he felt something invisible leave Antigonus's body and float towards him. At the same time, an indescribable river of light that branched out into countless tributaries appeared in front of him. The illusory river kept flowing forward, drowning one tributary after another, allowing them to return to the main trunk. This was the symbol of fate. It had many different forms, such as the slowly spinning wheel and the giant serpent with its head and tail connected. At this moment, when fate changed, what Klein saw was the river of light. In the next second, fragmented scenes surfaced in Klein's mind. A demonic wolf with 8 legs that had just been born was lying on a hill. He had transparent and twisted maggots swimming in and out of the thick black short fur on its body. He was the youngest son of the ancient god, Phlegria, a natural mythical creature. At that moment, he was looking at his sister, elder brother, and some of his kinsmen who were playing in the pile of corpses. He felt contempt for the simple and crude way they dealt with their prey. He believed that hanging the prey up and slowly enjoying them was in line with his status. This demonic wolf, who could be called a subsidiary god, was most afraid of his father, that powerful, terrifying, and crazy ancient god. Although Phlegria had already instinctively mated and reproduced, producing many offspring and separating out many beyonder characteristics, it was uncontrollable. There was no way to ensure progress. Therefore, he was still crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty, and filled with destructive instincts. He had even killed several descendants. This demonic wolf that could only create miracles and fulfill all kinds of wishes chased after its prey, biting or killing them, enjoying pure joy. He didn't have a deep impression of the subsidiary gods of his father, Phlegria. What he remembered most clearly was that he hated the god of wishes, Kota, even though he was also a demonic wolf. In addition, he didn't like the god of the dead, Salinger. He found him gloomy, solitary, and his entire body emitted a rotten and disgusting aura. On the other hand, the goddess of misfortune, Amanases, had the aesthetics of a demonic wolf and a human. She had a gentle personality and was very good at placating the mind. She wasn't that annoying to the wolf. However, this female subsidiary god rarely appeared. She was always like a shadow, hiding in places that weren't easily discovered. Of course, the demonic wolf remembered that several of his sisters and brothers had ostracized Amanases and wanted to snatch her position. The demonic wolf had witnessed the fall of his father, the powerful ancient god. He saw the ancient god's blood splatter all over the goddess of misfortune, Amanases' body. And in that chaotic situation, a uniqueness and a sequence one beyond a characteristic were attracted and fell into her hands. She and one of his sisters escaped the kingdom where the demonic wolves lived and hid everywhere. Without their father's protection, this demonic wolf and his sister realized that their wanton lives weren't normal. Pain and danger were the themes that ran through everything. Finally, they crossed the sea and came to the northern continent, establishing a secret kingdom in the uninhabited Hornacis mountain range. He and his sister didn't dare to expose themselves. All they could do was gather believers in small numbers and gather the population. Under such circumstances, he invented the city of the dead that coexisted with the kingdom of the living. He made the dead believers become his marionettes to complete the advancement ritual. Although this period of time was filled with worries, it was the best time in the demonic wolf's memories. Seeing his sister's believers increase and his marionette town improve, he seemed to forget the chaos and danger of the outside world. He obtained the first peace since he was born. Due to the influence of the believer's knowledge, he and his sister gradually gained some so-called humanity. After the cataclysm, he finally advanced to become an attendant of mysteries and turned himself into a human. With Antigonus's surname, he left the Hornacis mountain range and returned to the real world outside the secret kingdom. From that moment forth, Antigonus's memories and knowledge became increasingly fragmented. Many times, he found himself a little unfamiliar. After he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, this situation became more serious. As scenes flashed, Klein quickly came to a realization: I'm Antigonus, I'm the half-fool. Suddenly, his body changed repeatedly. At times, he had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly air, fusing with Ju Mingrue's appearance, Klein Moretti. At other times, he had long white hair and a thick, black beard on his face. At other times, he wore a black cloak, making it impossible to see his face clearly as he constantly extended slippery tentacles to the side. At that moment, Klein's thoughts were extremely chaotic, and his mental state was completely out of balance. He could barely maintain a certain level of self-awareness as he tottered under the impact of the two mental storms. At the same time, he also inherited the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy. His body began to collapse bit by bit. Prayers and praises sounded in his ears. They intertwined, forming an illusory image that joined the chaotic battlefield. Rorsted Archipelago, Bayam, on the bell tower of the Church of the Fool. A young man wearing a pointed hat and a monocle suddenly appeared here. He stood behind the railing and looked down at the entire city. Mr. Error, Amorn. In the next second, he saw Bayam, the distant new city of silver, and New Moon City disappear at the same time, as though someone had erased them from the map with an eraser. Boring. Upon seeing this scene, Amorn smiled and shook his head. He wasn't disappointed at all. He only wanted to test if Klein or the Evernite goddess had fixed a bug. After striking the bell, he could, to a certain extent, be considered the fool's angel of time. He could use this loophole to steal a portion of the other party's anchors. Such theft was usually of little value, but it was very useful at the critical moment of a ritual. The sudden decrease in anchors would definitely cause the balance to be broken, causing Klein to lose control on the spot. Amorn retracted his gaze and raised his hand to adjust the monocle on his right eye. On the crystal glasses, a light that seemed to come from the starry sky suddenly lit up. Chapter 14:13. Creak. Creak. The doors and windows in Beekland, Trier, Lemberg, and St. Millom closed at the same time without any wind blowing. In the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, inside a white tower. Luca, who was on duty in the underground area, suddenly stood up when he sensed the unusual commotion. As a prophet, he acutely sensed that something was happening. This elder, who was wearing a white robe with brass threads, immediately used a mystic spell and arrived at the entrance to the underground area in one step. He reached out and pushed the door open. However, this door, which wasn't considered heavy for a demigod, didn't move at all, as though it had been sealed by an invisible force. Luca Brewster didn't make any forceful attempts. Instead, he cast his gaze deep underground. There was silence. Not a single sound could be heard. This isn't normal. Luca didn't need to rely on his Beyonder powers to determine that something was amiss. Usually, deep underground would emit a sound that made one's hair stand on end. But now, it had vanished as though it had never appeared. Others might not know, but as a member of the upper echelons of the Church of Knowledge, Luca knew that the sound came from an extremely terrifying sealed artifact that even he didn't know the exact situation. It was impossible for it to be erased out of thin air. The current situation could only mean one thing: either the sealed artifact had escaped its restrictions and entered an even stranger state, or it had been sealed further, no longer able to exert any influence on the outside world. And regardless of which possibility it was, it meant that there was extreme danger lurking in the surroundings. This was because the sealed artifact's serial number was 0-01. At the top of the remaining bell tower in Bayam, the light on Amorn's monocle gradually faded as it returned to normal. This Mr. Error had just unabashedly displayed his newly obtained Beyonder powers, indicating a fact to all the existences that were watching him. He had already accommodated the door's uniqueness and obtained the corresponding authority. He had just used this to close everything related to the concept of door in the world, maximizing the effects of the seal. This resulted in the items that were sealed in the Orthodox churches and secret organizations being unable to be used for a short period of time, because no one could remove the seal. Even if a true god descended from the astral world, it might take a certain amount of time to remove the restrictions. Therefore, Amorn excluded most of the Grade 0 sealed artifacts from the possible battle of gods, so he didn't need to consider the corresponding interference. Of course, using authority to exert influence on the entire world couldn't be maintained for long unless Mr. Error Amorn focused all his energy on this matter. It was precisely because of this that he didn't do it ahead of time. Only when he observed the disturbance in Klein's anchor did he suddenly activate it. The stronger a Grade 0 sealed artifact was, the more terrifying the negative effects were. It was even more so for those that could affect deities. Even a sequence 0 true god might not be able to withstand it for too long. Therefore, true gods wouldn't remove the seal unless they needed to use it. Otherwise, it would bring greater interference to them, and the gains wouldn't be able to make up for the losses. After doing this, Amorn supported himself with his palm and gently leaped up. He sat on the handrail at the top of the bell tower without any semblance of a true god. As he looked at the horizon, he leisurely waited for the concealment to be lifted. The ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness had officially begun. At that time, he would sound the death knell for the other party. Inside the Evernite goddess's secret world, Klein's consciousness was like a sailboat in a storm under the repeated impacts of the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and Antigonus's self-awareness and mental imprint. At times, he would be thrown high, smacked down, eroded, and pushed. This made his thoughts extremely chaotic. He almost split into two different personalities, Antigonus and the Lord of the Mysteries. At the same time, his avatar had also lost its rationality. It was in a state where it was about to collapse into a maggot vortex. Only the marionette was standing there in a daze without anyone controlling it. The prayers and praises of the believers echoed in Klein's ears, forming a corresponding cognitive image. It was like a dam, bitterly resisting the surging flood. Klein wasn't too unfamiliar with such a situation. After becoming an attendant of mysteries and devouring the Beyonder characteristic related to Zaratul, he had a similar experience. Therefore, with the help of the anchors, he had survived the initial chaos. He had skillfully directed Antigonus's self-awareness and mental imprint to the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, allowing the two to corrode and entangle each other. The rampaging mental storm weakened significantly, and Klein's self-awareness finally had a chance to catch a breather. Before he calmed down, he immediately led the image of the deity formed by the anchors into the entanglement of the two mental corruption in an attempt to find a new balance. However, it didn't go smoothly. Compared to the previous time, the essence, toughness, and madness of Antigonus's mental imprint were clearly stronger than Zaratul's. After all, this was a king of angels who had accommodated the uniqueness and was known as the half-fool. Furthermore, he had stolen the other party's identity and fate. This brought about two other negative effects. His personality was constantly on the verge of splitting apart. From time to time, he would believe that he was Antigonus, attempting to fuse the other party's mental imprint with his own mind. He had inherited the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy. His entire body was collapsing uncontrollably, bringing about even more mental corruption. In addition, Antigonus's mental imprint and the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings weren't completely incompatible. In certain aspects of the battlefield, they showed signs of fusing as one, as though they originated from the same existence. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. As a natural mythical creature, Antigonus was born with a certain will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. When he advanced to attendant of mysteries, this problem suddenly became serious, causing him to undergo an unfathomable mutation. When he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, madness seemed to become a side of him. In other words, before Antigonus completely lost control, his mind was already a stitched monster to a certain extent. His self-awareness and mental imprint belonged to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and this couldn't be separated during theft. Compared to him, Zaratul's mental imprint was much cleaner. Only a small portion belonged to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Most of it came from Zaratul's intense emotions before his death. The reason why the two were different was that, apart from Antigonus's additional accommodation of the fool's uniqueness, the former had become an attendant of mysteries at the beginning of the fourth epoch. At that time, the will of the celestial worthy hadn't weakened to the extent of the late fifth epoch. Unable to form a new balance, Klein's rate of collapse accelerated. Most of his body was already made up of transparent and twisted maggots, and they extended out slippery and sinister tentacles. Just as he was trying his best to maintain his self-awareness and search for a new balance without giving up, his collapsed body, Antigonus's crazy mind, and the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings entered a slumber at the same time. This caused all the changes to come to an abrupt halt and return to normal. As for Klein's self-awareness, with the help of his special ability to resist dreams and the invasion of his mind, he maintained a sliver of lucidity in such a deep slumber. Yes, I've stolen not only the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy, but also the fate of him falling into eternal slumber. And I can resist eternal slumber to a certain extent. Klein grabbed that sliver of lucidity and gained a certain understanding of his current state. To him, this was an opportunity. It was only at this moment that he fully understood why the Ebonite goddess needed the river of eternal darkness's water as a medium to attempt this. This wasn't only because it was very difficult for a king of angels who had accommodated the uniqueness and the awakened will of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body to temporarily enter a state of eternal slumber. It was also because the state of eternal slumber was beneficial to Klein. This could create an excellent environment where only a sliver of his will could move while all other disturbances were asleep. At the same time, Klein also confirmed something. The reason why he could remain lucid when his dream and mind were invaded wasn't entirely because of the uniqueness brought about by Sapphira Castle, but because the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body was also in a deep slumber. Although the Lord of the Mysteries' awakening was still very limited, his level and connection with Sapphira Castle was undoubtedly stronger than the current Klein. He couldn't completely resist the corrosion of eternal slumber, so why could Klein? Therefore, Klein believed that part of his uniqueness in this aspect stemmed from the Ebonite goddess's blessing. It was a gift he had received when he was born. The blessing given by a true deity who wielded partial authority in the dream domain and the aura, power, and mysticism of Sapphira Castle combined to form such a special characteristic. A gentle song that seemed to come from the depths of a dream sounded as Klein's lucidity deepened. Without any hesitation, he immediately adjusted the slumbering imprint and corruption in his body and found a new balance. Right on the heels of that, he extended out slippery tentacles with strange patterns. He mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle and stole the fool's uniqueness from Antigonus's body. Perhaps it was because he was now Antigonus, but the theft didn't fail many times before succeeding. A translucent mask engraved with the fool's symbol flew out of Antigonus's body. The man with a thick black beard remained asleep, as though he was in eternal slumber. At the same time, the blurry fog dissipated as illusory starlight shone into the hall. This ancient palace suddenly appeared in the dark and mysterious astral world, at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range's main peak. The concealment had been removed, and fate began to interact. At this moment, on a certain mountain peak in the forsaken land of the gods, a faint shadow curtain appeared on the surface of the huge cross. A crack opened as a man walked out. He was Adam, who wore a simple white robe and had a thick golden beard. Behind him was a thick shadow with 5 heads. The shadow had partially fused with him, but it had yet to completely become one. Adam looked up at the astral world that was distorted by authority and symbols. He smiled calmly at the shadow behind him. From the looks of it, they still don't know why I'm using visionary as my foundation. I've never told anyone about this research result. Just as he finished speaking, he said with a solemn expression, I'm one, and also everyone. I'm the beginning, and also the end. His eyes suddenly turned illusory as a sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities appeared around him. Adam then raised his hand and grabbed the silver cross pendant hanging in front of his chest. Above his head, a blazing but illusory sun immediately appeared. On his left, lightning, gales, waves, and other symbols intertwined to form a phantom that looked down on everything. On his right, a white tower with many brass eyes rose from the ground. These imaginary authorities and symbols entered Adam's body one after another under the push of the sea of chaos. Finally, the shadow that was tightly attached to Adam's back shrank into his body. Suddenly, the sea that contained all colors and possibilities rose up. Adam swelled into a gigantic figure of light that seemed to be able to support the world. This figure of light slowly walked on the chaotic black water surface. He raised his hand and pointed at the astral world. Let there be light. In a blink of an eye, the entire astral world lit up. There were no more secrets that could be hidden. Even the invisible barrier that separated Earth from the astral world and the entire universe appeared. At this time, a terrifying giant face that could not be described in detail was stuck to the transparent, cracked barrier, silently watching the changes in the scene inside. Chapter 14:14. It was even more abstract than the spirit world. In the astral world, which seemed to encompass all the authority and symbolism of the entire universe, everything appeared. And the light that illuminated this place wasn't evenly distributed. It was mainly concentrated in a few places, stacked on top of each other, interweaving into what looked like a thick prism. There were a total of 3 such spots, and they sealed different illusory kingdoms. Some of those kingdoms were filled with bright flowers, and the sky was always bright. Some seemed to be formed from books that were either opened or closed. Different figures shuttled back and forth between them, reading for pleasure. There was also a boundless sea that was enveloped in a violent storm, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling endlessly. In the next second, a drastic change occurred in the 3 different countries at the same time. Where the sky was always bright, all the flowers emitted light, as though they had become miniature, blazing suns. These countless miniature suns intertwined and plunged into the abnormally blinding golden sun that was rapidly rising from the depths of the kingdom, causing it to emit a scorching light that could illuminate the entire world and galaxy. However, no matter how much energy this nereal sun scattered or how many ultra-high temperature flames it created, it was unable to break through the thick prism of light. Every time it destroyed a layer, the other party would form a new layer. It wasn't any slower than it. Elsewhere in the astral world, on the surface of the wondrous kingdom formed from all kinds of books, spots of faint brass light rapidly swam about on the same spot of light. They outlined one mysterious symbol after another, as though they were searching for a key structural point or an effective way to destroy the barrier in one strike. During this process, the faint light formed a pair of illusory eyes that directly saw the weak spots and created eyes at the weak spots. And inside the spot of light, there was also a similar faint light swimming about, reconstructing itself over and over again, changing the key structural points. This made it seem like both parties were competing in terms of computational ability, and the victor couldn't be determined for a moment. Deep in the boundless sea that was enveloped by lightning, gales, and torrential rain, a spot of light suddenly lit up. It carried a portion of matter and approached the limits of its speed, creating a violent wave that could destroy a planet. Such a wave, along with the dot of light, constantly struck the thick prism-like spot of light, causing it to drop countless beams of light. At some point in time, the spot of light rippled with an illusory sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities. This seemed to solidify the surrounding environment, causing the spot of light that carried the storm to slow down uncontrollably. Then, the spot of light sped up, slowed down, sped up, slowed down, and repeated, refusing to give up. With the chaos sea as the source, and himself and the true creator as the pillars, Adam, who had envisioned the three uniquenesses and incorporated them into this system, seemed to have exceeded the limits of the sequences and become a half-great old one. With his strength alone, he had forcefully suppressed eternal dark blazing sun, the lord of storms, and the god of knowledge and wisdom, trapping the three sequence zero true gods in their respective divine kingdom. At that moment, he seemed to have returned to his peak state, transforming back into the ancient sun god who had killed one ancient god after another. He used the two pathways of visionary and the hanging man as the foundation for his resurrection. Apart from the uniqueness of their resurrection, it was also because he had researched them and had the highest chance of becoming God. Using one of the two pathways of visionary and the hanging man to become a true god, and after grasping the basics of Chaos C, one could take back the remaining uniquenesses and sequence one beyonder characteristics. This was the relatively easiest and least risky path to advance to the Lord of the astral world. And in this aspect, the visionary was slightly more special than the hanged man. When a visionary gained initial control of Chaos C and accommodated the second uniqueness and the corresponding sequence one beyonder characteristic to a certain extent, he could rely on imagination to conjure the remaining false symbols and authorities, allowing himself to temporarily obtain the level of a sequence and possess the strength of half a great old one. However, at the end of the third epoch, the ancient sun god's plan was, after being assassinated, he would immediately revive at Sasria's place in the giant king's court. He would first take back the uniqueness and three sequence one beyonder characteristics of the hanging man and become a sequence zero true god again. Then, with the help of the first blasphemy slate placed beside him, he would gain initial control of Chaos C. With this foundation, he would then awaken the angel of imagination, Adam, and return to his main body to form support. Once such a system was established, the ancient sun god would use the grazing powers of the hanging man and the means of a visionary to separate his virtual persona to control the uniquenesses and sequence one beyonder characteristics of the three pathways of sun, reader, and sailor, allowing himself to be infinitely close to a great old one in terms of status and strength while maintaining a minimum level of stability. He didn't directly accommodate Chaos C and the uniquenesses and sequence one beyonder characteristics of the other three pathways because he didn't want to advance to a great old one in that era and become a pillar. That would inevitably lead to the awakening of God, causing him to lose himself. His plan was to control the situation and the materials. When the apocalypse approached, he would complete the final few steps and become a pillar with self-awareness. Back then, he didn't plan on using visionary as a foundation because he didn't obtain the pen of Al-Zuhad and lacked a main ingredient. After the kings of angels betrayed him, and the plan failed miserably, he revived in Adam's body. Only then did he decide to take the best path by taking the opportunity brought about by this calamity. At that moment, Adam, who had transformed into a gigantic figure of light, stood on the surface of the chaotic black water, causing the astral world to be reflected in his eyes, making it difficult for the three true deities to break through the restrictions. Around him, beams of light constantly fell from high above with flaming tails, illuminating the entire forsaken land of the gods, causing the northern and southern continents to be in the middle of noon. In the remaining bell tower of Bayam, Amorn, who was sitting on the railing, nudged his crystal monocle. With his hands, he suddenly leaped up and entered the astral world. During this process, an ancient mottled stone slab appeared in his left hand at some point in time. The first blasphemy slate. Amorn had once used it to seal the gap brought about by Mr. Dawes' return ritual, preventing the invasion of the mother goddess of depravity. After the return ritual ended, the door of flesh and blood completely collapsed, and there was no longer a passageway that could be maintained. He then retrieved the blasphemy slate. At that moment, Amorn casually threw the ancient mottled slate down from the astral world and landed somewhere in the fog sea. It was a mountain that pierced through the endless black fog. There was no end to its bottom. It was as though there was a continent around it. After the first blasphemy slate landed, it accurately stabbed into the peak of the mountain, transforming into an illusory sea that contained all colors. At the same time, Amorn entered the astral world and saw the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range that had been grafted here. He saw the ancient and dilapidated palace on the peak. His body, which was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, rapidly grew in size, instantly reaching the size of a mountain. His mouth opened as though he was about to swallow the magnificent but dilapidated palace of Antigonus into his mouth. Suddenly, he saw a blurry figure. This figure was wearing a long black dress that was layered but not complicated, and it was dotted with countless starlight. He was as huge as the present Amon. A pair of arms covered in dark black short hair grew out from his ribs and waist. However, he had a beautiful and gentle face that was covered with a thin black veil. His eyes seemed to condense the night sky that hid the stars. It made one feel at peace, but it also made one feel uncontrollable fear. Two of his hands were dragging a long scythe, and the other was holding a golden bird-shaped accessory. The remaining two were empty, as though he was holding something invisible. Ebonite goddess. In the next second, Amon, who was wearing a monocle on his right eye, was quickly erased like a sketch by an eraser. The Ebonite goddess raised her two empty arms and held up a blurry fog that was almost invisible. On the surface of the fog, doors of different shapes rapidly opened at different spots, but they were instantly blocked, preventing any loopholes from appearing. The Ebonite goddess floated at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range in the astral world. She focused on controlling the fog world in her hand, preventing Amon's true body from escaping. As more and more doors appeared, they opened faster and faster. The goddess was no longer able to deal with them by herself. All she could do was raise her other two arms and raise the long scythe. The dark black scythe quickly turned incorporeal, as though it had turned into a non-corporeal coffin formed from thick black fog. The nearly invisible fog world was stuffed into the coffin. All movement instantly came to a halt, as though he had died at the same time. However, this silence only lasted for a second. On the surface of the thick black fog that formed the coffin, doors formed and opened one after another. As the Ebonite goddess sealed these doors, she raised her arm that held the golden bird-shaped accessory. The orange-red light of dusk scattered down, giving the black coffin a sense of decay and death. The formation and opening of the doors slowed down as both parties entered a tug-of-war. At this moment, beneath the Ebonite goddess's feet, the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range collapsed. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived ahead of time. At the same time, black python-like tentacles extended over from a certain spot in the astral world. At the tip of these tentacles was an eye that was either closed or open. Anything they saw would instantly turn into grayish-white stone. And anything that was directly touched by the tentacles would distort, extending their limbs and heads, turning into women of various sizes, all of them very good-looking. As the grayish-white spread rapidly, these tentacles surged towards the ancient and dilapidated palace, surging towards Klein, who was about to contain the fool's uniqueness. Primordial Demonis, Cheek. Chapter 14-15. Countless demonesses of different sizes brought about destruction that felt like everything was collapsing, causing the entire main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to develop in the direction of a gigantic stone sphere. This caused the dilapidated outer walls of the ancient palace to rapidly collapse, exposing Klein, his avatar, and Marionette, who was in the middle of the hall, to the astral world. Just as the python-like black tentacles were about to surge into the palace, a crimson moon rose up in this apocalyptic scene. The periphery of the hall that was bathed in moonlight instantly grew wheat, flowers, mushrooms, and trees. They intertwined with each other and stacked on top of each other, sealing the palace that belonged to Antigonus within. At that moment, the hall that Klein was in was like a ruin that had been sealed in history and the forest for thousands of years. It had been completely devoured by nature. The black tentacles with eyeballs at their tips that resembled pythons were blocked by the crazily growing plants. They rose up and constantly struck the barrier that originated from nature, causing the latter to petrify, crack, or collapse layer after layer. However, be it the wheat, flowers, mushrooms, or trees, their rebirth came very quickly. Just as they returned to Earth Mother's embrace, they grew out once again. Just like that, the natural barrier was reborn layer by layer before being destroyed. Layer after layer was destroyed, and layer after layer was reborn. It entered a stalemate. Earth Mother, who wielded the Moon Pathway's uniqueness, blocked Primordial Demonis' cheek. At this moment, a beam of light that most beyond us couldn't see fell straight down from above, slamming into the natural barrier that had plants as its foundation. This beam of light didn't have a corporeal body, as though it was formed from massive amounts of information. In an illusory form, it tore through the gaps between the plants like a torrent, heading straight for Klein, who was about to obtain the translucent mask. The hidden sage. At this moment, a blurry light shot up from the void, producing projections of paintings around Klein. Some of them recorded the helplessness and tragedy of humans facing beyond a species. Some used epic strokes to recreate the scene of humans using themselves as experimental subjects, attempting to fuse Beyonder ingredients to obtain strength and save their species. Some described the strange and unique folklore that came from the Black Emperor. Some carried all sorts of inventions, books, and viewpoints. Some were like the current world's replicas, consisting of gigantic machinery that spewed out steam, buildings that grew taller and taller, and clothes that made it easier to move around. These contents made the seemingly thin paintings exude an extremely heavy feeling. This was because they bore the burden of civilization, the enlightenment and development of human society at different stages. Back then, the god of craftsmanship hadn't digested the sequence 1 civilization enlightener potion well before advancing to sequence 0 due to various reasons. Furthermore, he maintained his rationality and lucidity, but this also forced him to divert more his attention to resist the inclination of losing control and madness. Among the 7 orthodox deities, he was inferior to the other existences. The reason why the Church of Steam was the weakest orthodox deity organization wasn't only because he had the shortest history and accumulated the least, but also because the corresponding true deity wasn't in a good state. After Roselle's identity as the son of Steam and a member of the Church set off the Industrial Revolution, bringing about all sorts of ideas, the god of craftsmanship seized the opportunity to change his name to the god of steam and machinery. He shared the progress of civilization's enlightenment and digested the corresponding potion. And as a true deity of a neighboring pathway, after the hidden sage chose to become Klein's enemy, he finally stood on the side of the other orthodox deities. The terrifying torrent of information slammed into the illusory paintings and rapidly expanded in an attempt to crack the cage. However, a civilization that had existed for tens of thousands of years was heavy and extensive. The history left behind by generations of humans that numbered in the hundreds of millions was vast and magnificent. It was completely sufficient to carry the hidden sage's torrent of information. As the hidden sage worked hard to break through the restrictions of the god of steam and machinery, in the Antigonus Hall, which was sealed by layers of plants, Klein extended his slippery and strange tentacles to grab the translucent mask that represented the fool's uniqueness and brought it close to his face. Just as the mask covered Klein's face, figures appeared around him. Some of them were men wearing postman's clothes, some were ordinary birds, and some were creatures so tiny that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There were hundreds or thousands of them. The hall, which only had corpses hanging in midair, suddenly became crowded. And what these figures had in common was that they either wore a crystal monocle on their right eyes, or there was a circle of symbols of different colors in the same spot. Amorn. Mr. Error Amorn's avatars. It was unknown if they had used the primordial demonis or the hidden sage's invasion to open a backdoor and take advantage of a loophole to silently arrive near the target. Looking at Klein, who had just put on the translucent mask and was beginning to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, these Amorns revealed smiles at the same time. They opened their mouths and spat out words that normal people couldn't understand. These words intertwined together, forming a terrifying and crazy ravings. You neglected the primordial demonis. To her, Medici, who has only recovered to sequence 1, isn't a threat at all. What she hopes the most now is for a Lord of the Mysteries to immediately be born and open the seal of the Western continent, allowing her a chance to find the City of Calamity. Clearly, compared to you, I'm a better choice. You're too weak. Heh. Are you still waiting for the Mother Tree of Desire or the Mother Goddess of Depravity to provide help? It's useless. I've placed the first blasphemy slate in the Fog Sea, at the entrance of the abyss, not far from that primitive island. In addition, with the enhanced seal brought about by the authority related to the door and the control of half a lord of the astral world's barrier, no matter which outer deity it is, they won't be able to infiltrate reality in a short period of time. And without the influence of the outer deities, the dark side of the universe and the chained god currently don't wish to interfere in the battle of gods. They would rather seize this opportunity and attempt to escape the restraints. They also hope to quickly produce a Lord of the Mysteries to help them escape their predicament. If it wasn't for the fact that triggering them would also trigger the corruption of the outer deities in their bodies, I could now make a promise and come to an agreement with them to deal with you together. Amorn was deliberately using real information to fill the ravings, using this to make Klein suffer from two influences at the same time. One was the mental corruption of the ravings, and the other was the corresponding content's pull on his attention. In any case, this wasn't a waste of time for him. On the one hand, he had enough avatars. Every worm of time's word was enough to form many words. On the other hand, he had forcefully mixed the information together, so a single word could represent many things. At that instant, Amorn's ravings reverberated crazily in Klein's mind. They were like sharp blades that pierced through his mind and tore apart his mind. If it were any other time, Klein could use his level to forcefully suppress the ravings that were at most at the sequence 1 level without being affected. But at that moment, he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness. His mental balance was delicate and fragile. In such a scene, a single straw might collapse the entire house, much less Amorn's avatars. Furthermore, while Klein's mind was in a stabbing pain and his self-awareness was in chaos, the Antigonus mental imprint and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that had fallen into an eternal slumber showed signs of awakening. In a sense, eternal slumber was an extreme seal. The Amorn, who had accommodated the door's uniqueness, could undoubtedly weaken the seal or even make it ineffective. In addition, the translucent mask that Klein had just put on, the fool's uniqueness, had an even stronger will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. It was also gradually escaping the influence of eternal slumber and resonating with the same kind in Klein's body. Without using any beyonder powers, all they did was create some simple ravings. Amorn had made Klein lose his balance and be on the verge of losing control. Furthermore, all of this seemed irreversible unless there was still the river of eternal darkness's water to allow Antigonus's mental imprint and the even more powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to continue sleeping. But at this moment, even if there was still the river of eternal darkness's water, the Evernite goddess couldn't be distracted. This was because she was using her full strength to suppress the dual pathway true god, Amorn. From this angle, the Amorn were actually deliberately sacrificing their true bodies to hold back the Evernite goddess and create an opportunity for the avatars to destroy Klein's ritual. This was a little risky, but the outcome looked pretty good. At this moment, a spot of light lit up in Klein's pocket. The light was pale golden in color, like sticky syrup. It instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Apart from Klein, his avatars and the thin brass book that had been suddenly thrown over by the distant marionette were illuminated by the light. 0-02, Tren Sostal brass book. This sealed artifact stretched out its body in midair. As it bathed in the pale golden light, a rule suddenly appeared on the blank page. It was completely different from the previous repeated rules. Silence here. The mouths of Amorn's avatars kept opening and closing, but they could no longer make a sound. An instant later, a new rule appeared under the previous rule. Mutual attacks are prohibited here. Pa. Tren Sostal brass book fell to the ground and spread open at Klein's feet. Under the illumination of the magic wishing lamp, it had managed to escape the previous cycle and set up a rule that was beneficial to Klein. The Amorns only glanced at each other and made different responses. A portion of them adjusted their monocle at the same time and joined forces. Then, they raised their right hands and gently clenched them, using the corresponding authority to strengthen the seal. On the Tren Sostal brass book, a sentence gradually took shape before the new rules. The following rules are invalid. The other Amorn locked onto Klein, who was on the verge of losing control. Not being able to attack didn't mean that they couldn't steal or give gift. Chapter 14:16. On the different Amorns' faces, the monocle that existed in different forms emitted a pure light at the same time. This was something they had stolen from the depths of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. It came from the eternal daytime effect of the ancient sun god. It could purify filth and evil, and awaken the sleeping living beings. They gave this gift to Klein. This, combined with the relevant authority of the apprentice domain, was enough to break the state of eternal slumber. In an instant, Antigonus's mental imprint and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's body awakened. The feelings of madness, vastness, cruelty, bloodthirst, and coldness were like an invisible storm that wreaked havoc in Klein's heart. Almost at the same time, the powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that had yet to be completely accommodated in the fool's uniqueness suddenly opened its eyes like a terrifying monster that had been sleeping in the darkness for more than 1,000 years. At that moment, the chaos and loss of control from before swept over him again. However, Klein didn't panic. According to a backup plan, he calmly used the grafting ability to guide Antigonus's mental imprint to the will of the celestial worthy in the fool's uniqueness, allowing them to collide again after being entangled for 1,000 or 2,000 years. On the other side, Klein relied on his consciousness and the anchors from the fool's believers and sea god's believers to balance the will of the celestial worthy contained in the beyonder characteristic in his body, just like when he separated the attendant of Mystery's marionette. If there weren't any accidents, Klein would have a certain chance of achieving a balance on both sides if this continued. He would completely accommodate the fool's uniqueness and enter the final stage of the ritual. However, how could there not be any accidents when he was surrounded by Amorns? A number of Amorns strengthened the seal of the Tuluan Sostal brassbook and the magic wishing lamp to resist the former's nomological restrictions. When a number of Amorns gifted the eternal daytime to Klein, a small number locked onto Klein and stole. What they wanted to steal was the lucidity of his thoughts. One after another, the Amorns failed, but in the end, there were still a few Amorns who succeeded. They stole Klein's consciousness for the next 2 seconds. Klein's thoughts turned blurry. Without the guidance of Antigonus's mental imprint, the two halves of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings will, and the anchors from the believers immediately lost balance. They frantically corroded, influenced, and corrupted each other. Everything became extremely chaotic and out of control, as if it was already irreversible. Klein's body collapsed inch by inch, turning into a bunch of transparent and twisted maggots that extended out even more slippery and evil tentacles. At that moment, the rules on the Tren Sostal brassbook were erased, and new words were written: silence in this place, mutual attacks are prohibited here. Then, in front of these two rules, the familiar text appeared again: the following rules are invalid. After the seal was strengthened, the Tren Sostal brassbook seemed to have entered a new cycle, and the influence that the genie could exert became rather effective. Klein's consciousness quickly recovered, but the situation in his body was completely chaotic and out of control. This made him unable to sort out the different influences, and he was powerless to find a new balance. In other words, he would continue running down the path of losing control until he became a monster. With almost no time to think, Klein relied on his instincts and experience to make the decision to use the final plan. He instantly gave up on trying to salvage the situation in his body and stopped diverting his attention to this matter. Not only that, Klein even made the attendant of Mystery's marionette transform into a maggot vortex. With Zaratal's mental imprint, it threw itself towards his main body and fused with it. He wanted to add to the chaos. However, Amorn's avatars wouldn't allow him to make any attempts. Apart from resisting the magic wishing lamp and the Tren Sostal brassbook, the rest began stealing once again. They wanted to make Klein's thoughts fall into chaos again and again until he completely lost control. The Amorn in the postman's uniform succeeded, but what he stole wasn't Klein's lucidity, but a drop of fresh blood. The blood instantly seeped into Postman Amorn's palm. Right on the heels of that, Postman Amorn's eyes were dyed crimson. His stomach bulged at an unimaginable speed as it squirmed. He seemed to be pregnant with a child. What he had stolen was the primordial moon, which was also the blood blessed by the mother goddess of depravity. After Klein no longer placed most of his consciousness on balancing the Antigonus mental imprint in his body, the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and the anchor, he no longer needed to passively endure it like before. He could barely respond to Amorn's theft. He used grafting to tamper with the target of Amorn's theft into Sapphira Castle, into the junk pile, and onto the drop of blood that had the blessing of the primordial moon. This came from Shaman King Klarman. There was no doubt that there was a certain connection between Amorn's avatars. Furthermore, it was impossible for his level to reach sequence 0. Therefore, when Postman Amorn was contaminated by the drop of blood, the other Amorns showed a certain level of chaos. Some of their stomachs protruded, some of their eyes were dyed crimson, and some of them were carrying invisible babies as they circled on the spot. This caused the rest of the theft to inevitably fail. Klein seized this opportunity and, relying on the lucidity that he couldn't maintain for too long, he mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle, covering the entire ancient palace with a shadowy curtain. This place was once again concealed. Then, he ignored the Antigonus mental imprint and Zaratul's mental imprint in his body, and the two wills of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that were beginning to fuse. He made the blank-faced avatar, which was standing not far away, extend its palm towards his main body. Its 5 fingers quickly closed as it quickly twisted its wrist. As Klein's self-consciousness didn't resist and even took the initiative to cooperate, the avatar didn't fail a few times. With the help of Sapphira Castle, it successfully stole his self-consciousness, fate, anchor, and most of his identity from his main body. The only identity he left behind in his main body was the identity related to the Fool. At the same time, he also stole the identity, fate, and mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor. This was only possible after a few tries with the help of his self-consciousness. As the long river of light with countless tributaries appeared, the face of Klein's avatar twisted and squirmed, turning into Klein Moretti, who had the characteristics of German Sparrow. He had transformed into his main body, a body without any Beyonder characteristic. Of course, his self-consciousness and anchor were still resisting the mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor, but compared to before, this was undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Having already adapted to his identity as Antigonus, he quickly found a new balance, delaying and prolonging the fate of losing control. Although this was still unavoidable, it gave him some time for the subsequent operations. On the other side, in Klein's original body, there was only the Fool's uniqueness, all the Beyonder characteristics from the curtain, the Beyonder characteristics that originated from Zaratul, a small number of Beyonder characteristics from other sources that Klein had once consumed and digested, as well as the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the remnants of Zaratul's mental imprint, and the identity of the Fool. Without Klein's self-consciousness, Antigonus's mental imprint, and a large number of anchors, the remnants of Zaratul's mental imprint were quickly destroyed and corroded by the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. In the next second, Klein's main body suddenly fell silent. The collapse of his body stopped. He lowered his head and stopped extending his slippery and evil tentacles. He was so quiet that it seemed to have lost his soul. In such a scene, silence was more terrifying than madness. That dazed body seemed to be giving birth to an extremely terrifying monster. Klein didn't care about it. All he did was quickly graft a portion of his connection with his main body to the area above the grey fog. Then, he changed his target and locked onto Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair. This former half-fool didn't receive Amorn's help, so he didn't escape his eternal slumber. Klein reached out his right hand again and stole the remaining sequence 9 to sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, 1 each. Although he was now bearing the identity and fate of Antigonus, such stealing was still difficult. It was inevitable that he would repeat his failures. At that moment, outside the realm of mysteries created by Sapphira Castle, Amorn regained his consciousness from the initial chaos. They raised their monocle to make the crimson in their eyes disappear, or they looked down at their stomachs and reached out to touch them. A second later, the protruding stomachs cracked open, and babies with faint crimson crawled out. These babies didn't cry, nor did they show any abnormalities. They smoothly took out a crystal monocle from the void and wore it on their right eye. The number of Amorn increased. He turned the babies that were born into his avatars to prevent them from being corrupted by the primordial moon from interfering with him. And at this moment, Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery had obtained a certain degree of advantage on their respective battlefields. Finally, they could free up their hands to interfere with the situation inside the palace. In an instant, a portion of the Amorn turned into plants, blooming and bearing fruit before returning to the ground. A portion of the Amorn turned into knowledge, information, and words that were imprinted into the illusory book. However, there was still a portion of the Amorn who used blink, relied on loopholes, or used deception of the rules to successfully avoid the influence of the two true deities. As they continued to strengthen the seal of the magic wishing lamp and the tranquil brass book, they opened a door in Klein's realm of mysteries. At the same time, the angels also noticed the changes in the astral world. However, their gazes couldn't penetrate the natural barrier of Earth Mother and the civilization painting of the god of steam and machinery. They couldn't see the scene inside. This also meant that even if they wanted to exert their influence, they were powerless. In the realm of mysteries created by Sapphira Castle, after repeated failures, Klein finally succeeded in stealing Antigonus's Beyonder characteristics from Sequence 9 to Sequence 1, Beyonder characteristics that had been digested. Due to the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics, the latter had attracted many Beyonders of the same pathway over a long period of time. While turning them into marionettes, he had also sucked away their Beyonder characteristics. Therefore, at this moment, Antigonus still had a large number of Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway in his body, including a miracle invoker's. The dark points of light quickly fused into Klein's body and fused with him. As he was now Antigonus, and as those Beyonder characteristics had been digested by Antigonus, his fate of losing control didn't accelerate. It maintained its previous progress. This way, Klein had once again become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries, or attendant of mysteries who had digested the potion and had his fate pointed towards the outcome of losing control. At this moment, his original main body raised his head, his eyes dark. Just being glanced at made the present Klein's thoughts instantly slow down. His body turned cold, and he almost couldn't think of resisting. The powerful will that he was very familiar with began to rise bit by bit in an attempt to influence Sapphira Castle. The Lord of the Mysteries had revived in Klein's main body. The Fool had become a great existence that had truly awakened. It matched the guesses of Tarot and the others, and it contradicted the true history. Before Klein's thoughts slowed down further, he took the initiative to cooperate with Amorn and dispelled the realm of mysteries, allowing the situation inside to be connected to the outside world. He had already fooled history without any problems, just as he had thought in the beginning. As for how to end things, he never had a good idea. Based on the changes in the situation, the final plan he activated at the critical moment was there was no way out. He would go from accommodating the Fool's uniqueness to advancing to the true Fool. In any case, this wouldn't be any worse than the previous situation. Chapter 14:17. The curtain that enveloped the Antigonus palace instantly vanished. An indescribable aura returned to reality, causing the entire astral world to shake. Outside the cracked world's barrier, the terrifying faces that couldn't be described with normal words simultaneously changed. The invisible barrier began to tremble violently, as though it would collapse inch by inch at any moment. Every continent on the planet's interior experienced an earthquake. It wasn't serious, but it was rather obvious. Above the 5 seas, waves surged as though they had encountered a sudden tidal force. In the noon sky, the crimson moon suddenly appeared. Its color became extremely rich and expanded in an exaggerated manner, as though it was hanging on the roofs of every house. Apart from that, the brown star, orange star, red star, gold star, and blue star lit up at the same time, emitting different textures of light. If one looked down from the cosmos, the entire Earth seemed to be embroiled in an invisible storm as it shook on the spot. This was a slight change brought about by the outer deities' attempt to break through the barrier. The aura emitted by the ancient palace floating in the astral world reminded them of that terrifying existence. Under the pressure, they were either furious or crazy as they attempted to prevent him from reviving. Compared to them who were blocked outside the world, the first to react was the magic wishing lamp in the pocket of Klein's main body. The viscous golden light suddenly penetrated Amorn's enhanced seal and turned into a blurry and distorted figure. It extended his arm and grabbed the tranquil brass book into his palm. The rules that had been written previously disappeared, and a new text instantly formed. The resurrection of the dead is prohibited here. A thin grayish-white fog flashed, and a familiar text appeared in front of the rule. The following rules are invalid. Even without truly reviving and absorbing the Fool's uniqueness and 2 Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's main body could also control Sapphira Castle and use his status to use his powers. At this moment, his existence had completed its interaction with the fog of history. Fragments of light began to distort, sometimes connecting as one, and at other times, they would collapse. He was unable to completely form a piece of history. There was an irreconcilable contradiction in that period of history. In real history, Klein Moretti, who had fused with the soul of a prehistoric human, had pretended to be the Fool and formed Tarot. He became stronger one sequence at a time, and finally reached the level of the Fool. The present history was that Mr. Fool was a great existence who had awakened. He was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings from ancient times. He had finally awakened. At that moment, although the genie had used the Trensostal brass book to complete the nomological restriction for less than a second, it still weakened the will of the Lord of the Mysteries in Klein's main body, as though it had suffered a fatal blow. As for Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery, they had given up on interfering with Amon's avatars, as though they wanted Mr. Error to free his hands to deal with the awakened Lord of the Mysteries. However, despite having some strength left, they didn't attempt to influence Klein's true body. All they did was continue suppressing the primordial Demonis and the hidden sage. The latter two's attacks and interference were also no longer intense, as though they were waiting for an outcome. To them, the resurrection of the Lord of the Mysteries could also achieve their goals. They could produce a pillar in the shortest amount of time. They couldn't let a fellow who hated them become the Lord of the Mysteries. In addition, the pathways they were in didn't belong to the three pathways controlled by the Lord of the Mysteries. Furthermore, they didn't have any grudges or conflicts of interest with him. The Amorns, who were no longer affected, immediately changed their targets and focused most of their attention on Klein's main body. Without needing anyone to explain, they clearly knew that this was their greatest threat. Without any hesitation, the Amorns raised their right hands at the same time and gently clenched them, solemnly stealing the effects of eternal daylight from the target. However, the Amorns didn't give up on exerting their influence on Klein. Relying on their numbers, they sent a small number of members to look at Klein, who was currently a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries and bore the identity of Antigonus. The Amorn's monocle suddenly lit up. Using the authority related to Dor, they moved Klein out of the real world and into the cosmos. In the vast dark universe, Klein's figure appeared before instantly thinning into a paper figurine. The paper doll first swelled up and gave birth to a paper baby. Then, it quickly decayed and turned to dust. Klein used grafting and paper figurine substitutes to block the Amorn's attacks. At the same time, the other Amorns succeeded in stealing the effects of eternal daylight from Klein's main body. However, in the next second, the effects of eternal daylight were stolen by the other party. This was the control the Lord of the Mysteries had over his pathway's powers. Even though he hadn't truly resurrected and had only begun the process. The Amorn's eyes flickered slightly as they immediately gave up on Klein and focused on three matters. Most of them continued to steal the eternal daytime effects that had been bestowed to resist the Lord of the Mysteries. A small number of them locked onto Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair, and steal his eternal slumber state. In addition, all the Amorns removed the strengthening effects of the seal and even weakened it to a certain extent. Klein, who was no longer being attacked by the Amorns, didn't counterattack either. His attention was also focused on his main body. The awakened Lord of the Mysteries was the biggest problem. In an instant, an illusory mark appeared at Klein's glabella. It was a strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. It constantly emitted a thin grayish-white fog. Klein began to vie for control of Sapphira Castle with the Lord of the Mysteries, so as to prevent him from using his status to use his powers. And before the Lord of the Mysteries truly resurrected and accommodated the Fool's uniqueness and the corresponding Beyonder characteristic, it could effectively reduce his strength, increasing the failure rate of many of his operations and making the effects significantly worse. With his participation and his control over Sapphira Castle, the fooling effect of the Trensostal brass book immediately weakened. The success rate of the Amorn's theft also increased. Almost at the same time, in the forsaken land of the gods, at the feet of the ancient sun's gigantic figure of light, on the surface of the sea that contained all colors, Words written in the most ancient language quickly appeared. The Lord of the Mysteries' resurrection failed due to various interference. As these words formed, as Klein fought for control of Sapphira Castle, the Amorns once again stole the effects of eternal daylight that were attached to the Lord of the Mysteries. On the other side, they had also stolen Antigonus's state of eternal slumber. Without any hesitation, the Amorns transferred the state of eternal slumber to Klein's main body and to the Lord of the Mysteries. The ancient existence's awakened aura immediately fell silent, but it quickly rebounded. At this moment, the corresponding text on the weakened Tren-Sostal brass book took form again. The resurrection of the dead is prohibited here. Suddenly, the terrifying will in Klein's main body rapidly weakened, producing a strong tendency to fall back into a deep slumber. However, this will was so powerful that even a long period of time couldn't completely wear it down. Under the two restrictions, it was still tenaciously growing and recovering bit by bit. It also attempted to use tampering and fooling to resolve its current predicament. Klein sensed that the other party was using the power of Sapphira Castle. He immediately focused and interfered. At the same time, the Ebonite goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, slightly relaxed her control over Amorn's true body. She pulled back the golden bird-shaped accessory and aimed its head downwards. Inside the bronze eyeball of the golden bird-shaped accessory, illusory layers of doors surged out, allowing a colorless drop of water with a strong aura of eternal silence to fall onto Klein's main body in the ancient palace. This was a drop of water from the river of eternal darkness. While the Ebonite goddess was doing this, Amorn's true body's attempt to open the door to escape slowed down. The drop of water fell extremely quickly. The natural barrier created by Earth Mother and the civilization painting presented by the god of steam and machinery shrank a little at the same time, making way for it. The water from the river of eternal darkness accurately dripped onto the head of Klein's main body and silently drilled in. The aura of the Lord of the Mysteries, which was slowly growing, immediately fell back. It lost its fluctuations and fell into an eternal slumber again. However, this state was very unstable, as though it could be broken at any moment. At this moment, the Ebonite goddess's empty hand pulled out a huge sword from the void. The surface of the sword was covered in an orange-red glow, emitting the aura of dusk and the decay of all things. This was the symbol of a twilight giant. The Ebonite goddess's arm, which was covered in pitch-black short hair, spread out and slashed the exaggerated sword downwards. She had always had strength left, as though she was preparing for this moment. Amidst the strange sound of the void cracking and decaying, the long sword covered in the glow of dusk slashed through the dome of the Antigonus palace, causing the hanging corpses to fall to the ground. Right on the heels of that, it slashed at Klein's main body, which had yet to escape its eternal slumber. The portion of the Lord of the Mysteries awakened will rapidly dissipated, and the body also declined uncontrollably and collapsed. Even the fool's uniqueness on his face and the two sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics in his body collapsed and gathered together. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't think at all. According to the plan, he used Sapphira Castle and pulled down a quarter of the fog of history to contain the blob. Amidst the grayish-white fog, the fool's uniqueness and the beyonder characteristics completely fused together. They crazily absorbed the fog of history around them, turning into a dark and deep liquid that didn't have a fixed form. The blob of liquid stretched and changed, as though it was about to form a strange, translucent cloak with a hood, or a person whose organs and flesh had been dug out. The fool's potion. The Amorns extended their right hands at the same time and stole the potion. Chapter 1418. More than 1,000 Amorns had stolen. With their numbers, as long as their luck wasn't too bad, there would always be a few who succeeded. Furthermore, the blob of the fool potion was ownerless, so stealing it wasn't difficult at all. At the same time as stealing, the Amorns also removed a certain seal on themselves, allowing the beyonder characteristics of the apprentice and marauder to reveal their ability to converge. This was rather effective against the fool potion. It could greatly increase the success rate of the Amorns stealing. However, all the Amorns failed in the end. This was because a new rule had appeared in the Tren-Sostal brass book: theft is not allowed here. Previously, in order to deal with the awakened Lord of the Mysteries, the Amorns had weakened all the seals here, helping the Tren-Sostal brass book escape from fooling. It could set up some rules that were effective for a short period of time in a repeated cycle. And now, this affected them. Seizing this opportunity, the illusory brand between Klein's eyebrows became even more obvious. Around him, a thin grayish-white fog interweaved, forming a thin cocoon. He activated Sapphira Castle with all his might, and together with his attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic, he created an extremely powerful convergence effect on the Fool Potion. The black liquid that didn't have a fixed shape was like a wild beast that had finally seen food after a long period of hunger. It pounced onto Klein. It constantly stretched and changed, like a translucent piece of human skin, completely wrapping Klein inside. Klein's face protruded under the layer of liquid. His facial features were sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, sometimes distorted, and sometimes blank. In the forsaken land of the gods, under the gigantic shadow formed by the ancient sun deity, on the surface of the illusory sea that contained all colors and possibilities, another sentence written in the most ancient language rapidly took form. Antigonus's efforts to advance to the Fool ultimately failed due to various reasons. The reason why this existence who once dominated the entire planet didn't use the name Klein Moretti was because he was now bearing the identity and fate of Antigonus. If the former was the subject of the sentence, Klein could completely ignore it. What did the failure of Klein Moretti's advancement have to do with Antigonus becoming the Fool? And when the subject became Antigonus, this sentence that seemed like a prophecy, an arrangement, and a reason was given after determining the outcome could make the situation very grim. If Klein didn't give up Antigonus's identity and fate, he would be restricted by this sentence. If he were to abandon Antigonus's identity and fate, then the sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyond a characteristics in his body would no longer truly belong to him. They hadn't been digested, they were beyond a characteristics that Antigonus had once controlled. At present, they had nothing to do with Klein Moretti. He had only forcefully devoured them. Under such circumstances, even if there weren't any other factors, just the undigested beyonder characteristics would likely cause Klein to lose control on the spot. And there was no doubt that consuming the Fool Potion in such a state to complete the advancement ritual would be impossible. When the ancient sun deity wrote this sentence, the eternal blazing sun, the lord of storms, and the god of knowledge and wisdom in the astral world sensed something. They each launched their most violent counterattacks in an attempt to interfere with each other's actions. However, even though he had diverted most of his energy to restrain the three true deities, and even though it was rather difficult, the ancient sun deity still quickly completed his sentence. However, the gigantic shadow his incarnation clearly dimmed a lot, as though he couldn't maintain it for much longer. In the astral world, in the floating ancient palace, the battle between Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery against the primordial Demonis and the hidden sage became intense again. However, the former two were still able to divert a certain amount of strength to exert their influence on the Amorn's avatars, preventing them from destroying Klein's advancement ritual. The Amorns were forced to blink everywhere, but there were still a number of them who turned into plants, blooming and bearing fruit before returning to the ground. A number of them collapsed into words and were imprinted into illusory books. Apart from this, a large number of them were strengthening the seal to restrict the Tren Sostal brass book, preventing the rules it set from taking effect or only having a momentary effect. Under the influence of these three aspects, even with the number of Amorns, it seemed like there wasn't enough. But even so, a small number of them still seized the opportunity to make the crystal monocle and similar circular symbol reflect Klein's figure. In the next second, the monocle and circular symbol emitted a pure light. This wasn't stealing, but returning. At this moment, the Amorns chose to return to Klein what they had stolen from him. That was Klein's suicidal thoughts. Back when Klein was captured by Amorn in the forsaken land of the gods, he had tried to commit suicide many times, but he failed. The corresponding thoughts had been stolen by him. At the critical moment of his advancement, once he had the thought of committing suicide, the outcome was obvious. At that moment, Klein, who was tightly enveloped by the blob of the Fool Potion, felt his thoughts turn chaotic as they scattered. He felt the surface of his body turn ice-cold as the sticky liquid slowly seeped into him. Then, he had suicidal thoughts and the thought of giving up. This was a change that Klein hadn't expected at all. He had long forgotten that his suicidal thoughts had been stolen by Amorn. Furthermore, he didn't expect that not only did he not casually throw them away, he had seriously preserved them. If it were in the past or at any other moment, although such thoughts were intense, he could still rely on his self-control to resist them to a certain extent. He could forcefully suppress such thoughts and wait for them to dissipate on their own, just like how he faced other bad thoughts. But now, he was in the midst of an advancement ritual and was being affected by the potion. His mind had lost its stability, and there was no way for him to effectively suppress his suicidal thoughts. The Amorns always had all sorts of strange but effective methods. Fortunately, Klein wasn't only Klein, but also Antigonus. What did Klein Moretti's suicidal thoughts have to do with Antigonus? Relying on the knowledge brought about by this identity, Klein didn't immediately give up and end his life. He pulled the Antigonus mental imprint in his body and mixed it with his suicidal thoughts, barely suppressing them. Under such a balance, Klein's mind and body were further corroded by the Fool Potion. His thoughts were the same as when he advanced to the Attendant of Mysteries. They completely dispersed. However, the difference was that he didn't fuse with the spirit world this time. Instead, he kept extending, enveloping the entire planet, the entire spirit world, and a portion of the astral world like a gas. At that moment, Klein felt that he was in different believers' bodies, in every human's body, in all sorts of animals' bodies, and in all living things. Everything had godhood. At the same time, he was still scattered in the fog of history. He was scattered in the flowing river of light that had many tributaries. It was one, but it was also 10,000. This godhood experience made Klein's thoughts further wear down, as if all that was left was the coldness of looking down on everything. And even this coldness was slowly dissipating. Before long, Klein would completely lose himself. He would be dominated by the various mental imprints of the Fool Potion, becoming a monster in the truest sense of the word. This coincided with the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy, accelerating the latter. At this moment, he felt something amiss. It was unnatural and abnormal. In the fog of history, there were a small number of fragments of light that were distorted and unable to reassemble. There seemed to be a fundamental contradiction between them. They gradually separated. They had to record different contents in different branches, allowing the distortion to receive a preliminary recovery. Klein's psyche, which had fused with everything, popped out a little due to this incongruity and unnaturalness, allowing him to regain a little bit of his self-awareness. With this bit of self-awareness as the core, he quickly gathered his scattered psyche and guided the process of the Fool Potion fusing with his body. However, at this moment, the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy came ahead of time due to the ancient sun god's prophecy. Klein's body collapsed once again, unable to withstand the Fool Potion. Without any hesitation or time to hesitate, Klein immediately removed a portion of the theft effects and returned Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness to its original owner. He allowed Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair, to slowly open his eyes. Antigonus, who had a blank look on his face, gradually became clear-headed. He didn't immediately lose control because the main reason for his madness was that the will of the Lord of the Mysteries had awakened to a relatively large extent. And now, the Fool's uniqueness and most of the beyonder characteristics that carried that portion of will were no longer in his body. Therefore, Antigonus could use his will to resist the madness and try his best to redeem the fate of losing control. The ancient sun god's prophecy had thus come true. Antigonus had indeed failed to advance to sequence 0 the Fool. And after Klein lost his identity, the sequence 9-1 seer pathway beyonder characteristics in his body had become the ones that hadn't been digested. This made him on the brink of losing control. The Fool Potion that enveloped his body like a cloak immediately completed its infiltration. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was awakened once again. Give up, leave everything to me. This time, I won't accept any other Sapphira. I won't help the living beings you want to protect, but I won't harm them either. This isn't me keeping my promise, but they are too weak. They aren't worthy of my attention. This will be a forbidden ground for the outer deities. The unfamiliar yet familiar ravings echoed in Klein's heart, making him want to give up. and the suicidal thoughts that had been suppressed by Antigonus's mental imprint surfaced once again after losing the former's balance. The outcome of the advancement failure was about to appear. At this moment, the Ebonite goddess, who was powerless to cleave down the great sword of dusk, suddenly gave up control of Amorn's true body. Amorn's true body leaped out, and as his avatars waited for Klein's ritual to fail, the goddess once again dragged the exaggerated sword that was covered in orange-red light. This time, the target was Klein. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he was controlled by the thought of suicide. He didn't make any attempt to resist. With a poof, he was struck by the sword that symbolized the dusk, shattering into a pool of rotten flesh as Beyonder characteristics seeped out. Klein was dead. He was killed by the Ebonite goddess before the Amorns could take any measures against him, and before the ritual failed and he completely lost control. In the next second, the Ebonite goddess wore the golden bird-shaped accessory on her head. Her body expanded and enveloped the entire ancient palace, causing Amorn's true body, avatars, Earth Mother, the primordial Demonis, the god of steam and machinery, the hidden sage, and Antigonus to be instantly erased like sketches by an eraser. Concealment. The ancient sun god seemed to understand what the Ebonite goddess wanted to do, but he had already made 2 prophecies, so he couldn't write a third sentence no matter what. As for the 3 true deities, the Lord of Storms, he continued their previous outburst, firmly holding him. In the next second, a miracle happened. Klein returned from the fog of history. The Fool's uniqueness and 3 sequence 9 to sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics that belonged to him rapidly returned to his body. Genie, who was afraid that he would be disturbed, hurriedly used the Trensostal brass book to add a rule: this place is suitable for the return of Beyonder characteristics. Suddenly, Klein returned to the state when he drank the Fool's potion. But unlike before, the pillar of his body was the sequence 9 to sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics that belonged to Antigonus. It hadn't been digested, and now, the first thing that returned to him was undoubtedly the sequence 9 to sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics that had once belonged to him. This way, he would have a true pillar that could accommodate the Fool's uniqueness and the remaining characteristics. Klein was now equivalent to himself when he had just arrived at the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He was a version of himself who had digested the Attendant of Mysteries potion and could attempt to advance to sequence 0 the Fool. Relying on resurrection after dying once, Klein had completely reversed his condition. This was the inspiration he had obtained from Roselle's resurrection. Of course, the entire process was different from the Black Emperor's resurrection. Klein had originally arranged for the character to kill him to be Genie, but he never expected the Ebonite goddess, who hadn't communicated with him beforehand, to have such tacit understanding. In an instant, his body split apart, turning into a thin grey fog and a dark liquid. The grey fog and black liquid fused as dense maggots appeared on the surface. Then, they intertwined to form a translucent, dark-colored cloak. Under the cloak, there was no body. It was dark. This process was very short, less than 2 seconds. And the Ebonite goddess's act of concealing so many deities at once clearly couldn't be maintained for long. In the blink of an eye, a door of light appeared on the surface of the concealed world. The door suddenly opened, and Amorn's true body, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, leaped out. At the same time, he saw an illusory mask with blank facial features appear under the translucent, dark-colored cloak. As the mask instantly outlined Klein's appearance, which was a combination of German Sparrow's characteristics, the Amorns' thoughts turned chaotic, as though their intelligence had been forcefully lowered. The Fool was born. Chapter 1419. In the headquarters of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, inside the White Tower. After Luca Brewster, who was trapped underground, finished his prayer, he focused his attention back on strengthening the seal itself. He wanted to study the situation and see if he could crack the secrets contained within so that he could invent some mystic techniques. As he went down level by level, he checked one sealed artifact after another. Luca was suddenly stunned as he stopped in his tracks. His expression turned rather confused, unsure if he should take a step forward with his left foot or right foot. This seemed to be a very profound question that wasn't easy to understand. In the southern continent, beside a cathedral belonging to the Ebonite goddess, Leonard picked up the coffee that was ground from the local specialty coffee beans and wanted to take a sip. During this process, his thoughts unconsciously turned to the tightly shut doors and windows and the bright sky. He wanted to figure out what had happened. However, he couldn't leave the room and was sealed inside. As for old man Palez Zoroast, he fell into a strange silence and didn't answer his question. Fortunately, there wasn't any additional danger, so Leonard could still sit in his seat with peace of mind, using his thoughts to replace his actions. After an unknown period of time, he looked down at the coffee that had been placed on the table again. What did I want to do? In the hidden Bayam city in the Roasted archipelago, Danis didn't notice the changes in his environment as he seriously fiddled with the telegraph that was connected to his room. The Golden Dream had recently arrived in the Sonia Sea and stopped at a port with a telegraph. Danis wanted to warmly invite them to Bayam as guests to witness the dignity of the oracle. If possible, he wished that the Golden Dream could use Bayam as its home port. This way, he could return to the ship at any time to participate in adventures and search for treasures. At the same time, he could also choose to listen to the captain's lectures. As a genius who was well-rounded, Danis undoubtedly grasped all the knowledge and techniques of sending telegrams. At that moment, he was sitting in front of the machine, his fingers rapidly moving as he sent out the words he had in mind. In the beginning, his thoughts were clear and his words were appropriate, so he was a little smug. Gradually, his eyes went blank and his hands didn't stop moving. It was as if he was controlling the machine by instinct. After the telegram was sent, Danis exhaled, picked up his glass, and gulped down a mouthful of beer. It's faster than I expected. Even if I lose my job in the future, I can go to the telegraph office and find a job with a good salary. Danis thought with a little pride and a little concern. He casually picked up the telegram draft and recalled the process of sending it. His expression gradually became strange. What did I do in the end? Danis couldn't help but mutter. It seems probable that he ended in a telegram, in which he ridiculed the mate, the second mate, Tin Skin, and Bucket, and made a passionate confession to the captain. It's over, it's over. How could I say what's on my mind? Danis' face turned pale. He suspected that he had been controlled by the magic potion and that he had not thought through what he had written. He hurriedly wrote another telegram to express that the content had nothing to do with him. It was all a product of Anderson's deliberate mischief and pranks. At this moment, he realized that something was amiss outside. The sky was grey without a single cloud. In the astral world, the existences and items that had been concealed by the Evernite goddess broke through the restrictions in a certain order and returned to reality. And like Amorn's true body, they appeared a little sluggish and didn't react immediately. In addition, the Evernite goddess also stopped in midair in confusion, as though she hadn't thought of what to do next. However, her instinct was to first protect herself. The Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, who had been confined to their respective divine kingdoms by the thick prism-like spots of light, also experienced certain changes. The intensity of their counterattacks had clearly decreased, giving people the feeling that they were beginning to doubt themselves, unsure if the person in front of them was an enemy. The genie threw down the Tren Sostal brass book and returned to the magic wishing lamp. He seemed to have gone all out and had no choice but to shrink back into the seal, but he also seemed to recall something and subconsciously dodged. Antigonus, who had just regained his self-awareness and lucidity, became confused once again. His face seemed to be filled with question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What's happening around me? In the forsaken land of the gods, the ancient sun god, who had dimmed a lot, sighed softly and spoke again, "Let there be light." The light in the astral world brightened as it pierced into the eyes of Amorn's true body, avatars, primordial demonis, hidden sage, and other existences. They immediately regained their senses. They seized the time and made different responses. The torrent of information suddenly dispersed and fused into the various symbols around them, instantly disappearing. The black, python-like tentacles with the eyeballs on them quickly retracted, and no one knew where they had gone. Amorn's true body glanced at the newly advanced Klein and gave up the opportunity to exert his influence while he was in an unstable state. He raised his hand and adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye. His figure split apart, turning into one illusory door after another. These doors opened and closed at the same time, making it impossible for the Ebonite goddess and the other existences to figure out where Amon's true body had left from. When Amon's true body left, his avatars faded and strangely disappeared. This was a loophole that made Amon's true body leaving the same as Amon leaving. At the same time, the gigantic light figure that the ancient sun god had expanded into shrank and collapsed, turning back into Adam, who was carrying a thick shadow. Beneath the feet of this visionary, the sea that contained all colors and possibilities instantly dissipated, as though it had returned underground. Looking up at the astral world, Adam returned to the back of the shadow curtain through the rift. His fusion with the true creator had only just begun, and it wasn't over yet. The attempt to advance to a great old one was actually rather forceful and risky. This would cause their subsequent progress to slow down significantly. In the astral world, as the battle subsided, the natural barrier formed by the paintings of civilization and all kinds of plants, along with the illusory crimson moon, faded away one after another, returning to an unknown location. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom first shattered the thick spots of light outside the divine kingdom before quieting down. Just like before, they continued blocking the cracks in the world's barrier. The Ebonite goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, put away the pitch-black coffin, the twilight sword, the bird-shaped golden accessory, and the 4 arms, and cast her gaze downwards. After the translucent, dark-colored cloak protruded from the mask, it transformed into Klein's body. Klein pressed down on the faintly discernible mask on his face with one hand and placed his other hand on his abdomen. His back was slightly arched, as though he was enduring an indescribable pain. Just as he raised his head and looked at the Ebonite goddess's face that was covered by a thin black veil, a pitch-black cloak appeared outside his body. Beneath the cloak, slippery and sinister tentacles extended out. After becoming the fool, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body had undoubtedly awakened further. The crazy ravings and roars constantly echoed in Klein's ears, tearing at his mind, letting him know that this would be the norm in the future. There was no way to kill the Lord of the Mysteries. Even if his will would be slowly worn down by time, his spirit would remain eternal. He could seize Klein's body at any time and completely revive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just killed the will of the Lord of the Mysteries, making the awakened him weaker than Klein had expected, Klein suspected that he might not have been able to hold on. He could only watch helplessly as his body collapsed and he became another existence. Of course, he could still request the Ebonite goddess's help by giving him a drop of the river of eternal darkness's water. However, this was definitely not a long-term solution. It could only stall for time. He eventually had to face it. Relying on his consciousness and anchors, Klein balanced the celestial worthy's will in his body. At that moment, he didn't have the ability to speak. The Ebonite goddess, who was floating above, nodded slightly. What you need the most now is stability. With that said, her figure was wiped away inch by inch as she returned to the divine kingdom in the astral world. Klein turned his head to look at the still confused Antigonus. With a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle. Antigonus sat on a huge stone chair in the half-collapsed palace. He felt like he had been dreaming for a very, very long time. Inside Sapphira Castle, Klein sat in the fool's seat and focused on stabilizing his mental state. Just like before he stabilized, he couldn't seek treatment from a psychiatrist unless he visited visionary Adam. However, that would very likely make him even crazier. After stabilizing a little, Klein quickly checked the authority he had obtained. It was called fooling. Not only did it contain the authority of history, time, fate, change, and concealment, but it was also a symbol of blind stupidity in the mind domain. The simplest application was to lower an enemy's intelligence. Just as Klein was about to do further research, his spiritual perception was triggered. Who invaded Sapphira Castle? And only when the other party succeeded in invading did Klein receive a notification. Klein suddenly raised his head and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table. He saw that the grayish-white fog had formed a door at some point in time. A figure wearing a pointed hat, a monocle, and a classic black robe walked out. Amon. Mr. Era's eyes were tinged with darkness, and his smile appeared a little crazy. He leisurely looked around, nudged his monocle, and smiled. Surprised. Klein wanted to mobilize Sapphira Castle and expel the other party, but he realized that Amorn had gained control of Sapphira Castle at some point in time. Amorn cast his gaze at him, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He chuckled. And said, "I released the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in my body. He is the owner of Sapphira Castle, which means that I'm also the owner of Sapphira Castle. Of course, I can enter. This is very risky. Even I didn't dare to try it in the past, but since you've grown to this extent, I have no choice but to take the risk. This is very exciting, and the effects aren't bad." As he spoke, slippery and evil tentacles shot out from under Amorn's clothes. He took the initiative to revive a portion of the Lord of the Mysteries, causing he to fall into a half-crazy state. P.S. There will be an additional update tomorrow as a form of thanks to everyone. Chapter 1420. As Amorn spoke, Klein appeared to be listening, but in fact, he had already attempted to leave Sapphira Castle. This wasn't because he wanted to give up or surrender, nor was it because he was too timid. He subconsciously considered dodging, but because he believed that this was the best solution in the current situation. If he stayed in Sapphira Castle, Klein would face three major problems. Firstly, he had just advanced to the Fool, and his condition was extremely unstable. He had to divert most of his attention to suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Secondly, he was unable to obtain the help of his allies, so he could only fight alone. Thirdly, with everyone being able to affect Sapphira Castle, even if Klein wanted to have a higher level of control over the Sapphira than Amorn, he wouldn't be able to display an overwhelming advantage. It might even be because Amorn was good at using loopholes to create bugs, making it difficult for him to use Sapphira Castle well and reach the same level as him. This way, even if the sequence 0 the Fool didn't have a 100% chance of failure against the half-crazy Error and Door dual pathway True Gods, the chances of victory were extremely slim. And after seizing the opportunity and leaving Sapphira Castle, Klein would immediately obtain the help of his allies to reverse the situation on both sides. If Amorn chased after him, Klein would interfere with his return to Sapphira Castle, forcing him to face his allies. At that time, the primordial Demonis definitely wouldn't take action again. The ancient sun god might not be able to reproduce the might of half a great old one in a short period of time. The 6 orthodox gods led by the Evernite goddess were enough to deal with Amorn. Even if Amorn, who had grasped all the authorities in the domains of Error and Door, wasn't easy to kill, the orthodox gods would definitely be able to weaken him and seal him. Once Klein stabilized his mental state and deepened his control over Sapphira Castle, they could target him and kill him. Such a process was almost irreversible. Even if the ancient sun god could still unleash his previous level, and strength, there was no way to change it. His limit seemed to be to simultaneously suppress 3 orthodox gods, and this didn't include the Evernite goddess. Of course, there was no doubt that the outer deities weren't willing to see the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries. Once such a situation occurred, they would definitely do their best to interfere and prevent Amorn from dying. However, before the world's barrier collapsed, the influence they could exert was rather limited. They might not be of much use. Just like before, Klein believed that the combined strength of the dark side of the universe and the chained god was inferior to that of the hidden sage. Even if the outer deities really affected the situation, Klein wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. After all, those existences wouldn't allow Amorn to kill him. He could calmly find a place to hide and stabilize his mental state. When he was ready, he could make a new plan. The Evernite goddess's Foggy Town was a very good choice. If Amorn didn't chase after them and remained inside Sapphira Castle, Klein could use his identity as Sapphira Castle's owner and his control over the various matters inside to prevent Amorn from doing anything in Sapphira Castle. Even if he wanted to use the Crimson Star to deal with the Tarot members, he wouldn't be able to do anything. In short, it would be very difficult for them to make better use of Sapphira Castle, but it was absolutely simple to destroy the other party's attempts. In such a stalemate, Klein had the time to stabilize his mental state and deepen his control over Sapphira Castle, slowly reversing the situation. In the end, Amorn could either escape or hide, or allow the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to completely revive and die with Klein. Therefore, although he didn't have the time to analyze the pros and cons, Klein quickly came to a conclusion. Leaving Sapphira Castle was the best choice. However, just as his consciousness sank to the edge of Sapphira Castle, he saw a crystal monocle. This item appeared in time and destroyed Klein's escape. Do you think I'll leave such an obvious loophole? Of course, you can also stop me from leaving Sapphira Castle at any time. Amorn curved his right index finger and smiled as he pressed it against the bottom of the monocle. Behind the chair he was sitting on, the symbols outlined by the resplendent light rapidly changed. At times, they were a mixture of parasitism, time, and fate, and at other times, they were layers of doors. These two different symbols alternated, making it impossible for him to truly be fixed. Klein didn't listen to what Amorn said. As soon as his escape failed, he created the true realm of mysteries, the complete divine kingdom of the Fool. In front of Amorn, the light instantly changed, bringing with it the disappearance of the magnificent palace, the long mottled table, and the gorgeous high-back chair, bringing with it the appearance of an ancient castle. Amorn didn't know what the ancient castle looked like. This was because he was standing in a corridor inside the castle. He could only sense the various changes in Sapphira Castle and see a limited scene within his field of vision. This corridor was abnormally gloomy and dark. There seemed to be no end to both ends. Every very long distance, there would be an elegant silver candlestick. On the candlestick, the light was dim and yellow. On both sides of the corridor, there were tightly shut dark red wooden doors that seemed to lead to different rooms. There was no sound in any of the rooms. It was unknown what was hidden in each room. Amorn casually swept a glance and smiled with great interest. Interesting. As the most powerful cryptologist, he naturally knew that this was a divine kingdom, and it was the kind of divine kingdom that couldn't be destroyed with brute force. This was because every door was reconstructed with a different object. It was unknown what effects would be triggered by forcefully breaking it. Amorn didn't underestimate the abilities and intelligence of a Sequence Zero Fool. He didn't plan on experiencing too many surprises and accidents. However, when the rules of the Divine Kingdom were fixed, the owner of the Divine Kingdom would also be restricted to a certain extent. To put it simply, Klein was definitely in one of the rooms. It couldn't be anywhere else. After obtaining benefits, he had to bear the corresponding responsibility. He wants to use this method to stall for time and stabilize his mental state. Amorn whispered to someone. Then, wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, he walked to the nearest dark red wooden door. There were no holes on the wooden door, preventing anyone from seeing the exact situation inside. In other words, without opening the door, it was very difficult for Amorn to know if Klein was here. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Amorn stretched out his right hand and drew a vertical rectangle on the dark red wooden door. Inside the rectangle, specks of starlight emitted before turning transparent, revealing the scene in the room. Amorn relied on the authority of door and the powers of a bug to forcefully open a window on the door without triggering the effects. Following that, he cast his gaze inside the room. There were no tables, chairs, carpets, or other furniture inside. Instead, there was a blue sea. Sure enough, this door has been combined with the sea outside. Amorn smiled, not surprised at all. Once he twisted the door, he would directly leave Sapphira Castle and appear in the sea. And at that time, with Klein being on guard, it would be almost impossible for him to enter Sapphira Castle again. It was just like how Klein couldn't leave Sapphira Castle now. This was the reason why Amorn didn't forcefully destroy the Fool's divine kingdom. Instead, he opened the door one by one. Destruction would result in similar, repetitive effects that would affect Amorn over and over again. No matter how many loopholes there were to be used, he couldn't be completely immune. Retracting his gaze, Amorn walked to the room opposite him and opened a window on the door according to the method he had just used. However, this time, it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see anything. Amorn raised his hand and pinched the edges of the monocle before coughing softly. His figure immediately split into two. The number of Amorn increased. The Amorn that had been separated looked at Amorn, who was standing at his original spot, and clicked his tongue. Why don't you seek excitement yourself? As he spoke, Amorn reached out his right palm and grabbed the handle of the dark red wooden door. Just as he moved, his expression suddenly turned blank. He sat straight down as though he had lost the ability to think. Fooling effect. Amorn, who was standing on the spot, nodded slightly. The already foolish Amorn immediately collapsed, turning into a 12-ringed transparent worm. Bit by bit, Beyonder characteristics seeped out and returned to Amorn's body. He relied on the loopholes to avoid the negative effects of his avatar on his true body. When all the Beyonder characteristics returned, Amorn released a ball of flames that he had stolen and burned the worm of Time's corpse. After slowly doing this, he raised his head and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. On the crystal monocle, countless symbols, patterns, and labels appeared. They quickly swam, intertwined, reorganized, or changed, as though he was calculating something. This was the combination of a cryptologist's decryption ability and the key of Star's locator authority. Amorn's 2 attempts were mainly to gather information and grasp the rules in preparation for cracking the secrets of the Fool's divine kingdom. Soon, the symbols, patterns, and labels formed a scene on the monocle behind a dark red wooden door. Klein, who had a few slippery tentacles extending out from his body, sat on a high-back chair, calmly watching the entrance. The corners of Amorn's mouth curled up. With a flash, he appeared in the room. However, everything in front of him suddenly collapsed. The Klein with the Fool's aura quickly thinned and turned into a card. On the card, Roselle Gustave wore a gorgeous headdress and colorful clothes. He carried a cane and luggage, his eyes filled with longing. The Fool card. The Fool card from the card of blasphemy. Klein knew that it was impossible to deceive a top swindler like Amorn just by relying on paper figurine substitutes, even with the fooling effect and the grafting of his true aura. Therefore, he used the Fool card, which had the corresponding aggregation ability, as a paper figurine. Although Sapphira Castle couldn't be used again, this was Klein's home turf after all. There was his junk pile, the various items he had gathered, and the newly obtained Tren Sostal brass book and the borrowed magic wishing lamp. P.S. There will be an update at 7 p.m. Chapter 1421. As Klein turned into the Fool card in front of Amorn, the entire room shrank, revealing its original appearance. It was a slightly corroded iron cigar case that had fused with the aura of Sapphira Castle. Klein's figure appeared out of thin air. As the Fool's divine kingdom collapsed and the magnificent palace reappeared, he grabbed the container that contained the Fool card and Amorn's true body and suddenly closed it. He didn't have the extravagant hopes of using such an item to seal Amorn, who wielded the authority of the door pathway. He only wanted to buy some time and find an opportunity to throw Amorn out of Sapphira Castle to regain the initiative. But at this moment, Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat, stopped moving. He took out a crystal monocle from the void with his other hand and moved it towards his right eye. Behind him, Amorn, who was wearing a pointed bonnet and a classic black robe, quickly appeared. His eyes were slightly dark and he laughed maniacally. "When did you have the illusion that I didn't use an avatar?" Before he could finish his sentence, the parasitized Klein's figure rapidly thinned, turning into a crudely cut paper figurine. Klein was cautious. He similarly didn't use his true body, relying on the paper figurine substitute that had spirit body threads grafted onto it. He knew very well that in a battle with Amorn, he would rather give up the opportunity than make a mistake. Once he made a mistake, it would be difficult to reverse the situation under the suppression of a bug. Amorn didn't seem to be an exception to the situation of his prey turning into a paper figurine. He only raised his hand and gently touched the crystal monocle. On the other end of the magnificent palace, Klein, who was wearing a top hat and trench coat, walked out of the concealment that came with the Fool. He raised his right hand heavily and took out a crystal monocle from the void with great difficulty. Bit by bit, he moved it towards his right eye. During this process, Klein's expression was filled with resistance. It was rather distorted, as though he couldn't control his hand. Amorn smiled in a half-crazy, half-uncontrollable, half-leisurely manner. "You can use a paper figurine to replace yourself, and a paper figurine can also replace you. It being parasitized is equivalent to you being parasitized. Everything is relative, and there are loopholes. There is no beyonder power that can't be cracked. It can be used in any situation. He used the connection between the paper figurine substitutes and he took the initiative to create a bug. Although Amorn appeared to be unable to control his desire to speak due to his half-crazed state, this did not affect him from fully corrupting Klein and strengthening parasitism bit by bit, allowing him to truly wear a monocle and become him. At this moment, Klein's body suddenly collapsed, voluntarily collapsing. He split into countless transparent and twisted worms, swimming in all directions. Among these worms of spirit, there were a few worms of time with 12 rings mixed in. Strictly speaking, even tiny creatures like the worms of spirit could be forcefully parasitized by Amorn's worms of time. However, when Klein was splitting, he had taken the initiative to use the authority of fooling to mix up time and fooling the few worms of time, making them split at the very end. They didn't keep up with the main group and failed to find a target for parasitism. In the next second, the scene in Sapphira Castle changed again. Klein once again used the realm of mysteries to create a new divine kingdom of the Fool. Amorn instantly found himself in a room. There was a thick, pale yellow carpet, and a crystal chandelier hung from it. There was a door on every wall that led to an unknown place. At the same time, there were oil paintings depicting various eyes hanging on the 4 walls. Without any special examination, Amorn only needed a glance to know that the 4 doors corresponded to different effects. The main purpose was to delay his actions and create enough time for subsequent preparations. The corners of Mr. Error's mouth curled up slightly as he cast his gaze to his feet. He then extended his right fist and spread his fingers. An illusory door immediately appeared on the thick, pale yellow carpet. The door quickly swam for a second before fixing itself and silently opening. However, with the opening of the illusory door, the doors around the room strangely formed a connection as they creaked and opened. Almost at the same time, in the pitch-black wilderness, in a shadowy tower that seemed to lead to the sky, Klein was holding the magic wishing lamp and removing the fooling effect of the Trensostal brass book. The wick of the magic wishing lamp lit up, spewing out a viscous, pale golden light. This light then formed a distorted and blurry figure. Klein didn't consider making a wish to the genie and transferring the number of wishes Bernadette carried to him, as well as changing the ownership of the magic wishing lamp. This was because there was only one outcome: he would die on the spot and rely on the powers of a miracle invoker to return from the fog of history. Normally speaking, this was a good way to escape, especially since Klein could revive several times. However, the situation this time was completely different from before. Once Klein died, it would be equivalent to him temporarily giving up his identity as the owner of Sapphira Castle, making this place a paradise for the Amorns, allowing them to use the Sapphira without any obstruction. Under such circumstances, Amorn could fool history, interfere with fate, and suppress Klein's revival, making him truly die. The thing that could restrain a Beyonder the most was definitely a Beyonder of the same pathway that was at a higher level than him. Therefore, Klein's current plan was to use the genie's status to make better use of the Trensostal brass book. If it wasn't for the genie's influence, the rules set by the Trensostal brass book definitely wouldn't be biased towards Klein. It would only indiscriminately restrict all existences apart from himself. As the genie's blurry golden figure took form, the Trensostal brass book quickly flipped to the second half of the book that could be written with the sound of metal clashing. Without any pause, a new text appeared on the brass page: "Theft is prohibited here." According to Klein's thoughts, the most suitable clause should be "Theft is prohibited here." This was because the former clause was of a legal nature. If anyone were to steal, it couldn't be stopped in advance. It would only be punished after the matter was over. Furthermore, the first punishment for theft was definitely light, something that the Amorns could completely bear. As for the latter clause, it directly restricted the occurrence of such acts, making it impossible for theft to occur. However, the Trensostal brass book couldn't make such a rule at the moment. It had to wait for the clauses to be sufficiently strict and for it to awaken to a certain extent before it could do so. Previously, the genie had relied on his close relationship with the Trensostal brass book to forcefully complete such a rule by relying on his high level. At that moment, he was already dispirited and unable to do such a thing. Klein could only hope to stall for as much time as possible so that the tranquil brassbook could formulate sufficiently strict rules to deal with Amorn so as to match his authority of fooling. At that moment, in the room that trapped Amorn, as the illusory door on the ground opened, the surrounding real doors shook at the same time as cracks appeared. This would bring about many unknown effects. Suddenly, the sound of a bell that seemed to come from infinity sounded. At some point in time, Amorn had transformed into an ancient mottled stone wall clock. On the wall clock, the second hand formed by the worm of time suddenly paused. Gong! As the bell reverberated, everything in the room fell into a strange state, including the 4 doors. The only exception was Amorn. He had transformed back into he who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. With a smile, he calmly raised his left hand and clenched his 5 fingers. In the next second, the strange stillness was broken. The 4 real doors that were about to open closed with a bang, not leaving a single gap. Amorn's figure descended and burrowed into the illusory door on the ground that wasn't closed. Just as he left the room using this method, he discovered that he had arrived in a pitch-black wilderness. In the distance, there was a shadowy tower that seemed to pierce into the sky. Inside the tower, the tranquil brassbook in front of Klein had already formed a second rule: fraud is prohibited here. Although Amorn couldn't see this scene, he seemed to sense something. After all, a high-ranking person who took pleasure in deceiving the rules would undoubtedly be able to sense the changes in the rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accurately find a loophole. He immediately raised his hand and adjusted the monocle clipped to his right eye socket. On the surface of the crystal monocle, a pure white brilliance spewed out, illuminating the entire wilderness, making it impossible for any secrets to exist. This was the eternal day that he had previously given to Klein and then retrieved from Klein's main body. In such an environment, the shadowy tower melted inch by inch. Klein floated in midair, holding the magic wishing lamp in one hand and the staff of the stars in the other. In front of him was the open tranquil brassbook. Amorn took the opportunity to stretch out his right hand that had previously been holding the monocle, and from a distance, he grabbed Klein's projection in his palm. Behind him, the shadow that was dragged out by the eternal day environment became fainter and fainter as it distorted as though it had a life of its own. Silently, Amorn began to steal the various beyonder powers of Klein. He didn't deliberately seek the authority of fooling, but chose to do it randomly. This could effectively increase the success rate. However, after a flash of light, what fell into his palm was only a simple paper figurine. Graft. Pa. The shadow behind Amorn was lashed by an invisible whip, but his body was unharmed. He created an error and replaced himself with a shadow. Right on the heels of that, Amorn laughed as his voice echoed in Klein's ears. Genie, I can also promise to send you back to the cosmos. Look, I wasn't punished. This means that I'm not cheating. Chapter 14:22. Upon hearing Amorn's words, Klein's heart sank. Before this, he wasn't worried that Amorn would instigate the genie to betray him. This was because he was a top swindler. No promise he made could be trusted, and the genie had encountered the former Lord of the Mysteries. He was a victim of such matters, so he would definitely treat Mr. Error with the most defensive attitude. This was the result of a lack of credibility. Sometimes, lying, cheating, and acting shamelessly could indeed increase short-term gains, but in the long run, being honest and trustworthy would yield more. But now, the tranquil brassbook had just set the rule that fraud is prohibited here. And Amorn hadn't been punished after making the promise. At the same time, Klein and the genie didn't discover any loopholes that the other party had used in this matter. This strongly proved that Amorn's words were true and effective. It came from the bottom of his heart and wasn't a fraud. The genie could even rely on his level and characteristics to distort this sentence to a certain extent, turning I can promise into I promise, preventing Amorn from going back on his word. Once he did, he would suffer damage from the rules of the Great Old Ones. This made Klein wonder if the rule of fraud is prohibited here was secretly made by Amorn through the tranquil brassbook, or if the genie had done it on purpose, making all existences that could become the Lord of the Mysteries promise to send him back to the cosmos. To the genie, such a deal was guaranteed to be profitable because Klein owed him a promise. If it were any other scene, Klein would still have time to communicate with the genie and rebuild trust. But at that moment, Amorn's threat was right in front of him. He wouldn't have the chance to resolve this problem. If he chose to continue believing in the genie, it would be equivalent to Klein placing his life in the hands of this outer deity, allowing him to be at his mercy. In the following battle, the genie just needed to use the tranquil brassbook to set some rules that seemed fine but were actually biased towards Amorn. Klein, who was already at a huge disadvantage, would quickly be defeated, unable to reverse the situation. As his thoughts raced, Klein made a choice in this gamble. A translucent, dark-colored cloak instantly appeared around him, and a strange, distorted mask covered his face. The fool. Invisible ripples spread out from his body, instantly enveloping the genie, the tranquil brassbook, the entire wilderness, and Amorn. The authority of blind stupidity. The monocle on Amorn's true body temporarily lost its luster, as though he had lost him. It was as though he had him lose. The speed at which the Transoist brassbook wrote the new rules had clearly slowed down, as though it needed 15 minutes or even a few hours to think of what rules to set next. The blurry and distorted golden figure of the genie swayed and suddenly retreated back into the kettle-like golden magic lamp. It was unknown if it was escaping from something or if it was purely an instinctive reaction. God Klein took Klein to leer as while as about himself and about is. About, just, had Klein setting he even though his intelligence had temporarily dropped, Amorn seemed to remember to stop Klein from leaving Sapphira Castle. His eyes quickly regained their clarity, but his eyes were still a little black. His mouth widened bit by bit as he couldn't help but laugh. I've written this matter into my instincts. This is a good way to resist the effects of blind stupidity. Clearly, he had deceived the rules and himself, making his instincts believe that it was what he wanted to do. Klein wasn't depressed as he immediately completed the grafting that he had long prepared. In the starry sky, a huge star that emitted light and heat suddenly dimmed a little. In the wilderness under the effect of eternal daytime, an orange-red sun with a destructive aura and a heavy feeling descended from the sky. The entire wilderness collapsed and curled up, as though it was about to head straight for the star. At the same time, everything in the area was ignited, including Amorn. In the next second, the surrounding void began to contract around the real sun. Everything either collapsed or vaporized, leaving only the magic wishing lamp and the tranquil brassbook struggling to hold on in the flames without being damaged. Klein, who was floating in midair, had long disappeared. He had grafted himself with the star. Of course, he had only grafted the concept of a star, not a physical body. Otherwise, with the fool's defense that was significantly lower than most sequence zeros, with his relatively weak body, he would have been directly devoured by the real star and died on the spot. The fool was a very extreme deity. He had the ability to destroy a star, but he couldn't face it directly. The advantages and disadvantages were equally obvious. In addition, normally speaking, concepts were unable to directly affect the surrounding environment or harm enemies. It wasn't as if writing words like massive mass, gravitational force, high temperature, high heat, and fusion could create a similar effect. However, as Mr. Fool, Klein wielded the authority of fooling. He made the surrounding environment follow the concept of the star and produce a corresponding change. This was both an intense change and a form of fooling. Under the close illumination of the star, Amorn's pointy hat and classic black robe was completely ignited and began to vaporize. At this moment, his figure distorted and was instantly dyed with resplendent starlight. He became extremely illusory, as though he had transformed into an astral door. At this moment, Amorn no longer looked like a corporeal creature. He was closer to an amalgamation of symbols like wandering, astral passageway, key, and door. This was the ability of a planeswalker to use the astral world to travel to different planets and worlds. They could transform themselves into a symbol and effectively use the astral world. At the sequence 0 stage of door, a similar ability would undergo a qualitative change to conceptualization. Amorn had turned himself into a concept creature to avoid the damage brought by the star. Behind him, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Klein in his trench coat and top hat. Almost at the same time, Amorn's thoughts slowed down a little. His spirit body threads had been grabbed by Klein. Klein used the chaos brought about by the star to remove the combination of himself and the related concepts. He secretly grafted their locations and arrived behind Amorn. Originally, without the reorganization of the concept, the effects of the star on the surrounding environment would immediately stop. However, Klein had fooled time, causing the effects from the first 2 seconds to last until now, thereby fooling Amorn. If it was possible, what Klein wished to do the most was to deepen his control over Amorn's spirit body threads and turn him into his marionette. However, he knew very well that under the present circumstances, the chances of success were extremely low. On the one hand, Amorn could withstand the damage and steal the spirit body threads back. On the other hand, he might be able to use the connection established through the spirit body threads to create a bug that would affect Klein and parasitize him. Without absolute confidence, Klein didn't wish for his actions to appear rash. The main goal of grabbing Amorn's spirit body threads was to make him sluggish. This was the manifestation of the fooling authority at the marionette stage. And in Klein's present state, he was naturally more willing to choose such a low-level but effective method. This placed a lesser burden on him, and it wouldn't seriously affect his mental stability like directly using the fooling authority. At this moment, other than Amorn, his enemy was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body. Of course, it was the same for Amorn. If he didn't suppress his madness, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth would have already revived in his body. After causing Amorn's thoughts to temporarily slow down, Klein had 3 choices. First, he could take this opportunity to leave Sapphira Castle, but he wasn't sure if Amorn's instincts were still working and preventing him from escaping. Second, he could summon the projection from the historical void, but this wasn't of much use. Existences at the level of an angel could play a very small role in this battle of gods. They might not even be able to block Amorn's gaze, much less their historical projections. Even if Klein wanted to use this opportunity to send a message, it lacked sufficient value. This was because other deities couldn't enter Sapphira Castle and couldn't provide any help. Third, he could take this opportunity to exert a certain amount of influence on Amorn's true body. Without any hesitation, Klein chose the third plan. He wanted to take the opportunity to graft Amorn and Sapphira Castle with the door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. This was because Klein felt that Amorn's half-crazy state wasn't bad enough. It was just that he appeared more talkative and couldn't grasp the timing at times. He wanted to make him crazier. When Amorn and Sapphira Castle completed the recombination, the celestial worthy's will in his body would clearly strengthen, and his mental chaos would significantly intensify. In that case, Amorn would lack sufficient rationality to restrain himself. His actions would be more instinctive and not the result of thought. To a Mr. Error who was good at deceit, this would be a fatal effect. Of course, Klein would only maintain this graft for a second. If he exceeded this limit, he might not be facing Amorn, but the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When that happened, the other party would definitely accept the gift of Sapphira Castle. With the Sapphira, 2 uniquenesses, and the corresponding sequence 1 beyond a characteristic, he would beat up the sequence 0 fool of a single pathway. Originally, Klein could rely on fooling the authority to achieve the effect of lowering Amorn's intelligence, but firstly, he couldn't use such power for long periods of time in his current state. Secondly, as a true god of 2 pathways and the wielder of many authorities, the effect of blind stupidity could only be maintained on him for a limited amount of time. Therefore, Klein had no choice but to take the risk of using such a graft. As for the crazy president, he would accompany Amorn until he found a new balance or met the best psychiatrist. In the blink of an eye, the translucent cold mask appeared on Klein's face again. The strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors also appeared on Amorn's body. Sapphira Castle. PS1. Thank you for tipping the Silver Alliance with cheese bacon seafood pasta. I'm hungry after typing this name. PS2. Today, there will be a double update. There will be an update at 7 p.m. Just treat it as an additional update for April's monthly tickets. Although I might not be able to get it, I'll pay in advance first. This way, you'll owe me monthly tickets. There's no rush to do it now. Double it on the 28th. If you don't get it in the end, return it to me in the next book. Chapter 1423. Amorn and the strange door of light were grafted together. His face contorted in an unconcealable manner as the darkness in his eyes intensified. At the same time, more slippery tentacles appeared under his classic black robe as his madness overflowed. Just as Klein was about to sever the connection between Amorn and Sapphira Castle and allow him to maintain his madness, the corners of Amorn's mouth curled up. It was as if he was saying, "Congratulations, you've stepped into a trap." His face was immediately covered with a translucent mask that was similar to the fool's uniqueness, but it was even more illusory. Klein's mind tensed up. Without thinking, he immediately used the fooling authority again without any regard for the consequences. However, before he could react, his thoughts slowed down. He was in a state of stupor, at a loss for what to do. Fooling. Amorn had actually used the temporary recombination of himself and Sapphira Castle to escape Klein's interference and activate the power of the fool's domain. Such actions completely exceeded his instincts, and it was more like a meticulously designed trap. Amorn didn't seem to be crazy enough. This true god of the error and door pathways immediately removed the grafting of himself with Sapphira Castle, allowing the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black to quickly fade away and disappear to prevent it from being further corrupted. After dealing with this latent danger, Amorn raised his hands and his thumbs and index fingers, forming an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, completely encompassing Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Amorn's hands suddenly split apart, as though he was tearing something, making it seem a little heavy. Amidst the sound of paper tearing, the area where Klein's body was seemed to turn into glass. Under the intense blow, countless cracks appeared as it shattered inch by inch. This was a form of spatial degradation and destruction. Klein's body was unable to withstand it. All he could do was follow the collapse and shatter of the surrounding void, turning into paper scraps that filled the sky again and again. These paper scraps were always instantly devoured by the darkness. By the time the collapse of space stopped, Klein's paper figurines were basically used up. Of course, he had also relied on his status and characteristics as the fool to forcefully escape the effects of blind stupidity. At this time, Amorn had already split into countless figures. Some of them were pure clones, some were symbolic replicas, and some were after-images left behind by constantly flashing and making movements. At this moment, the sky above Klein and the surrounding wilderness were occupied by the Amorns. They were densely packed with pointy hats and monocles, blocking every loophole. Some of these Amorns transformed into mottled, ancient, greenish-black wall clocks. Some turned into pure starlight, as though they were trying to create a cage. Some extended their palms and did different levels of theft. Some of them had a monocle that glowed as they used a variety of items that they had previously stolen. Some simulated all kinds of abilities, such as restrictions, interference, or attacks. In the Marauder pathway, theft was a core skill, one of the main symbols. It was different from the control of a seer's spirit body threads in that with the advancement of a sequence, not only would its effects and efficiency increase, but it would also obtain a deeper understanding of the concept. From sequence 9 to sequence 7, theft involved items. At sequence 6, theft involved beyonder powers. After advancing to sequence 5, theft involved thoughts and ideas. At sequence 4 and sequence 3, theft involved life, including parasitic theft at the physical level. And at sequence 2, the range of theft could be expanded to include fate, identity, self-awareness, and beyonder characteristics. As for sequence 1, even time, anchors, and authority could be stolen for a short period of time. Therefore, when error faced a true deity, it would similarly use theft that had risen to the level of authority. Amidst the clanging sound, the ancient wall clocks paused at the same time. This caused the surrounding environment to freeze, making the wilderness that had been shattered by the starstrike become extremely silent. Even the destruction was frozen. At that instant, Klein seemed to lose his body. All that was left was a translucent dark-colored cloak and a strange, ice-cold mask. Under the cloak and mask, the darkness was thick. Nothing could be seen except for slippery and sinister tentacles that extended out. In such a state, Klein seemed to escape the limitations of time. In the frozen environment, He swam like a fish, passing through all kinds of real or conceptual gaps to escape the Amorn's encirclement. He had once again used the authority of fooling. This time, he fooled time. The ancient wall clocks disappeared one after another, and time resumed its flow in the almost completely collapsed wilderness. The Amorns stopped their attempts and suddenly gathered as one. They blinked behind Klein, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. He reached out his left palm, and as his arm retracted, he clenched his 5 fingers. The space around Klein was suddenly shrouded in shadows, turning into layers of thin gauze. These gauze distorted and reassembled, as though it had formed a sufficiently strong cage that trapped Klein inside. Above the cage, an illusory door appeared and quickly swam around, refusing to stay fixed. However, Klein's figure suddenly appeared outside the cage, as though he had never been sealed by Amorn's authority of door. He had fooled history, separating himself from the previous second and the next second. Thus, the one imprisoned in the cage became his historical projection. This was a deepening of the scholar of yours powers under the authority of fooling. As he relied on fooling history as an advancement ritual, Klein, as the fool, was stronger in such domains than fooling time and fooling fate. As soon as he escaped the spatial cage, Klein immediately wanted to use the realm of mysteries again to create a new divine kingdom of the fool to stall for time and find an opportunity to stabilize his mental state. He had used the authority of fooling multiple times, and the fragile balance in his body was on the verge of collapse. If he didn't stabilize his mental state as soon as possible, the will of the celestial worthy would awaken further. This was also a serious problem. At that moment, a huge crystal monocle appeared in front of him. Layers of sparkling light surged out from the monocle, instantly drowning him. Klein's mental state suddenly stabilized, but the price was that he had lost all his emotions and desires. He didn't even want to resist. All he wanted was to stand there quietly and wait for the destruction to come. This was like a normal person being injected with a large dose of sedative. At the same time, an illusory book appeared in the layers of light. The book opened and revealed a paragraph of words. Klein Moretti has been suffering the torment of the mental corruption of the Lord of the Mysteries. He has always been in pain and exhausted. After experiencing an intense battle, he has finally reached his limit due to the influence on his mind. He has decided to give up and stop resisting. Behind the huge crystal monocle, Amorn, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, was quickly outlined like a mountain. He looked at Klein, who had given up resisting. His dark eyes turned lighter as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I stole it. How does it feel?" Klein looked up at Mr. Error, and after some effort, he opened his mouth and said weakly, "I'm sorry." He said weakly, "You've been cheating from the beginning?" Amorn raised his hands and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, you realized it too late." He put his thumb against his thumb, and his forefinger against his forefinger, drawing an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, illuminating Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Amorn's hands separated heavily, tearing apart the void that Klein and the surrounding environment relied on for survival. The void was like glass, cracking piece by piece and shattering inch by inch. The tall buildings collapsed as if they were being destroyed. However, all the collapse and destruction circled around Klein's body and didn't directly affect him. He was like a small fishing boat that was sailing stably in a storm. He appeared abrupt and incongruous, as though he didn't belong here. Amorn raised his hand to adjust the monocle on his right eye socket, and the smile on his face faded a little. The translucent cloak on Klein's body constantly produced dense protrusions before calming down and disappearing. He looked at the mountain like Amorn, and his eyes seemed to darken. "From the moment you entered Sapphira Castle and said the first word, you began cheating." Back then, Amorn said that he had taken the risk of releasing the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in exchange for the identity of Sapphira Castle's owner. At that moment, Amorn didn't seize the opportunity to continue attacking Klein. He floated in midair and looked down at Mr. Fool. Klein similarly didn't make any other attempts. His tone was strangely calm, as though he was preparing something. "If you release the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will and enter Sapphira Castle at the price of being half crazy, Antigonus could have done it back then. The annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria could have done it earlier. You and Mr. Dorr also had countless opportunities. Clearly, there's no way to invade Sapphira Castle by simply awakening the Lord of the Mysteries to a certain extent and combining half-crazy with error. You won't be able to find a bug that can be used in this matter, unless you directly let him replace you. Only when you have the authority of Dorr that allows you to enter any place will you see hope. By creating a backdoor and using a bug, Sapphira Castle will treat you as the Lord of the Mysteries and give you authority. Of course, this definitely requires the Lord of the Mysteries to awaken to a rather dangerous level. Without this hidden identity, you won't be able to deceive Sapphira Castle. After accommodating the door's uniqueness, you didn't immediately infiltrate Sapphira Castle to deal with the weaker me back then. That's because you, who had just advanced, were completely unable to withstand the further awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will. I believe you should have found a relatively safer solution. If I hadn't advanced to the Fool so quickly, you would have been able to enter Sapphira Castle in your best condition and resolve everything. And now, you have no choice but to bring forward this plan. There must be some very serious problems with you. You took the initiative to throw out the price of being half-crazy. On one hand, you were luring me to think of countermeasures on this point and bury a fatal trap at a critical point. On the other hand, you were also diverting my attention and using this to cover up other problems. You're not half-crazy at all. Amorn quietly listened to Klein. Unusually, he didn't interrupt midway or attempt to attack. He waited for Klein to finish before he spoke with a slightly odd expression. You're crazy. P.S. Tomorrow, the first chapter will be updated at midnight. Chapter 1424. Upon hearing Amorn say, "You're crazy," Klein raised his head slightly and laughed. "I just followed your arrangements and gave up. However, it's more thorough than you imagine." As he spoke, an illusory mark appeared on his forehead, which was covered by a cold and strange mask. It was a strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. And Klein's body was also shrouded in something similar. Under the translucent, dark-colored cloak on his body, more and more slippery and evil tentacles leaped out. They were densely packed and extended, occupying the nearby sky. As his dark eyes flickered, Klein looked at Amorn and smiled. "To me, instead of you becoming the Lord of the Mysteries, it's better to revive the past one." After stabilizing his mental state and understanding the crux of Amorn's surprise attack, Klein had the mentality of giving up to remove the suppression on the Lord of the Mysteries' will, allowing him to further revive. It was precisely because of this that he was able to control Sapphira Castle at the critical moment and borrow the power of error to avoid the spatial collapse created by Amorn. Without waiting for Amorn's response, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up into a smile. "You were able to immediately recover after being corrupted by Sapphira Castle and showing signs of madness. You can use Sapphira Castle in reverse to create the effect of blind stupidity. The reason why you weren't in a half-crazy state after releasing the suppression on the Lord of the Mysteries' will in your body is because there's an external force helping you. You should have a very critical avatar, or even a main body like Palez who has lowered his level. It's sleeping at Adam's place, and as a visionary, he is personally maintaining your mental state. As long as the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will doesn't exceed the limits of what Adam can withstand, you won't go crazy without losing control. Therefore, your most serious latent danger is that you have to constantly maintain a normal connection with that body. Once it's disturbed, your condition will be problematic. And this connection is actually very weak under the separation of Sapphira Castle. You deliberately showed a half-crazy state. Apart from luring me to find an opportunity in this direction and step into the trap you set up, you were also hiding this point, preventing me from fighting based on that connection. Of course, apart from this, there are still many problems. After all, you are not truly prepared. If I had discovered this in advance, even if I were only a king of angels who had grasped the uniqueness, I would still have a way to defeat you." Amorn listened quietly and raised his hand to adjust the crystal monocle in his right eye socket. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he let out a sigh with a smile. Seeing this, Klein smiled and shook his head. "You are indeed powerful, cunning, and terrifying. You truly deserve the title of God of Deception. If I hadn't considered what I should do when I was cornered by you and had no other options, I would have hesitated just now. If I had hesitated for a moment, I would have been dead right now. That way, Amorn would be able to completely control Sapphira Castle and prevent Klein from returning from the fog of history, preventing him from reviving. Amorn stared at the increasing number of evil tentacles extending out from under Klein's dark cloak. He slowly drew a breath and smiled. The Lord of the Mysteries in your body is about to truly awaken. The smile on Klein's face had already become somewhat neurotic. You can also compete in this aspect. Our next battle is very simple. It's a competition to see who awakens more of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in their bodies. It's a competition to see who has deeper control over Sapphira Castle. 50%, 70%, 90%, all the way to 100%. Then, with a bang, we will explode and he will return. What do you think? Do you want to make a bet? Let's see who can last longer. It's very exciting and interesting. It suits your preferences very well. It's just like the roulette that's popular in FASAC. 2 people each have a revolver and a bullet in it. They take turns to pull the trigger at their sun acupoint. Whoever gives up first is equivalent to letting the other party win. And if no one gives up and persists to the end, there will be no winner. He is. Amorn's eyebrows twitched. He smiled but didn't say anything. Klein looked at him and said with a beaming smile, although you've always been known for pursuing excitement and daring to take risks, you've achieved your goals most of the time. Not only have you not lost anything, but you've also gained a lot. In a small part of the time, you've only lost some avatars and some items. You've never truly suffered serious injuries or fallen into a desperate situation. Almost every action you take is the product of meticulous planning. Even if you fail, you always have a way out. Does this mean that you value your life more than I imagined? You do like excitement and seek pleasure, but you're willing to pay any price for them. That's just an image you put up. How could the real god of deceit use his own life as a wager? Of course, this is just my personal guess. It might be wrong. Anyway, do you want to take a gamble? Amorn stroked his crystal monocle and clicked his tongue just like Medici. You are really crazy. Klein replied with a smile, in the eyes of others, this is indeed crazy. But to me, it's just a choice. Compared to you, I'm more willing to believe in the past Lord of the Mysteries. He is a true great old one. He looks down on the universe and views most living beings as worms. This will instead make him distance himself from reality. Besides, I should still have time to get the genie to bear witness. I should get the Lord of the Mysteries to promise me something that's very simple and worthless to him. Upon saying that, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up exaggeratedly. I won't lose too much. I'll only lose myself. There are always some things that are more important than others. Amorn maintained his smile but didn't say a word. Klein then surveyed the area and found the magic wishing lamp and the tranquil brass book among the wilderness fragments floating in the void. He immediately laughed out loud. Look, I didn't suffer any punishment. This means that I wasn't lying. Everything I said was the truth. In fact, the rules set by the tranquil brass book had long lost their effectiveness when the star descended and the divine kingdom shattered. Later on, Amorn even dared to attempt to steal it from multiple people. However, Klein's main goal wasn't to prove anything, but to show his determination, or rather, madness. Of course, what he said was the truth. He was indeed willing to put them into practice. Otherwise, there was no way he could hide it from Amorn, preventing him from exerting sufficient pressure on him. Amorn held back a smile and didn't panic at all. That sounds interesting. Is that so? Then let's begin, Klein replied without any hesitation, his eyes turning darker. Amorn's smile froze slightly as he suddenly clasped his palms together. Under his classic black robe, slippery and evil tentacles also popped out one after another. His aura changed to a certain extent as his body seemed to be covered in a dark cloak. At that moment, Amorn became more like the Lord of the Mysteries. However, he wasn't competing with Klein in terms of the degree of awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body. Instead, he was disguising himself to deceive Sapphira Castle and create the corresponding bug to create an opportunity to escape. For the error authority to take effect at the same level, there were often different prerequisites. Firstly, the medium and the target had sufficient similarities. Secondly, there was a certain connection between the two. Thirdly, certain matters and objects had logical contradictions. Fourthly, some of the rules were indeed imperfect. Fifthly, it didn't directly affect the target, and instead created an environment filled with error in the form of creating a divine kingdom. In this regard, there were fewer restrictions on fooling, but once the conditions were met, error was even more difficult to prevent. Amorn was now taking the initiative to disguise himself to satisfy the first condition. This was just like a virus invasion. First, he had to make the other party think that he was one of them and use this to avoid detection. Then, he could paralyze the defense mechanism and achieve the corresponding goal. When a fruit looked like a strawberry, smelled like a strawberry, and tasted like a strawberry, it would basically be considered a strawberry. But in fact, it was very likely that there were exceptions. At that moment, Amorn's appearance was like the Lord of the Mysteries, his aura was like the Lord of the Mysteries, his abilities were like the Lord of the Mysteries, and his mental imprint was like the Lord of the Mysteries. Combined with the error authority, it would naturally make Sapphira Castle mistake him as the Lord of the Mysteries for an instant. Suddenly, Klein's damaged divine kingdom of the Fool completely collapsed. The magnificent ancient palace and the long mottled table inside appeared. The greyish-white fog that was originally beneath Sapphira Castle rose up and enveloped the space. The greyish-white fog split into two waves and collided violently in a certain spot, producing vortexes that tore open a rift that led to reality. The power of Sapphira Castle contradicted itself at that second, as though it didn't know which Lord of the Mysteries to obey. Amorn's figure immediately vanished as he used the authority of Door to rush out of Sapphira Castle. Just as he touched the edge, his body first paused before he flew backward. In the Fool's seat, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly. The strange door of light between his eyebrows and around him became more and more obvious, as though it was corporeal. This emitted an unimaginably powerful converging force. Like an invisible hand, it forcefully pulled Amorn back. Amorn's body suddenly split apart, transforming into countless him. And in front of each Amorn, an illusory star door appeared. Silently, the star doors opened at the same time, but in the endless darkness behind the door, slippery and sinister tentacles shot out, blocking the Amorn's path of escape. At the tip of these tentacles, resplendent starlight lit up, instantly enveloping the Amorns. The Amorns couldn't help but gather together, turning into a cluster of concepts. These concepts included, but were not limited to, pointed hats, classic black robes, monocle, fate, time, key, door, bug, and Trojan horse. Klein slowly stood up and smiled at the passively conceptualized Amorn. You can also awaken the Lord of the Mysteries' will further, but this is different from death. It will definitely affect the body over at Adam's side. The conceptualized Amorn quickly gained a corporeal body again. He relied on the authority of Door to escape the previous state. With a smile on his lips, he didn't respond to Klein. He seized this opportunity to use the error authority to substitute the fake for the real, using an avatar that he had prepared in the outside world to replace him and swap positions. This was similar to the position swap of the main body and marionette in the seer domain. However, this was at a higher level, and the principles were different. It wouldn't be affected by most situations. However, Amorn still failed. He realized that his error authority had been forcefully suppressed. As Klein slowly stood up, more slippery and sinister tentacles appeared around him. The smile on his face became increasingly exaggerated. Right on the heels of that, Amorn's eyes glazed over. His smile froze, and the crystal monocle lost its luster. At the same time, the cold and strange mask on Klein's face squirmed. The effect of blind stupidity. In the next second, he grafted himself with a particular concept in the cosmos, and used the authority of fooling to affect the corresponding environment. The slippery tentacles around him bent like revolvers as they aimed at Amorn. In Amorn's still-dazed eyes, a supernova erupted. An unimaginable and abnormally blazing sea of light surged out, shattering his monocle and drowning his body. P.S. Updated in advance on Monday. Requesting recommendation votes. Chapter 1425. Behind the endless shadow curtain, in the darkness that shimmered with aqueous light. A young man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face suddenly sat up as though he had experienced a nightmare. Dressed in a classic black robe, he extended his right hand in an attempt to take out a crystal monocle from the void and wear it on his right eye. But this time, he didn't obtain anything. His right hand paused in midair for 2 seconds before he retracted it and pinched his right eye socket. At that moment, a gentle, calm, and emotionless voice sounded in his ears. To him, there are things more important than life. To you, apart from yourself, there's almost nothing worth paying too much attention to. When things develop to the point where you have to gamble with your life, it means that you have lost. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up as though he wanted to smile and respond, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The voice continued, as a natural mythical creature, your lack of a normal anchor is also a problem. This makes it difficult for you to understand, although you know what courage and sacrifice are. Amon's expression changed as he stood up from the darkness that shimmered with aqueous light. He looked at the human-skinned glove that had been thrown to the side but seemed very satisfied. He retracted his gaze and curled up the corners of his mouth. This seems very interesting. Next, I plan on leaving this place and infiltrating the cosmos. It's much more exciting than reality. Perhaps I can understand the 2 words you just said. That's very dangerous. Once you enter the cosmos, I won't be able to provide any help before I succeed. However, at the very least, you can avoid him, the gentle, calm, and emotionless voice replied. Amon didn't say another word. He raised his right eye socket and disappeared into the endless shadow curtain. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. As Amon was completely pulverized by the power of the supernova burst, Klein couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If he had a choice, he naturally didn't wish to sacrifice himself to revive the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. He wished to personally protect this world and find the meaning of life again. Of course, if he had no choice, he wouldn't hesitate to awaken the celestial worthy. He was certain that he could do this. Amon knew this as well, so he didn't force him. He only attempted to escape. At the end of the battle, it was a battle of courage. Whoever wasn't afraid of dying would have the absolute advantage. Clearly, Amon had no intention of sacrificing himself for this matter. After heaving a sigh of relief, Klein's face under the cold and strange mask suddenly twisted. Under the translucent, dark-colored cloak, the slippery, evil tentacles that extended out were either slapping the ground or rising high, completely out of his control. He could sense that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings within his body was awakening at an accelerated rate. Furthermore, it seemed to be unstoppable. Even if Klein died with this will and then relied on the powers of a miracle invoker to revive, he wouldn't be able to escape. This was because the Lord of the Mysteries also wielded the authority of miracles. At that moment, Klein recalled what Dark Angel Sasria, the ancient sun god, had said: "The primordial has awakened in my body." In the next second, at the spot where Amon's body had been pulverized, beams of light were pulled towards Klein by an invisible gravitational force. Some of them were 12-ringed worms of time, some were insects forged from resplendent starlight, and some were pure points of light. Klein wanted to stop these Beyonder characteristics from fusing with him, but he failed due to the increasingly powerful will of the celestial worthy in his body. His body swelled up like a balloon before suddenly thinning into a paper figurine. This repeated without end. The mask on his face became increasingly bright and strange. The slippery and evil tentacles that extended out from under his cloak increased in number as they became more and more uncontrollable. A worm of time beyond a characteristic, a key of stars beyond a characteristic, Klein's psyche felt like it was being devoured by an invisible monster, producing a rather intense pain. In the end, a pair of eyeballs that seemed to be formed from pure starlight, containing layers of illusory doors, and a crystal monocle reformed. They rushed towards Klein's face, heading for the eye sockets of the mask. Almost at the same time, the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black appeared on Klein's body. Sapphira Castle. At that instant, Klein, Sapphira Castle, the door's uniqueness, and Era's uniqueness had an extremely strong inclination to converge. Once they fused into one, the Lord of the Mysteries would completely awaken and complete his resurrection. Klein suddenly covered half his face with his right hand. His entire body bent down as though he was fighting against another version of himself. With the cognitive positioning and image interference brought about by the believer's anchor, Klein finally delayed the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will, weakening the power of convergence a little. The pair of starlight eyes and the crystal monocle stopped in front of Klein's face. They floated a few centimeters away, like planets orbiting the sun. This extreme imbalance made Klein believe that he couldn't maintain it for too long. Perhaps in a few minutes, or even a few dozen seconds, the convergence would continue uncontrollably, bringing about changes that he couldn't bear. Haha, this can also be considered a type of fusion. Klein laughed in an unstable manner. Then, he fooled the Tren-Sostal brass book, allowing it to enter a sealed state and fly into the junk pile. Right on the heels of that, Klein left Sapphira Castle and arrived at the astral world formed from symbols and authorities. This place looked similar to the cosmos. It was dark, deep, and vast, but in fact, there were many unique aspects. For example, one could clearly see a sun-like star hanging in the distance, emitting normal light and heat. However, if one tried to approach it without suffering any damage, they would discover that the astral world was like a black curtain. The sun was directly drawn with oil paint, and there were a bunch of concepts and symbols gathered around it. Furthermore, the sun wasn't drawn very well. It was like a child who didn't have any artistic skills had randomly drawn it. It was both comical and terrifying. On another level, this might be a manifestation of the chaos and madness of the underlying rules. As soon as Klein entered, he immediately felt invisible gazes. Some of them came from the area protected by the world's barrier, while others came from a wider area. They clearly had malicious intent. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up uncontrollably. He suddenly turned his head and looked outside the world's barrier. He raised his slippery and sinister tentacles. The pair of eyes cast by starlight and the crystal monocle also moved along with it. Suddenly, all the gazes from the cosmos retreated, leaving only a hand-drawn crimson moon hanging there, flashing with light. Ha ha! Klein laughed as he arrived outside a dark kingdom filled with night vanilla and slumber flowers. At the same time, the Evernight goddess appeared at the edge of the divine kingdom in a layered dress dotted with stardust. Her face was covered with a thin translucent black veil. She didn't enlarge herself. She glanced at Klein at eye level and raised her right hand, revealing a golden bird-shaped accessory. On the head of the golden bird-shaped accessory, in its bronze-like eyes, layers of illusory doors appeared, allowing a colorless drop of water with a strong aura of eternal silence to fly out and land on Klein's cold and strange mask. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings passively entered a state of eternal slumber. It was the same for most of Klein's consciousness, leaving behind only a tiny bit of lucidity. Under such a situation, he retracted the mask and transformed the cloak into a black trench coat. Then, he made the crystal monocle turn into a pair of black gloves, and the pair of eyes forged from starlight turned into a cane embedded with stardust. This was only a change in appearance. In essence, there was no change. Once these two items left Klein, they would return to their original forms. Of course, if Klein stabilized and accommodated them, he could modify the corresponding concepts and symbols over and over again, allowing them to permanently change their forms. This can't be maintained for too long. It's just delaying matters for a period of time. The Evernight goddess gently reminded him. If you repeatedly use the river water of the river of eternal darkness, the Lord of the Mysteries will awaken even faster. This is because he will undergo an unknown change and adjust his state. Similarly, the uniqueness from Sapphira Castle and my blessings will gradually be erased. You will also enter an eternal slumber. Klein didn't seem to be discussing his own matters as he smiled and nodded. Got it. The Evernight goddess said in a tone that seemed to soothe Klein's mind. On this matter, the methods and actions that Amorn has taken have exceeded my expectations. He is indeed the true god of deceit. It's not like you don't have a chance next. You can first try to completely control Sapphira Castle and pull the will of the Lord of the Mysteries into eternal slumber. In your dream, you can resist and fuse with him. I can give you a certain amount of blessings, but the key is still you. There's no ritual to become a great Sunday. No ritual can change the awakening of the primordial will, but the ancient sun god believes that the sequence of accommodations can increase one's self-awareness to a certain extent and increase the success rate of matters. First become a sequence 0 of a pathway, then control and fuse with the Sapphira, and finally accommodate the other uniquenesses. This is the optimal sequence. Becoming a dual pathway true God, controlling and fusing with the Sapphira, and then accommodating the remaining uniquenesses is not a good or bad sequence. Only fusing with the Sapphira at the final step is the worst choice. Klein smiled and said, "This is a good idea. As long as he wakes up, a Lord of the Mysteries will be born. This might be him, or it might be me. Yes, after completely controlling Sapphira Castle and entering eternal slumber, I should be able to make a certain weakness appear in the Western Continent's seal, a weakness that can be entered and exited." The Evernite goddess didn't say a word when she heard Klein's words. Klein continued smiling. "This is my choice. I've long expected that there would be such a day when I would finally face him. P.S. Update first, then change later. Today's 2 updates have been sent. The first update on Tuesday will likely be brought forward to midnight. Please recommend me on Monday tilde." Chapter 1426. The Evernite goddess nodded and didn't say anything else. She reached out her palm and gently tugged at a corner of the void. A thin layer of night curtain gently drifted down, blanketing Klein's body as it silently seeped in. Klein quietly felt the blessing that stemmed from the dream for 2 seconds. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. He then took 2 steps back and left the astral world. The Evernite goddess stood at the edge of the divine kingdom and watched him leave. In the next second, Klein landed in the projection of the giant king's court in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Then, just like Amorn, he walked to the edge of the grayish-blue door and raised his hand to create a ghostly blue illusory door. Through this door, Klein entered the forsaken land of the gods. Following the guidance of fate, he wandered to the peak of a mountain range. There was a huge cross erected there, and the cross was shrouded in an indistinct shadow. Klein stared at the shadow for a few seconds and sighed slightly. He bent down to pick up an ancient silver mirror that was placed near the huge cross. Then, he turned around and disappeared from the forsaken land of the gods. At the same time, the Worms of Spirit, who didn't need to guard Sapphira Castle, informed him of Queen Mystic's current location. Klein raised his hand and took out the magic wishing lamp from the junk pile. Relying on the ownership relationship between it and Bernadette, he wandered again and appeared on a rather hidden island in Emerald City. Bernadette was flipping through a newly published painting collection of Intis. Just as she sensed something, she saw German Sparrow hand the magic wishing lamp to her. "Thank you." Klein's voice was neither loud nor soft, and he spoke very normally. Bernadette parted her lips as though she wanted to say something. But at that moment, her eyes flashed as though she had seen something or predicted something. Hence, she silently reached out to grab the magic wishing lamp. Klein then took out an iron cigar case with traces of corrosion on its surface. "This is your reward." Even without using the eyes of mystery prying, Bernadette could sense that the iron cigar case was extraordinary. She could roughly guess what kind of corrosion it had suffered. But it was not because of this reason that she chose to accept, but because she suddenly felt that there was no reason to refuse. She only hesitated for a moment before calmly taking the iron cigar case. If he was still in his crazed state from before, Klein would definitely have said with an exaggerated smile while Bernadette hesitated, "Uncle is giving it to you. Just take it." But now, he was only left with that last bit of consciousness. He had to work very hard to keep himself from falling asleep. He didn't have the urge to act like a clown. After leaving Bernadette's Emerald City, Klein made good use of his time and wandered to Beekland. He wandered to Dr. Alan Cerise's home. Will Septin, who was sitting among the pile of toys, raised his head and looked at Dawn Dantes before him. He suddenly teared up and sobbed very hard. "I finally sensed that opportunity. The opportunity to accommodate the fate pathway's uniqueness." Klein squatted down and said expressionlessly, "I'm here to help you accommodate them. I will steal your childhood and adolescence, allowing you to instantly grow up. Then, relying on my status that has exceeded the sequence but hasn't reached the level of a great old one, I will help you forcefully accommodate the die of probability. Of course, this alone is not enough to succeed. We still need to fool and exploit the bug. Will Auceptin's pattering tears suddenly stopped as he muttered in astonishment, His Majesty, His Majesty. So the two choices are the same. Normally speaking, accommodating the uniqueness of a pathway was either something one was born with, or it required the help of an existence at the level of a great old one, or it relied on a simplified advancement ritual. There were no other possibilities. The Snake of Fate, Will Auceptin, clearly didn't have any uniqueness. He could only be considered from the last two options. His focus had always been on carrying out a simplified ritual, which was to wait for an opportunity of fate. Who knew that this opportunity turned out to be Klein's status close to that of the great old ones? In essence, it was actually the second method. With this in mind, the chubby child, Will Auceptin, cried even harder. He felt like he had been deceived by fate. Get the life school of thought's demigod to send the die of probability over now. Normally speaking, with your luck, the die of probability should be by your side. Klein ignored Will's cries. Let's begin as soon as possible. I don't have much time left. Will stopped, looked at Klein for a while, and said with a slightly choked voice, Forget it. Let's wait for the next opportunity. In your present state, forcibly accommodating it for me is a huge burden. You might lose control on the spot. I don't wish to face the Lord of the Mysteries. Yes, next time. I have a premonition. Having said that, Will looked into Klein's eyes. I have a premonition that the next opportunity will be better. Klein maintained his dreamy expression as his voice deepened. Is this a prophecy? Will Auceptin's tears flowed down again. No, it's a blessing. Klein nodded slightly, stood up, and retreated step by step. During this process, his figure became fainter and soon disappeared. He returned to Sapphira Castle and sat on the high-back chair, allowing the greyish-white fog to cover his body. After looking around and confirming the state of the crimson stars, Klein leaned back in his chair in exhaustion and raised his right hand slightly. This time, he didn't create the world as a fake person. On both sides of the long mottled table, crimson beams of light soared up at the same time, freezing into the hanging man, sun, the hermit, magicians, and the other tarot members. This sudden gathering had clearly exceeded the expectations of Audrey and company. It left them momentarily stunned and surprised. Before this, although they had come to Mr. Fool's divine kingdom on a non-Monday afternoon, there was a reason for it. They had already known in advance that they would be pulled here. They had either applied for a small-scale gathering in advance, or they had to avoid the full moon ravings, or they had to treat Mr. World's psychological problems. It could be said that, apart from the first time, this was the second time they had been summoned by Mr. Fool without any warning. Even the slowest of them could sense the uneasiness in the air. They could feel that the air had solidified. Thinking back to the visit of the world's German sparrow and the words that Mr. Fool's blessed had said, Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and Zio had similar thoughts. Has it finally arrived? Audrey subconsciously turned her head and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table, only to see that it was empty. There was no one there. Although she was already mentally prepared, Audrey couldn't help but be taken aback. She couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable sadness. In her heart, the world's image of German Sparrow had long changed from a crazy adventurer and an extremely dangerous beyonder to a friend with a cold appearance but a gentle heart. He was powerful, compassionate, and had a mysterious background. He was rather lonely, and he was burdened with many things. She believed that in the tarot, apart from Mr. Star, she was the one who understood the world the best. And now, this friend seemed to have met with misfortune, leaving behind an empty seat. The tarot had lost its first official member. Where did Klein go? Leonard suddenly felt a little flustered. In this world, this was the only friend he could befriend. Back when Klein suddenly appeared in the southern continent and threw the gold coin into the cathedral's donation box, Leonard already had a subtle premonition. He had a feeling that the other party was preparing to face the judgment of fate and was bidding farewell to the past. This was just like back in Tingen when they decided to stand out and face Megos. Old man's silence has been a little strange recently. Could something have really happened to Klein? With Mr. Fool's level and status, as long as there's a chance, He should be able to be saved. Leonard's heart tightened as he suddenly turned his body and cast his gaze at Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the end of the long mottled table. This mighty existence was still shrouded in a greyish-white fog, making it impossible to tell his present state. At this moment, Emlyn, Catlear, and Son also noticed Mr. World's absence. Coupled with the suddenness of the gathering, they were alarmed and puzzled. They didn't know what had happened, but their intuition told them that it wasn't anything good. As a clairvoyant who had just advanced recently, Catlear even felt that something was wrong with Mr. Fool. Mr. World isn't here. Zio previously mentioned that Mr. Fool and his blessed are about to face a major challenge. It's very likely that something bad will happen. Magician's Force was also a little alarmed. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear due to the unknown changes. She once imagined that she would heave a sigh of relief because of Mr. World's disappearance, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Instead, she felt her heart sink and a little terrified. Only then did she realize that at some point in time, the world had become a pillar of support for the tarot outside of Mr. Fool. It made everyone feel at ease when they saw him. Of course, fear was also unavoidable. As Audrey and company turned around and looked at the end of the long mottled table, Klein, who was already the Fool, said in a low voice, "This is an impromptu gathering. This is an impromptu gathering. Mr. Fool is very tired." Audrey, who sensed this, felt her heart tighten. She looked around, as she always did, and stood up. After the members of the tarot stood up one after another, Audrey lifted her skirt in a somewhat heavy manner and bowed towards the end of the long mottled table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period tilde." Chapter 1427. I remember that the first time Mysteries asked for monthly votes was when it was published. At that time, they opened a separate chapter specifically to ask for monthly votes. This time, I have to correct my attitude and open a separate chapter to ask for monthly votes to welcome the end. During the double period, it would be a waste not to vote for monthly votes. If I don't vote this time, I won't have another chance to vote for Mysteries in the future. Don't miss this chance tilde. Now that the voting limit seems to have been relaxed, you can vote for more than 10 votes if you exceed the number of disciples. Perhaps, don't give up just because you can't vote. Also, on the premise that it doesn't affect your own life and entertainment, don't lower your quality of life because of it. If you have the heart and remember to subscribe, that's already good enough. I've already paid for the first plus chapter for April. The rest is up to you guys. Today, the second chapter is still at the normal time, 7 p.m. Chapter 1428. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The other members of the tarot looked rather solemn as they followed Miss Justice to complete the usual greeting. After they sat down again, the Fool Klein looked around and said in a low voice, "I shall enter a deep slumber." Upon hearing this, the Hanging Man Alger, Justice Audrey, Judgment Zio, and Magician's Force involuntarily felt as though their second shoe had finally landed on the ground. The hearts of the Star Leonard, the Moon Emlyn, Sun, and the other tarot members sank as they became increasingly flustered and puzzled. Of course, they weren't that surprised. The abnormal impromptu gathering and the abnormal absence of world seemed to indicate that something important would happen today. Klein maintained his last bit of sobriety and said in the same tone as before, "This is a war that surpasses the sequences, and it's related to the extent of the apocalypse as expected." The Hanging Man Alger keenly caught the phrase transcending the sequences. He had long suspected that there was another level above Sequence 0, the level of the ancient god of Sun who had 8 kings of angels. Now, Mr. Fool had finally confirmed his guess and resolved many of his questions. Catlear and company also noticed the hidden message in Mr. Fool's words. Some of them were like the Hanging Man and already had similar guesses. At that moment, they felt that it was indeed the case. Some of them hadn't thought about it before, so they couldn't help but be surprised and confused when they heard that. However, they quickly came to a realization after combining all the things they knew in the past. The Fool Klein continued, "Only when you become angels will you have the qualifications to know the specific situation. Otherwise, just understanding itself will bring about contamination." This made the members of the tarot think of the underground world and the cosmos. For a moment, they couldn't hold back their thoughts. Klein looked at the bottom of the long mottled table. My blessed world has entered a deep slumber in advance. I don't know when he will wake up. Then what should he do? Leonard nearly blurted out, but he could clearly sense that Mr. Fool hadn't finished speaking, so he held back the urge. The fool Klein swept his gaze across him. Next, I have a long-term commission for all members. Spread my name more widely, but don't clash with the Orthodox churches. If necessary, you can choose to preach in a secret way. It will help me to wake up. Also, spread the various deeds of world as my blessed and record them in the church's Holy Bible. Of course, don't involve his privacy. Remember this, when the world wakes up, the fool returns. Klein wanted to increase the number of his anchors. This might be rather useful in the dream battle against the Lord of the Mysteries. At the same time, he wanted to portray the world as a saint of the Church of the Fool, an angel beside the divine throne, so that this image could be shared with a large number of believers and obtain his own anchors. To put it simply, Klein planned on getting a believer to contribute 2 anchors. After all, to him, be it the fool or the world, they were just identities. Furthermore, the images created by the anchors wouldn't be uniform. They were all different, so it wouldn't affect him. At the level of the fool, the church spread the names of deities, the fool's sacred emblem, and various doctrines. They didn't have a specific image. For the world, he had many identities, such as German Sparrow, Dawn Dantes, and Merlin Hermes. There wouldn't be a fixed image. The reward is the convenience you have enjoyed in the past, the responses you have received, and the corresponding help you pray for in the future. The fool Klein said without changing his tone, after I fall asleep, I can also respond to prayers to a certain extent, but I won't respond every time. If there's really something very important that requires help, pray a few more times. He knew that after Antigonus entered an eternal slumber, he could make the dream manifest. As long as there was the right method, the sleeping deity could use the dream to respond to prayers to a certain extent. Regarding this situation, the tarot members present didn't find it difficult at all. On the one hand, most of them were spreading the faith of the fool, whether openly or secretly. On the other hand, it was very common for prayers to not receive a response to a deity. It was extremely rare for Mr. Fool to respond every time. They had almost never heard of such a situation elsewhere. To be able to repeatedly pray and receive a response on important matters had already surpassed most clergymen of the Orthodox churches. Yes, Mr. Fool. Without any hesitation, the tarot members all accepted the long-term commission. Among them, the star Leonard was the one who was the most eager and sincere. To him, spreading Mr. Fool's faith and manuals was to awaken Klein. This gave him the motivation to do things outside of his daily work. At this moment, the fool Klein nodded slightly and cast his gaze at Katlear. The previous request, to gather all information regarding the hidden sage's sudden revival, is still valid. If you're willing to take on the risk, then take a step further and investigate the hidden sage's current state. It will be very dangerous. You can refuse, and the reward is a wish. Katlear thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Honorable Mr. Fool, does this have anything to do with your awakening? Does it involve the problem of how to survive the apocalypse? Maybe, maybe not. I can't give you a definite answer right now. I just saw some images." This time, Klein didn't deliberately create a high-level persona of the fool, because he was already the real fool. In addition, keep an eye on all the beyonders of the Earth and Moon pathway. Katlear was silent for a while before she slowly said, "I accept this commission." The fool Klein then turned his gaze to the other side and said to son Derek, "That's right. Your mission is to protect the new city of Silver and New Moon City, as well as the Rorsted Archipelago. The more believers I have and the safer I am, the more likely I am to wake up. On this basis, consider how to expand the church and spread your faith. Your reward is to become my blessed." Son's eyes suddenly heated up as he recalled the chief's encouraging gaze when he pushed open the last door of the giant king's court. He took a deep breath and said forcefully, "Yes, Mr. Fool." Klein nodded and looked at Magician's Force. "You need to protect the House of Abraham and prevent them from being tempted by the stars. In addition, gather more information about the Fourth Epoch and figure out Mr. Dawes' state at that time. Figure out some of the hidden problems in the house of Abraham. These are all things I wish to do. Magician's Force hesitated for a moment before indicating that she would do these things even without the commission. The fool Klein didn't say yes or no. Instead, he said, if you are willing, you can write biographies and stories for the world's different identities and publish them under different pseudonyms. The reward for the above commission is that when you have a chance of becoming a planeswalker, you have to head to the cosmos and obtain my protection. Although Klein knew that he could rely on his dreams to give a response to a certain extent in his slumber, he wasn't sure if he or the Lord of the Mysteries would have the advantage when the time came. Therefore, he hoped to use the method of completing the commission and paying him to fix the more important matters in the form of a verbal contract. When the time came, even if he was at a disadvantage, he could use this invisible agreement to cleverly complete a response. Planeswalker? Magician's Force was taken aback. Frankly speaking, she hadn't considered this problem at all. What she was worried about was the digestion of the secret sorcerer and the wanderer ritual. Soon, she collected her thoughts. Yes, Mr. Fool. Klein then cast his gaze at Emlyn. The siege of Rose School involves preparations for the end of the world, so it's quite dangerous. Even with angels involved, we still have to pay attention to our own safety. Your request is to collect the blessings, auras, and items given by the primordial moon from the primordial moon believers in Rose School as much as possible. These may be even more dangerous than a level 1 seal. At that moment, although Klein still maintained the tone of the fool, his words already carried a hint of exhortation to a friend. This made Audrey, who had initially calmed down, notice that something was different. Recalling what Mr. Fool had just said to the other members, she sighed inwardly. Just as he's about to enter his slumber, Mr. Fool's humanity seems to thicken. Amidst Emlyn's surprise and puzzlement, Klein continued, "That's right. Apart from participating in the mission to annihilate Rose School, I hope that you can establish a pharmaceutical company and research on how to mass-produce drugs with magical effects. As long as it's mass-produced, it's impossible for it to have any magical effects," Emlyn instinctively replied. The fool Klein nodded. "Looking for a compromise. Your main goal is to spread my name through this pharmaceutical company. The reward is also a wish. This isn't a problem of danger, but whether it can be done or not. The simplest method is to give me 1,000 apothecary potions. I can set up an apothecary factory and achieve mass production." Emlyn mumbled inwardly before replying seriously, "That's right. Yes, Mr. Fool." Klein looked to the other side and said to Zio, "That's right. With the apocalypse approaching, be it the Red Priest or Demonis, they will become active. Your mission is to rely on the official factions to find out the whereabouts of the Red Priest Pathways 3 sequence, 1 beyond a characteristics and the corresponding uniqueness. If there's a chance, find clues to confirm the primordial Demonis' current condition. It's very dangerous." Klein didn't mention the reward because he had already paid her in advance. Zio had fulfilled her wish and held a ritual to become a Sequence 4 imperative mage. As for the 3 Sequence 1 conqueror beyond a characteristics of the Red Priest pathway, Klein previously knew that one was in the hands of the Sauron family, the former royal family of Intis. One was in the hands of the Faceac royal family, the Einhorn family, and one was in the hands of the Ruin royal family, the Augustus family. Later, it was given to the Demonis sect as a reward. Of course, this was only a preliminary answer. The corresponding situation might have already changed. The Sauron family had already declined during Roselle's era, so they might not have the Conqueror beyond a characteristic or the corresponding sealed artifact. Klein even suspected that it had already been obtained by the Iron and Blood Cross Order. The defeat in the previous war had caused considerable damage to the Einhorn family. Klein didn't rule out the possibility of a high-level angel dying or the loss of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The whereabouts of the Conqueror beyond a characteristic that the Augustus family had given to the Demonis sect was currently the clearest, but Klein knew that the Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici, had always been eyeing it. Perhaps it had already succeeded, or perhaps it was being carried out. There were currently no clues as to the corresponding Red Priest uniqueness. The last time the mysterious world knew of it was during the Pale disaster at the end of the Fourth Epoch. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period tilde. Chapter 1429. As for what her mission was, Zio had always been filled with anticipation and apprehension. She was looking forward to it because she had already chosen to accept Mr. Fool's gift. She would definitely have to pay the corresponding price, so knowing what the mission was earlier could prevent her from making guesses due to the unknown. On the other hand, she was nervous because she knew that the reward she received was too generous. She believed that the final mission would not be simple and would definitely be filled with danger. At this moment, after hearing Mr. Fool's words, she heaved a sigh of relief as her heart finally returned to its original position. Investigating the whereabouts of the Red Priest Pathways 3 sequence 1 beyond characteristics and the corresponding uniqueness, as well as confirming the primordial demoness present condition, was indeed very dangerous. It was a mission where one could be corrupted if they weren't careful, resulting in a terrifying anomaly. However, it was at least much better than snatching the uniqueness and sequence 1 beyond characteristics and directly facing the primordial demoness. If it was the latter, Zio didn't think she could complete it even with the official faction's backing. All she could do was write her will and be prepared to sacrifice herself at any moment. And if it was just the former, there were clues that could be obtained in a more roundabout and indirect manner. There was no need to encounter powerful existences of high status. As a Sequence 4 demigod, Zio believed that she had a certain level of confidence. She didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Fool." The Fool Klein originally planned on looking to the other side, but after some consideration, he added, "That's right. Be careful of Banzi." Without waiting for the members of the Tarot to make connections, Klein said to Leonard, "Don't worry. Your mission is similar to the Moon's. While besieging Rose School, gather the blessings, auras, and items given by the Mother Tree of Desire from their members. This is similarly very dangerous." He only exhorted him, not saying as much as he did when he gave Emlyn the mission. This was because a senior angel of the Marauder pathway parasitized Leonard. He knew many secrets and knew how dangerous the outer deities were. He wouldn't allow Leonard to do as he pleased. Seeing that Leonard was about to nod, the Fool Klein maintained his previous tone and continued, "You don't have to do much to spread my name. You don't even have to do anything. As one of the 22 most powerful members of the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight, and as one of the few high-ranking deacons of the Nighthawks, it was very easy for problems to arise if Leonard were to privately spread the faith of the Fool. He could be misunderstood by his colleagues, resulting in unnecessary conflicts. But miraculously, in Klein's eyes, Emlyn's actions didn't seem to be misunderstood. To the people around him and the vampires, nothing he did seemed too strange. That's right. Leonard had already recovered from his eagerness and realized the cruelty of reality. However, he still wanted to do something. At this moment, the Fool Klein added, "That's right. You can focus on spreading world's deeds in the form of poems. Poetry creation." Leonard instinctively frowned and didn't immediately respond to Mr. Fool. Klein then said, "That's right. Other than that, work hard to raise your rank in preparation for the apocalypse. The reward for all the missions is one wish." Although many Beyonder characteristics had fallen into the real world when the god of combat perished, bringing a batch of Beyonder creatures, mutated monsters, and lands of abnormalities, Klein didn't know how many Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics the Evernite goddess had obtained apart from the Twilight uniqueness, but at the very least, a portion of the Sequence 2 angels of the Church of Evernight had the possibility of switching pathways to become Sequence 1. At the same time, if they obtained additional Beyonder characteristics, they could also switch to the corresponding sequence of the death pathway. This would open up a pathway for saints to advance, a pathway that wasn't limited to just one pathway. Of course, not every Sequence 3 saint wished to become an angel, but Leonard was currently only a Sequence 4 Night Watcher. Furthermore, if the corresponding Sequence 3 Terror Bishop was limited, he could still consider Silver Knight and Ferryman. Klein had one of the former's Beyonder characteristics. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly exhaling. "Yes, Mr. Fool." The Fool then cast his gaze at Miss Justice, who had been waiting all this while. "Apart from promoting my name, you have 2 missions. The first is to assist Judgment and investigate the whereabouts of the Red Priest Pathway's uniqueness and Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, so as to confirm the primordial demoness current condition. The second is to work hard to raise your level. One of the missions is to raise my sequence. Audrey was somewhat puzzled by this mission. To her, it was like saying to an ordinary person, your job is to make more money. Furthermore, this is of no value to Mr. Fool. Could it be that he wants me to treat Mr. World? Just as this thought flashed through Audrey's mind, the Fool Klein added, the higher your sequence, the higher the chance of awakening World. In this aspect, you can rely on external help. Hermes's re-established psychological alchemy is one of the options, but you need to be careful and vigilant. For this, you must pay a certain price. You can also give up the payment you received before. It all depends on your will and thoughts. Audrey no longer had any doubts. After a moment of silence, she nodded solemnly. Yes, Mr. Fool. The Fool Klein's gaze landed on the hanging man Alger. After a while, you will know what your mission is. Klein had already foreseen the corresponding scene. Without waiting for Alger to speak, he continued. You can bring the Sea God scepter with you, but during this period, all the prayers of the Sea God believers will be directed to the sun and directed at me. Although the hanging man Alger couldn't accurately guess what his mission was, he already had a vague hunch. He pondered for a moment before replying with a proper attitude. Yes, Mr. Fool. Klein retracted his gaze, surveyed the area, and slowly said, that's right. He slowly said, in the future, on the first Monday afternoon of every month, you can still gather here, but there will no longer be a convener. If there's a need for a private, secret discussion, pray in advance and wait for a response. At this point, the Fool Klein closed his eyes and said, that's all for this gathering. That's all for this gathering. The tarot members couldn't help but feel a baffling sense of sadness, as though a grand ball had come to an end. They stood up at the same time and solemnly bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. Your will is our will. Klein waited for them to finish speaking before dispelling the maintenance. He watched as the crimson starlight dissipated and quickly fell. After staring at this scene for a few seconds, he conjured a piece of yellowish goatskin and a dark red fountain pen. After some thought, Klein simply wrote, Dear Mr. Aztec, due to some complicated reasons, I might be sleeping for a long time. I'm very sorry, but I might not be able to write to you for a long time. After writing that sentence, Klein stopped and made the fountain pen disappear. Although the piece of paper was conjured by him, with his current level, and strength, he could maintain it for more than 100 years, even if it was brought to the outside world. He closed his eyes again, summoned Aztec's copper whistle, and blew it. At the same time, he released some of the restrictions that came from Sapphira Castle itself. The skeleton messenger appeared. Every bone from top to bottom was trembling violently, as though it would collapse at any moment. If not for the fact that Klein had handed it the letter, it might have prostrated on the ground. After the skeleton messenger received the letter and hurriedly left Sapphira Castle, Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples. This wasn't because the celestial worthies will had escaped its eternal slumber, nor was it because it was painful for him to maintain his lucidity, but because it was a habit. Slowly leaning back in his chair, Klein sighed softly. On both sides of the long, mottled table, Justice Audrey, the hanging man Alger, son Derek, Magician's Force, Emlyn, the hermit Catlear, the star Leonard, and Judgment Zio appeared one after another in the order in which they had joined the tarot. But this time, they weren't real people. They were just projections, and they no longer appeared blurry. All of them revealed their appearances in Klein's memories. Right on the heels of that, more figures appeared. They were a mature man with a receding hairline and deep eyes, a beautiful witch with blue eyeshadow and blush, a middle-aged man with black hair mixed with silver strands and an abnormally loud voice, a woman in her 50s with short hair, a young man who was playing with his phone while enjoying delicacies, a young lady who giggled happily, a government employee who looked older than his peers with a receding hairline, a young girl in an old-fashioned dress who focused on machinery, a lady with a pale face that resembled a doll, a bronze-skinned instructor with soft facial features, a child licking ice cream, a lady carrying 4 heads, an elder studying the bills in all seriousness. They either sat or stood as they gathered around people they knew. Under the flickering candlelight on the long table, they discussed different matters or danced to the music. Klein quietly watched this lively scene as his expression gradually turned gentle. After an unknown period of time, he stood up and walked past them, heading deep into the space. Behind him, the figures, the candlelight, and the music faded away one after another. When the strange door of light above the grayish-white cloud was in sight, Klein beckoned for a Rhodes. At that moment, the transparent or opaque insects in the middle of the strange door of light had completely fused into one, turning bluish-black. It was like a thick layer of fog, preventing anyone from seeing what was behind the door. After Klein arrived, he didn't immediately enter. He felt as though there was an extremely terrifying monster hidden behind the door, waiting to devour him. He looked up at the transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light. He looked at the modern humans with different skin colors inside the cocoons. After closing his eyes to sense it, Klein raised his right hand and closed his fingers. The cocoons cracked as the people inside turned into points of light that flew out of Sapphira Castle and landed in the real world. Some of the people who had just died. After doing this, Klein lowered his head and looked at the magic mirror in his hand. "Are you afraid?" On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, aqueous light wavered as pale words appeared no. In the next second, Rhodes raised his question according to the rules. "Great Master, are you afraid?" The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. "Yes." With that said, he took a step forward and walked towards the bluish-black fog in the middle of the strange door of light with the magic mirror in hand. He passed through it. His figure disappeared behind the door that was hiding something. The cracked cocoons were still gently shaking. P.S. Requesting monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 1430. Amidst the berserk sea's dark blue waves that seemed like they would never stop, the future was like a leaf that would be thrown high and smacked down at other times. In these waters, there were still some pirate ships sailing. They were already accustomed to such situations, so much so that they found it as natural as the sun rising. After Admiral of Stars Catlear returned to the real world, she pondered for a moment before unfurling a piece of paper and writing a letter. She wanted to ask Her Majesty if anything major had happened recently. In fact, before Mr. Fool announced that he would enter his slumber, Catlear had already sensed that a huge change was about to happen. Be it the sudden closing of the doors and windows, or the meteors streaking across the sky and illuminating the world, it gave her, a clairvoyant, a certain amount of inspiration. She saw some blurry scenes. Of course, due to her level, and identity, she didn't have a sufficient understanding of what had happened. It was difficult for her to grasp what had prompted Mr. Fool to choose to enter a slumber. All she could do was ask Queen Mystic Bernadette, who had long advanced to become an angel and led a mysterious organization while controlling many powerful sealed artifacts. Just as Catlear summoned the messenger and took away the letter she had written, she was suddenly taken aback. At that moment, the purple color in her eyes appeared as it turned extremely rich. It was as though a river was slowly flowing. She sensed that Mr. Fool had entered a slumber. An irrepressible sense of loss, confusion, and a little sadness surged in this Admiral of Stars' heart. For some reason, she felt an indescribable throbbing as 2 drops of tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. She seemed to understand something, but she also didn't understand anything. She only knew that it was unknown how long Mr. Fool would take to wake up from his slumber. Taking off the heavy glasses on her nose bridge, Catlear wiped the corners of her eyes and restored her emotions to normal. She then walked to the window and looked at the deck. Frank Lee was enthusiastically inviting his crew to try his newly brewed beer, but none of the pirates dared to try it. "Thankfully, I sent Chav to Her Majesty ahead of time. Now, all I need to do is watch Frank. Without Mr. Fool watching me, I have to be more careful and pay more attention to him. Yes, I have to find something for Frank to do other than research. He's the first mate, so he can't always not do his job." Admiral of Stars Catlear thought with a heavy expression. After considering how to watch over Frank, as well as how to arrange for a small number of pirates from the Earth and Moon pathway to be on other ships and not have frequent contact with Frank, Catlear shifted the focus of her thoughts to the hidden sage. Although she was already one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, due to her background and the fact that she was less influenced by the hidden sage, she had never been trusted by the president and the other upper echelons. She was considered an outcast who drifted to the fringes of the organization. She had her own circle and corresponding forces. In a certain sense, her relationship with the Moses ascetic order was closer to that of a collaborator. On one hand, she needed a faction and a powerhouse to spread her will above the 5 seas, and on the other hand, she yearned to obtain the corresponding knowledge and materials. And to obtain the information regarding the hidden sage, a symbolic deity, suddenly coming to life and confirming his present state, she needed to become a core member of the Moses ascetic order. With my present identity, it's not a problem for me to participate in the decision-making of the Moses ascetic order's internal affairs. Only by truly participating in this can I come into contact with more information and raise my status. However, this will be rather dangerous. Even if the hidden sage isn't in a good state and doesn't interfere with the Moses ascetic order's operations, the other upper echelons will retaliate to a certain extent due to the violation of their rights and the constant suspicions. There are at least 2 of the 10 pillars that I can't see through. They make me instinctively feel danger, and confirming the hidden sage's present state will be even more dangerous. If anything goes wrong, I'll immediately be corrupted by him. The more Cat Lear thought about it, the more she found the mission Mr. Fool had given her to be difficult. She had always been drifting around the fringes of the Moses ascetic order, active as a pirate. In fact, she also had such worries. She was afraid that if she got too deeply involved in the organization's internal affairs, she would expose the fact that she was still in contact with Queen Mystic. She was afraid that she would suddenly be labeled as a spy by the other 10 pillars and be eliminated on the spot. At that moment, Cat Lear even wanted to give up on Mr. Fool's mission and her identity as one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. She wanted to return to the dawn and return to the Queen's side. That way, she wouldn't need to worry about such matters. If there were any problems, the Queen would be able to fend them off. Ever since she left the dawn, she had to shoulder everything herself. Cat Lear had always felt exhausted, and her shoulders were constantly heavy. However, this thought was quickly abandoned by Cat Lear. She sighed softly, knowing that she would never be able to return to the carefree state of a young girl. She was now not only shouldering her own life, but also the fates of Frank, Heath, Nina, and the other crew members. Furthermore, she could foresee the impending apocalypse. She hoped that when the time came, she could become the Queen's most powerful helper and do something for this world with her. Cat Lear then closed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Then I'll face it." She had to truly integrate into the Moses ascetic order and gather the corresponding information. After making this decision, Cat Lear no longer concealed her strength. She raised her hands and used a fairy tale magic. In the eyes of the surrounding pirates, the future and its subsidiary ships turned illusory, turning into countless bubbles. Under the illumination of the light, these bubbles reflected dreamy colors. Then, bit by bit, they melted into the seawater. The future and its subsidiary fleet vanished from everyone's eyes. Many knowledgeable pirates were first shocked and stunned before they simultaneously had a thought: a new king has been born above the sea. Queen of Stars. In a house in Beekland. Before Zio, who had returned to the real world, could organize her thoughts, she saw Force figure quickly outline in front of her. She shouted, "That mission of yours is too dangerous." Zio was taken aback as she instinctively pointed out the problem. "You didn't knock." This was the worst thing about living with an apprentice pathway demigod. Force first reflected on herself for a second before saying confidently, "You didn't close the door." "You didn't close the door." She pointed at the half-open bedroom door. "I actually didn't close the door." "That's right. This is a last-minute gathering." "I wasn't prepared at all." Zio gaped her mouth, but she failed to say a word. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a long time without anyone breaking the silence. Finally, Force decided to forget her rebuke and focus on the mission itself. A mission that involves a sequence 1 and a uniqueness is really too dangerous. After saying that, she recalled how Zio had already accepted Mr. Fool's gift. Her eyes couldn't help but redden as she couldn't help but mutter, "Remember to ask for my help. At the very least, I can escape with you." To them, there were very few matters that involved a sequence 1. Apart from Mr. Fool, the world, and German Sparrow, they might have been watched by an existence that couldn't be named. The rest of the time, they would at most do some trivial work at the periphery of the corresponding matter. They had never faced an enemy that could be called him. Therefore, when she thought of how her friend's mission involved a sequence one beyond a characteristic, as well as a uniqueness and a true god, Force couldn't help but feel nervous and worried. Zio smiled. It's just to search for clues and investigate the truth. There's no need to face them. She paused for a second before saying, the apocalypse is approaching. The end is near, something has to be done. Look, even Mr. Fool is about to fall into a deep slumber, much less insignificant figures like us. If we don't become a demigod as soon as possible, we might not even be able to do anything. Now, there's at least some hope. At the very least, we can attempt to awaken Mr. Fool. Force had experienced quite a bit, so she had long understood this principle. She had only been venting her emotions, and now, she had calmed down. She thought for a moment and said, "What are you going to do next?" "It'll definitely be very difficult for me to investigate by myself. I'll definitely need the help of MI9's intelligence network. I plan on finding a suitable opportunity to let them know that I've become a Sequence 4 demigod. In order to not be suspected, I might need Miss Justice to give me some hints and make some arrangements," Zio replied seriously. Force's thoughts raced as she said, "I'll write a script for you. I'll play the villain and simulate a lunatic who's attempting to advance to Sequence 4 Imperative Mage. Then, I'll be defeated by you." As she spoke, a story took shape. She immediately sat beside Zio's table, took out a pen and paper, and began writing. "After I'm done writing the story, I'll get Miss Justice to make some changes to make it more reasonable," Force said as she wrote. As a secret sorcerer, she was undoubtedly able to ensure that their conversation wouldn't be leaked. Zio thought for a moment. "Isn't writing a biography and story the most important task for you now?" That's simple. I've already thought of too many plots in my head. I have plenty of material." "No, I don't." Force mumbled as she focused all her attention on writing a script for Zio and obtaining the recognition of MI9. Seeing that her friend was focused on her own matters, a smile gradually suffused Zio's face. She then cast her gaze towards the half-open room and heard her brother, Lodericha, seemingly reciting ancient Fasak words. This was a prerequisite for studying law and becoming a lawyer. Their mother was instructing the two servants to remember to clean the living room. The voices reached Zio's ears, causing her expression to gradually turn resolute. Although it was unknown what the outcome of facing the upper echelons of MI9 would be, and although it was unknown what dangers she would encounter in completing Mr. Fool's mission, and although it was also unknown what the apocalypse would be like, Zio knew that if she didn't do anything and didn't take on a certain level of risk, just enjoying the beauty of her family, she would eventually be drowned like most unprepared people facing a flood. And now, there was at least a path filled with thorns. There was at least a sliver of light on the path. That needed to be grasped with the awareness of sacrifice and courage. P.S. Recommend a book. My cultivation turned on a cheat. This was a world where ancient immortals and gods had passed away, and where evil and demons were secretly breeding. Here, martial arts were prevalent, and ninth-grade immortals and gods were flourishing. Ju Heng had transmigrated here and become an apprentice of an ordinary dojo. While working hard in martial arts, he also had to work hard to make a living. One day, he turned on a cheat. After increasing his proficiency in martial arts, he was able to open a fortune bag. 9 Swords of Dugu. Book of the Chaos. Primordial Golden Stamp. Chapter 1431. In a room beside an Evernite cathedral in the southern continent, East Balam, Leonard's consciousness returned to the real world. After a few seconds of silence, he picked up the coffee that had turned much colder and took a sip. The bitter taste immediately filled his mouth, causing his mind to gradually clear up. "Old man, what happened today?" Finally, Leonard couldn't help but ask. After a moment of silence, Palez Zoroast replied with mixed emotions, "Error has perished. Error has perished. Error." Leonard almost couldn't figure out which existence old man was referring to when he said error. In the next second, he couldn't hide his astonishment and nearly forgot to lower his voice. Amon. This was a true god in the truest sense of the word. Yes. Palez Zoroast's voice sounded older than before. To be precise, Amon's main body has perished. Leonard wasn't in the mood to decipher the subtle meaning behind Old Man's words. He said in disbelief, How can there be no signs at all? Back then, he had personally witnessed the abnormality before the god of combat's death. He knew that it was a change that affected the entire world, and it had directly brought many terrifying monsters and dangerous zones. And just now, the only two abnormalities were the doors and windows had suddenly closed. He seemed to have forgotten something. The latter was something that most people would encounter in their daily lives. It wasn't strange at all. Palez Zoroaster's tone deepened. He should have perished in Sapphira Castle. In Sapphira Castle? Leonard jumped in fright. The place where he had attended the gathering was inside Sapphira Castle. A battle of gods had just erupted there. Amorn actually invaded Sapphira Castle. As Leonard's thoughts raced, his expression gradually turned solemn. Old man, Mr. Fool was injured because of this and had no choice but to choose to enter a deep slumber. He is going to enter a deep slumber? Palez Zoroaster asked. He didn't seem too surprised by this. Leonard tersely acknowledged. He summoned us today for this matter. Palez Zoroaster was silent for a few seconds. His choice of hibernation is indeed related to the previous divine war and Amorn's infiltration, but not because of injury, but because of contamination. Pollution? Leonard blurted out in surprise. At Mr. Fool's level, there's still a corruption that's difficult to expel? Palez Zoroaster regained his previous wistful tone. Everything has divinity. Those who rely on divinity to become strong will never be able to escape the shackles of divinity. Perhaps I shouldn't call him the Fool anymore. He is now equivalent to half the Lord of the Mysteries. Lord of the Mysteries. Leonard did have a deeper understanding of the mental imprint in a beyonder characteristic than a demigod at the same level, but he still had many flaws when it came to knowledge that involved a higher level of corruption. Even though he had heard Old Man mention the term Lord of the Mysteries, he still didn't know what it meant. However, he could also confirm that Mr. Fool's level had exceeded Sequence 0 based on what Mr. Fool said at the gathering and what Old Man had just said. His strength was enough to kill a true god. Leonard was rational enough not to pursue the matter. He changed the topic in a low voice. Old man, why did Klein fall asleep as well? Do you have any way to wake him up quickly? Palez Zoroaster's tone was a little strange. How could an old and weak angel like me know about such godly matters? As for awakening, even the Fool doesn't have a better solution, much less me. Leonard was silent for a moment. He picked up his coffee cup and took another sip. After a while, he asked hesitantly, Old man, do you have a way to steal other people's talents? Palez Zoroaster sneered. The definition of talent is vague, and its classification is unclear. There's no way to steal it. However, if it's replaced with talent, then there's a way. Forget it. In the end, Leonard still couldn't steal someone else's talent to help him solve his problem. Palez Zoroaster added with a smile, of course. If you can't accept this method, you can find someone who has the kind of talent you want but is very poor to make a deal. Give him the money he desires in exchange for the corresponding talent. It's a bit like a demon. Leonard commented. Palez Zoroaster chuckled. There's an even simpler way, and that is to spend money to hire talented people to help you solve the corresponding difficulties. Old man, why didn't you say so earlier? Leonard suddenly saw a ray of hope. Palez Zoroaster scoffed. You can't even think of such a simple thing? I only came to ask me because I thought you had already eliminated this option. Leonard ignored Old Man's mockery. After some serious thought, he felt that this method was indeed feasible. However, he soon felt a little guilty and uneasy. He had a feeling that he was shirking his responsibilities. On this matter, I have to do something personally. Apart from hiring someone to write poems, I have to write some myself. With this in mind, Leonard suddenly stood up and walked to the door. Where are you going? Palez Zoroaster asked in surprise. Leonard frowned slightly as he said with a firm expression, I'm going to a nearby bookstore to buy some poetry collections. I'm going to a nearby bookstore to buy some poetry collections. Ever since he advanced to a nightmare, he had given up on buying poetry collections in the past. He made them exist more as decorations. After he became a spirit warlock, He began gathering spirits with suitable abilities to read poetry collections so that they could recite them in battle and create beyonder effects to complement him. Therefore, when he came to the southern continent, he didn't bring a single poetry collection. As for the ones he had read in the past, he only remembered a few that he often used. I didn't expect that after becoming a high-ranking deacon, I'd have to go through the poetry anthology again. Leonard sighed inwardly, and his footsteps became firmer. Palez Zoroast didn't expect Leonard's next step to be to buy a poetry collection. After a while, he probed, "What's your plan?" "This is an order from the fool." "Yes, to promote the corresponding legendary stories," Leonard answered simply as he opened the door and walked out. Palez Zoroast fell silent once more before saying, "That's right. Apart from writing poems, you should also pay more attention to the Siege of Rose School." Leonard walked down the stairs and entered the street. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going, he nodded lightly and said, "Yes." At that moment, as he walked towards the bookstore, he felt like he had returned to Tin Gen, back to the days when he was still a midnight poet. At that time, he was also walking on the bustling street, preparing to buy a copy of Ruan's early classical poems and a copy of Roselle's selected poems. Beekland, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. After Emlyn White regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in front of a window. The sun outside had already dimmed, and the flowers and plants were flourishing. Regarding Mr. Fool's slumber, his feelings were slightly different from the other tarot members. Amidst the heaviness, sighing, sadness, and confusion, there was also the certainty that there would probably be a good outcome. Among the sanguine, a number of marquises and earls were already rather old. Even though they had lived longer than most demigods at the same level, they were still in their twilight years. At such times, they often chose to sleep and use such methods to extend their lifespans. The effects were rather good. Therefore, Emlyn was already accustomed to hearing about slumber. He knew that it wasn't equivalent to passing away or perishing. He believed that if he found the right solution, Mr. Fool had a high chance of waking up. He looked out the window at the scenery and muttered to himself, "Mr. Fool is in slumber, and the ancestor's revelation is often disrupted. It's obvious that he can't provide frequent help." After a brief silence, Emlyn sighed silently. "Indeed, in the end, I have to face and shoulder it myself. This is the Savior's destiny." When he said the word Savior, Emlyn clearly smiled with a hint of self-deprecation. He then repeated it in his mind. "I can only rely on myself." Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Father Yutravsky's voice sounded behind him. "It's time to go." Emlyn turned his head and saw the priest in a brown priest robe carrying a huge sword on his back. The great sword's length exceeded Emlyn's height, and its width was nearly his waist. Coupled with Yutravsky's mountain-like body, the terrifying pressure was almost tangible. As a sanguine earl, Emlyn only felt a little suffocated before returning to normal. He nodded slightly. All right. Today, they would depart for the southern continent and participate in the operation to annihilate Rose School. Just as he replied, Emlyn suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Let's wait another half a day." He wanted to gather most of the blood breeds in Beekland for a preliminary discussion about the pharmaceutical company. Bishop Yutravsky didn't ask any questions and nodded. "Come find me when you're ready." After Emlyn watched Father Yutravsky walk deep into the cathedral, he turned to the sanguine who were following him to the southern continent. "Inform all the sanguine in Beekland to come over. There's something we need to discuss." "Yes, Your Grace," the sanguine replied respectfully. After they split up, Emlyn looked back at the altar and the sacred emblem of life in front of the cathedral. It was a baby surrounded by symbols like wheat ears, flowers, and spring water. This left Emlyn in a daze. He couldn't remember when it started, but he spent less and less time in his bedroom. He spent less and less time with the dolls, and even his hobby of studying history had become more purposeful and utilitarian. Such a change didn't happen overnight, but over the course of days and months, it was slow and undetectable. By the time Emlyn realized it, he had already adapted to his new life. Emlyn retracted his gaze, raised his chin slightly, and shook his head with a smile. "This is the Savior's destiny, PS1, seeking monthly votes during the double period ~PS2, recommended a book, Linhai's new book. I grew up reading his books. Really? Smile. Book title: Fox of the Forbidden Zone. He was a natural marksman, and he never misremembered the direction of the goal. He fought against the enemies on the field, as well as the world. I know, the goal is there. It's about to be published. I can slaughter it now. Chapter 1432. After returning to the real world, Alger patiently waited for the mission mentioned by Mr. Fool to arrive. On this day, he was wearing the clothes of a pope and a silver-black mask. He was discussing the internal affairs of the Church of the Sea God with the oracle Danes when he suddenly saw a bishop enter. Your Holiness, the Church of the Storm has sent an envoy with 2 gifts to congratulate you on your appointment as God's agent. The bishop held a box made of white tin and bowed respectfully. Danes, who had been secretly rejoicing that the Bayam telegraph line had malfunctioned, blurted out in surprise. Where's the envoy? He left after leaving the gifts, the bishop at the door replied helplessly. Although the people of the Church of the Storm often had irritable and impulsive moments, such behavior was quite rare. Alger nodded slightly. It's enough that they didn't view us as enemies and sent an envoy with gifts. With that said, he raised his right hand and gently grabbed the white tin box in the bishop's hand, causing it to be swept up by the wind and fly over. After catching the small box, Alger's movements suddenly slowed down, as if he felt a heavy weight. Little by little, he opened the container and saw a book bound with yellowish-brown parchment inside. On the surface of the book, there was a line of words written in Elvish, Book of Calamity. Book of Calamity. After reading the line of words, Alger fell into a trance, feeling like he was dreaming. But soon, he understood that it was true. He understood what the mission Mr. Fool was talking about. Alger sighed silently and looked at the bishop at the door. What's the second gift? It's a ghost ship called the Blue Avenger. It's already docked at the harbor, the bishop replied without any abnormality. Blue Avenger. When Danes heard this name, he instinctively cast his gaze at Pope Alger. He remembered very clearly that this was the ship of the other party when he was a pirate. This meant that the Church of the Storm knew that the Pope of the Church of the Sea God was their former cardinal. Was this a congratulation or a declaration of war? As Danny's heart tightened, he found another gift that he was quite familiar with. It was the extremely evil Book of Catastrophes that he had seen when he followed German Sparrow. Write a letter to the Church of the Storm for me. Thank them for their gift. Alger had calmed down and ordered calmly. After the bishop left the room, he turned to Danes and said, Oracle, I've received Mr. Fool's revelation. I'll be completing a mission next, and I might only be back in a few years. Oracle? Danes blurted out in surprise. At this moment, there was only one thought echoing in his mind. How come I didn't know? Alger nodded. Mr. Fool is about to enter his slumber. However, this does not affect the answer to your prayers. Danes was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Alger continued. German Sparrow has also entered his slumber. When I leave, the affairs of the church will be handed over to Elder Derek Berg of the New City of Silver. You need to cooperate with him and write the matter of the sea god being Mr. Fool's subsidiary god into the canon so that all believers can accept it. Our faith is the key to Mr. Fool's awakening. You are his oracle, so you have to set an example in this regard. Of course, he can give you a new revelation at any time and give you other missions. Danes felt a little dizzy and confused, but he still understood the seriousness of the matter. He hesitated for a moment before nodding heavily. All right. After instructing him on this matter, Alger stood up, took the Book of Catastrophes, and returned to his room. He looked at himself in the mirror and laughed. He slowly took off the trident on his head and the silver-black mask on his face. A few days later, on the crowded dock at the port of Bayam, Alger raised his head and looked at Sun, who was much taller than him, and said with a smile, You've done well during this period of time. You've done well during this period of time. The Sea God Church is operating normally. Derek subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to scratch the back of his head, but he ultimately resisted the urge. He said with some melancholy and reluctance, But, Your Holiness Wilson, when will you be back? Alger shook his head and said, Everything ahead is still unknown. Everything in front of us is still unknown. No one can say for sure. Without waiting for Derek Berg's response, he said, You're already mature and steady enough. You are mature and steady enough. I have nothing else to tell you. At this point, Alger paused for a moment before saying, You're already mature and steady enough. Don't sacrifice yourself to protect this place if the Rorsted Archipelago encounters an irresistible disaster. Ah! Derek was stunned. This is Mr. Fool's most important place of faith, the new hometown of the City of Silver. How can I give it up just like that? Alger had already expected Derek's reaction. He explained with a serious expression, Don't worry. He explained with a serious expression, to Mr. Fool, the most important thing is the believers here, not these islands. To the City of Silver, the most important thing is the people, not the city. As long as we can protect Mr. Fool's believers, protect the citizens of the City of Silver, and move them away in time, then even if we lose Byam, the new City of Silver, and the Rorsted Archipelago, we can rebuild a new city and a new home elsewhere at any time. Remember, don't compromise the essence for the sake of form. Derek was deeply touched when he heard that, and he immediately grasped the crux of the problem. He replied sincerely, I understand. I understand. Thank you, Your Holiness Wilson. I will protect Mr. Fool's believers and the people here. Alger didn't say another word. He turned around and walked towards the Blue Avenger, which was docked at the dock. This ghost ship was still in the form of a three-masted sailboat that lagged behind the times. Compared to before, it hadn't changed at all. Alger looked at it and the few crew members on the deck. Suddenly, he felt something and looked down at himself. He was wearing a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and a pair of wide-legged trousers that were popular locally. There was a special leather belt around his waist, and there was a short knife and a short staff made of white bone on it. The corners of Alger's mouth curled up slightly. He took a step forward, rode the wind, and landed on the deck of the Blue Avenger. He then turned his head to look at the boundless blue sea, raised his right hand, and said in a deep voice, Set sail. Beekland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey sat on a comfortable sofa, watching her father, Earl of Hall, and her brothers, Hibbert and Alfred, discuss the recent situation and development trends of the kingdom. She watched as her mother, Lady Caitlin, constantly gathered the butlers and deacons to make the final preparations for the upcoming ball. She didn't say a word. With a faint smile, she quietly watched this scene that was rather common in daily life. After an unknown period of time, Earl of Hall looked over with a smile. What's on our little princess's mind? Audrey pursed her lips and replied with a faint smile, What's on your mind? Guess. I'm guessing you're thinking about which dress to wear at the ball today, and what kind of hair and makeup to match, Hibbert said on behalf of his father with a relaxed expression. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up. Correct answer, but there's no reward. She then slowly got up and said to her parents and brothers, I'm going upstairs to change into my gown. Earl of Hall smiled and nodded. There's no rush. Everyone agrees that you're worth waiting for. Audrey bit her lower lip, maintained her smile, and walked toward the door step by step. Just as she was about to leave the room, she paused and looked back. Her parents and her two older brothers continued what they were doing just now, either discussing or making arrangements. Audrey's green eyes seemed to freeze as she retracted her gaze bit by bit. She walked out of the room and returned upstairs to her bedroom. The huge golden retriever, Susie, was already waiting there. Audrey took an indiscernible breath, raised her right hand, and used her index finger to outline shimmering patterns in midair. These were like dreams that came from the deepest recesses of her mind. A few seconds later, the faint light distorted into an abnormally beautiful girl with blonde hair and green eyes. It became Audrey Hall. And unlike Audrey, this girl still had a hint of childishness and a hint of romance. Good evening, Miss Justice Tilda, the girl greeted with a brisk tone. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up slightly as she replied, Good evening, Miss Audrey. After the impromptu tarot gathering, she finally made up her mind to advance to Dreamweaver. She planned on splitting an identity to accompany her family while she stayed away from them, preventing them from being implicated by the various dangerous matters she attracted. After looking at herself for 2 seconds, she turned to look at the huge golden retriever beside her. Susie, are you sure you want to follow me? Yes, we'll be friends forever, Susie the golden retriever replied seriously. Audrey didn't say anything else. She split out a virtual persona and entered Susie's mind-body that had automatically released its restrictions. Then, she raised her hand again and outlined another Susie in midair. As soon as Susie took form, she opened her mouth and barked. Audrey then retracted her gaze and looked at her other self. After a moment of silence, although she knew that the two of them shared the same thoughts, she couldn't help but say to the blonde girl in front of her, "In the future, I'll leave it to you. Remember to act coquettishly to Dad and tell him not to be so busy. He's not young anymore, so he needs to pay attention to his health. Many things can be left to Hibbert, Alfred, and the butlers. Also, slowly enlighten Mom. Tell her that there's no need to care too much about what others think. There's no need to maintain perfection in social situations. It'll be very tiring. Yes, don't forget Hibbert. Often make him laugh so that he won't be so gloomy. He won't always overcomplicate things. Alfred won't threaten his position. Alfred, he needs a good wife to make him not want to take any more risks. Hey, why are you crying? We've already grown up. We can't be little girls anymore." Audrey's eyelids drooped slightly as she smiled at herself who was shedding tears. I know. After the other Audrey said that, she pursed her lips and nodded heavily with a sad expression. Audrey retracted her gaze, picked up the cloak beside her, and draped it over her body. Then, she led the golden retriever, Susie, out of the bedroom and into the corridor. The hall below was already lit up. The guests of the ball had arrived one after another. Earl of Hall, Lady Caitlin, Hibbert, and Alfred had already left their previous rooms and walked to the door. Audrey stood behind the railing and quietly watched for a while. Then, she lifted the hem of her dress slightly, and from a distance, she solemnly and slowly bowed to her parents and brother. After maintaining this action for 2 seconds, she straightened her body and raised her hand to pull up the hood of her dark blue cloak to hide her face. To her side and behind her, it was brightly lit and bustling. In front of her, many dark lights formed a sea of collective subconscious. "Let's go," Audrey said to Susie in a slightly hoarse voice. With that said, she walked into the dark illusory sea. Audrey rushed out of the bedroom and said with a sobbing tone, "You have to come back." Audrey didn't turn back. She only raised her right hand and waved it, indicating that she understood. Her figure in the blue cloak swayed in the silent darkness, gradually moving further and further away, gradually disappearing without a trace. Chapter 1433. In a room in an abandoned castle, sunlight shone through the gaps in the thick curtains and shone on a pitch-black coffin. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin made a creaking sound and slowly moved to the side. With a thud, it fell to the ground. After a few seconds, Aztec Eggers sat up with a confused expression. At that moment, he was wearing loose pajamas that were popular in Ruin a few years ago. He looked like a noble who had woken up in his manor. After a while, Aztec narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around with a confused expression, as if he did not know who he was. He then saw the bright sunlight that shone through the gaps. He saw the dust that danced and floated in the sunlight. He saw the letters scattered on the table, the ground, and beside the coffin lid. They were like giant snowflakes that covered a small half of the place. Aztec walked out of the coffin and bent down to pick up a letter with a puzzled expression. He opened it and read it. As he read, the confusion on his face disappeared a little, as if he had remembered many things in the past. Aztec immediately found a chair and sat down. He let all the letters fly in front of him and stack like a mountain. He opened one letter after another and read one letter after another. Sometimes, he would pause and ponder for a long time, as if he was seriously recalling something. The sunlight that shone through the gaps in the curtains slowly dimmed. After a long time, it shone in again. At this moment, Aztec had finally finished reading all the letters, and he had completed one cogitation after another in his long period of thought. He looked at the letters that were all stacked on the table and slowly let out a long sigh. Then, he found a piece of paper, a pen, and some ink that could still be used. With a gentle expression, he wrote, "I've already woken up and received all your letters. They made me remember who I am, who you are, and many things in the past. Your experiences, regardless of the complexity or the brilliance, have exceeded my imagination. It also made me seem to understand some of the questions I had previously. From these letters, I can feel your happiness, your exhaustion, your hope for life, and the heavy responsibility you have placed on your shoulders. I can roughly guess the reason why you made that choice in the end. If it were me, I might not have been able to make such a decision. From the very beginning, you have been a guardian. From imitating others, to being imitated by others. Next, I will embark on a journey to pursue more of the past and witness the changes in this world. You seem to be asleep, but never mind. I will write and tell you all the interesting things, customs, and people I have met. I think I should be able to send these letters to you by offering a sacrifice. The golden tip of the pen reflected the sunlight and slid across the white paper, writing more and more content. In Beekland, inside a solarium of a terraced house. Melissa walked in with a little girl who was obviously less than 10 years old. Auntie, why here? The little girl asked doubtfully. The stories I heard were all about mysterious rituals being held in the basement. With her hair tied up, Melissa, who was wearing glasses, smiled. That's an irregular mysticism ritual. She then pointed to the altar that had been set up and the candles that had yet to be lit. You may begin. Really? The little girl turned her head and looked at the bright sunlight shining in through the window. Do you want me to draw the curtains? There's no need. It's fine this way. After Melissa answered, she smiled at the little girl as she awkwardly imitated the ritual she usually held. During this process, she would occasionally give guidance and even personally do it for her. Finally, the little girl completed the prerequisites for the ritual. All right, repeat after me. Melissa took a deep breath as her expression gradually turned serious. Yes. The little girl also tried her best to appear serious. Melissa looked at the candlelight on the altar for a few seconds before she slowly opened her mouth and recited in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, in the language of catching water, the matter is simple and joyful." The little girl had never learned ancient Hermes. Although she was trying her best to imitate her aunt, she still didn't know what she was saying. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. Melissa continued reciting. The ghost bone fracture wound, boiled det with holy honey. The little girl repeated in all seriousness. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. After Melissa finished reciting, the candle at the top expanded to the size of a human head without waiting for the little girl to imitate it. In the massive flame, a slippery tentacle with faint demonic patterns, but one couldn't see it clearly, reached out hesitantly. Its movements were extremely slow. The little girl was instantly stunned as she quickly retreated and hid behind her aunt. Melissa pursed her lips and said with a gentle smile, "There's no need to be afraid. Don't be afraid. Go greet him." The little girl timidly peeked her head out from behind her aunt and saw the terrifying, slippery tentacle gently swaying under the bright sunlight shining in through the window. It was as if it was wiping away dust or waving at her. "Go. There's no need to be afraid," Melissa repeated. The little girl finally mustered her courage and stood in front of the altar. She recited some incantations of her own invention before revealing a sincere smile and raising her palm up. The slippery tentacle with its patterns hidden paused for a few seconds, as if it was hesitant and out of practice. Then, it gently rose up, curled up slightly, and descended inch by inch. Under the sunlight, it slapped the tiny palm. End of the book. P.S. I feel like I've been hollowed out. I'll update tomorrow at noon. Chapter 1434. Originally, I had planned to rest for a while and write about this tomorrow. However, perhaps because of the sensitive timing, many of my friends sent me all sorts of messages and private messages to ask me about it. Just as I was about to take a good afternoon nap and relax from the excitement of the ending, my phone kept ringing. Can't I even sleep? I had mentioned this a long time ago, but I couldn't make an accurate estimate at the time, so I just gave a general estimate of May or June. I had to leave enough room for flexibility, right? If it wasn't for the epidemic, I would have gone on a trip to Spain in a few days. Also, my contract was signed at the end of 2016, and it would end at the beginning of 2022. Now, I only have one book left, and it's about 3 million words long. The new book will definitely be at the beginning. After talking about something else, I returned to the book. At the end of the 7th book, I chose a more logical development, which resulted in the plot speeding up a lot, and I was unable to do a fuller and more detailed development. However, from the first chapter of the 8th book onwards, everything was under my control. I had already thought about what to write on every page, where to turn, and how to end the story. There was no sudden acceleration of the plot, and there was no problem of cutting off many side quests. I had already thought about this ending before I started the book. After everyone in the tarot experienced all sorts of passivity, anticipation, confusion, and hesitation, they finally left their comfort zone and faced the world and all sorts of difficulties. Meanwhile, Klein and Aztec completed a reincarnation of their characters. In the end, the contrast between the strangeness and innocence, the darkness and the light, the darkness and the new life, was a strange scene that was a little bit chulhu and a little bit warm. At the same time, it pointed out that Klein had already started to wake up, and the book wouldn't end here. As for the foreshadowing of the 5 gold coins, the experiences of everyone in the tarot, and other things that didn't involve the main plot of this book, they were naturally left for the 2nd book. I had already made it so obvious that the last part was both the ending and the prelude. The 2nd book was the period between Little Frank's hibernation or earlier and his awakening. Why did I consider a 2nd book back then? Firstly, I felt that the setting was too vast and that there was too much to write about. If I were to stuff all of it into a book, it would definitely not be able to differentiate between the primary and secondary. The side quests would be long, messy, and boring. Secondly, the growth curve of the members of the Tarot Club wouldn't be able to keep up with Klein. If I were to give them too many side quests and more stories, allowing them to improve in a reasonable manner, it would impact the structure of the main storyline. Similarly, there would be the problem of not being able to differentiate between the primary and secondary. If I didn't give them anything and allowed them to grow, they would be useful at critical moments. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, I decided to at least write mysteries too. In this way, the plot of this book could go smoothly, and there was no need to travel all over the world. The tarot could only start the first half of their lives, complete their transformation and growth, and leave their comfort zone to play out a more exciting life and story in the 2nd book. To me, this was also a challenge. How could I bring everyone back into this world after a few years? How could I allow the new readers to continue reading without any restrictions even though they had never read Mystery 1? I didn't have the experience of writing a book series, and I didn't have the experience of writing a 2nd book under the same world perspective. On one hand, I didn't consider this problem when I designed the previous books, and there wasn't enough space to expand. On the other hand, I was afraid of repeating the old pattern, and I couldn't break through it. However, this kind of fear was also a kind of limitation. I felt that since I had found my own writing method, I could try to challenge it. As I said before, my slogan, my motto, is never satisfied, always challenging. For the 2nd book, I haven't thought of the main character and how to cut into it, but some scenes have already appeared in my mind. It was the various attempts of the tarot people to awaken Little Ku, the 5 gold coins, the iron cigar case representing different people, and the hidden lines formed by them. Perhaps he would meet a hunter who would light a cigarette and talk about the past. Perhaps he would occasionally catch a glimpse of half a beautiful face. Perhaps he would hear news of the discovery of a new continent from overseas. Perhaps he would make contact with the kings of the sea. Perhaps he would explore the few undiscovered treasures on the sea. Perhaps he would become swollen with all kinds of transmigrators and infiltrators. As for the specific style, I will decide when the time comes. In short, the setting left a lot of space for the 2nd book, and I didn't have to worry about not having anything to write about. As for the apocalypse, it's definitely not something that can be resolved in one book. In order to make the apocalypse of the 2nd book more oppressive, I decided to give Mother an epic enhancement. In short, why does a boar get pregnant? Why does a man have a protruding belly? Why does a stone give birth to a child? Behind all of this is the distortion of human nature or the loss of morals. As for the enhancement, it will probably be placed in the 3rd book related to the Western continent, but I might not necessarily write it. Serious face. I actually didn't make any settings related to the Western continent. All I did was leave an interface. With the remaining 7 Sephiro and a small number of Beyonder characteristics that don't contain a sequence 1 or uniqueness, what kind of world and upgrade system will be constructed? I've recently confirmed my thoughts and know what kind of settings I want to make. Hehe. Yes, an orthodox system that uses Sephiro as its core, an unorthodox system that uses Beyonder characteristics as its foundation, and the lower 9 paths with their own parts. The former is based on the Daoist idea of receiving seals. Yes, receiving seals means that you have obtained the recognition of the heavenly courts and become a member of this system. You can then happily summon gods like Liuding and Liujia to help you in battle. As for unorthodox Taoists who haven't received seals, if you wish to summon Liuding and Liujia, why would they care about you? Therefore, in talismans and seals are separated. In other words, receiving seals is within the system. Then, if the heavenly courts and pure lands are changed to Sephiro, the entire setting becomes lively and strange. Writing up to this point, I'm hungry. My wife is urging me to go out. After all, I decided to write it at the last minute. Yes, that's all for now. I'll continue with this book-ending speech tomorrow. I'll talk about my thoughts and gains and losses in creating mysteries, as well as my creative methodology. Also, thank you to the big boss of Wutong for your tip. I was shocked when I opened Chidian just now. Also, I'll first serialize a 20,000-30,000 word side story here at regular intervals. Then, I'll write side stories at irregular intervals. I didn't intend to write them at first, but now I realize that there are many things that don't involve the second book but can be written. For example, Lil Ku's dream, some stories from the 4th epoch, and so on. As for why the Celestial Venerate's plans were disrupted, I've already given some hints. A Rhodes came out from the Chaos Sea. Why does it have to follow Klein? Why does Klein bring it along when he's asleep? Also, the physical book has been remade. This time, the cover is what I like. The content has only changed some internet vocabulary and words that aren't in dictionaries. For example, him. For the specific purchase address, you can go to my Weibo, the squid that loves to lurk. In the future, you can follow my side stories at irregular intervals. Yes, I'll continue with the bookending speech tomorrow. Chapter 1435. Only then can I know what to maintain and what to improve. I'll talk about my own creative methodology. Of course, it's something I've refined and belongs to me. It doesn't mean that it's suitable for others or other platforms. It's good to gain insights from it, but it's easy to be unaccustomed to it by copying it. There's a difference between absolute truth and relative truth, not to mention such personal insights. Those who learn from me will live, and those who imitate me will die, right? As far as I am concerned, the first and most important word in creation is expression. The word expression is very broad. In a narrow sense, it can be the theme of an article or the central idea. In a broad sense, anything that I wish to convey to the reader is a form of expression. We can express our thoughts about humanity and our understanding of the world. We can also express our satisfaction, or to put it more simply, I want to feel good. What do I hope to express in this book? Mysteries. Firstly, it's to combine Western mysticism with elements like the Chulhu mythos and the SCP Foundation to produce a novel, interesting, complex, and fun view of the world. Secondly, it's a ray of light amidst the darkness and despair. Yes, it's. Just as Amorn was about to jump out, little Ku covered his mouth. It's me. This ray of light is the pity of humanity and also the hymn of human courage. The darkness and despair is the situation of the workers and farmers during the First Industrial Revolution. It's also the old days brought about by the Chulhu mythos. Evil gods, the unknown, the unbearable, chaos, madness, despair, and helplessness. Thirdly, it's the confrontation and fusion of humanity and divinity. The reason why I named Little Ku's pathway as Seer, with the endpoint being the Fool, is partly because of the need of the storyline. Also, the early stages of the Seer pathway can naturally unfold many elements of mysticism and bring them into the story in an interesting manner. On the other hand, Mystery's hidden main body, it's not really hidden. I've already written it in the introduction, The Legend of the Fool. In other words, the journey of the fool. As for the tarot cards, which is an important element of this book, there's a more accepted interpretation that it describes the journey of the fool. It starts with the fool and ends with the world, achieving perfection. Of course, it was impossible for me to copy the interpretation and imagery of tarot cards. I would make some modifications based on the Book of Mysteries. Therefore, the journey of a fool referred to the gradual change from a human to a god. It referred to the spiritual journey brought about by the confrontation and fusion of humanity and divinity. I hoped that little Ku would always have a human side, a warm side. That was why I didn't directly describe little Ku's psychological activities. Instead, I focused more on other people, on the frequency and depth of his interactions with the world and the people around him. It was more indirect. Therefore, as time went on, no matter how much little Ku emphasized his humanity, the readers felt that he was getting further and further away from human society. He was getting more and more lonely, more and more abstract, and gradually losing the sense of flesh and blood. This was the journey of a fool. This structure design is actually a bit of a trick, because my inspiration came from the previous books. Except for martial arts. Some people say that the later the main character gets, the more inhuman they become, the more detached they become from reality. They no longer have the feeling of being rooted in the world or society. In that case, I might as well make this change from an unconscious author to a conscious one. This inspiration came about after I finished reading some tarot books. Now that I compared it, the first point was barely achieved. The second point was that the light part was not bad. The darkness part was good in the early stages, but it became weaker in the later stages as my power level increased. This was indeed a problem, and it was also a problem with the structure of mysteries. It was also the fourth part of the methodology that I will talk about later, structure. Going back to the main topic, starting from sequence 3, the entire book actually had a certain style separation in the mysticism section and the fear of the unknown. For the Chulhu elements, once the unknown was explained, it would lose most of its charm when it stepped onto the stage. Therefore, the sense of chaos and madness in the later stages was maintained well. Darkness, despair, mystery, and insignificance were definitely lacking. Before I started the book, I was very hesitant. Should I only write up to sequence 3 and leave the rest as the background? That way, the overall style of the mysterious world would be very unified. That kind of captivating feeling, accompanied by the sense of exploration and fear, and the sense of mystery would be able to permeate the entire book. But in the end, I was still a little greedy. I hoped that mysteries would be able to outline the overall appearance of the world. After that, I would be able to calmly express myself in this world view. Thirdly, my personal score was above passable. It didn't exceed 80. The main reason was that I wasn't ruthless enough, and my expression wasn't direct enough. After saying expression, the second set of keywords in my creation was interesting. In other words, after determining what I wanted to express, then I would have to examine my theme and possible expression methods to see if they were suitable. It wasn't that some themes couldn't be written. Excluding external factors, whether a theme could be written depended on whether one could write it in an interesting manner. Even home-cooked dishes depended on who cooked them and how they were cooked. Yes, in essence, humans seek novelty and novelty. Of course, they also seek to feel refreshed and touched. I will deal with the latter too in the emotions section. Here, I will only talk about novelty and novelty. Novelty doesn't refer to simply being rare, and novelty doesn't refer to simply seeking novelty. They should be closer to being creative and different from others. As for interesting and interesting, in terms of meaning, the difference is quite big. Interesting refers to fun and novelty, while interesting can have the additional meaning of being able to ponder over it. Interesting doesn't necessarily mean that it's fun or funny, but it can make people immerse themselves in it and find it interesting. They can ponder over it and let their imaginations wander. Interesting doesn't necessarily mean that it's interesting. Nowadays, there are many simple, relaxing, funny, and memes. There is also a huge market. Of course, the two can also be combined. In addition to being interesting, it can make people feel that it's interesting. They will be willing to ponder over it, research it, immerse themselves in it, and fantasize about it. That will make it twice as attractive. In addition to being interesting, if I can make the writing, character interactions, and details interesting, it can also serve as the finishing touch, giving people more motivation to pursue it. For mysteries, the goal I set for myself was to first make it interesting, then pursue it. Now that I look at it, with 22 sequence pathways, 220 potions, 9 Sephro, and the acting method, this system has indeed achieved novelty, interesting, and interesting. As for the actions, interactions, and details, I tried my best not to be monotonous or boring. Most of the time, I still met the requirements. Of course, there was still room for improvement in this area. My third creative keyword is immersion. In fact, there are many types of immersion. Indeed, many people immerse themselves in the protagonist, but there are also people who immerse themselves in the protagonist's father, mother, brother, or girlfriend. There are also people who immerse themselves in the supporting roles, the audience, the reader, the worldview, the earth community, the holiness of science, the classical culture, and so on and so forth. And when an author has determined what they want to express, they have also found an interesting entry point in the theme and expression. Then, the next question to consider is which angle they want the main readers to immerse themselves in. This will determine what kind of narrative techniques they will use, the structure of the article, and what kind of foreshadowing. Previously, I wrote an idea on my public account that was only 3 chapters long. Actually, it was an idea that came from the perspective of immersion. I hoped that the main readers would immerse themselves in Earth's knowledge, watching a native make a fool of himself and grow up with the help of Earth's knowledge. It would be a more satisfying experience. In addition to the common immersion of the protagonist, mysteries also put more effort into the power system, potions, acting method, and the overall view of the world. Therefore, it uses a lot of suspense and deciphering techniques. Bit by bit, it unfolds bit by bit, allowing everyone to immerse themselves in it. My fourth creative keyword is structure. After taking the first 3 steps and thinking of the outline of the story, I have to think of the overall structure based on these. Therefore, when I say that the ending of mysteries is expected from the beginning, it can be completely seen. The contrast between the beginning and the end, the cycle of fate, and the ending of the story are all unfolding under a big structure. To me, this has a strange sense of beauty. Apart from the overall structure, there is also the structure of each individual part. I've talked about the structure of the first book before, and I'm very proud of it. I've also talked about the structure of the second and third books, but after that, I rarely mention this word. This is mainly because the further I write, the more restrictions there are, and the less freedom there is. If I can't think of a good structure or a good entry point, I'd rather use the most common or already used story structure. There's nothing special to talk about. Among them, the fourth book is the type that progresses layer by layer, and finally explodes. The fifth book is the type that grows bigger and bigger, and finally produces a huge change. As mentioned in the sixth book, it's the type where the climax is sandwiched in the middle. The seventh book is the sudden explosion in the daily travel, and overall, it's similar to the structure of the second book. The eighth book is the continuous climax, and then ends with a lingering charm. Among these, when I officially start writing some books, I don't have a clear idea of the structure, or I don't know how to achieve the desired effect, which leads to a rhythm problem in the middle, or I have no choice but to lose some things in order to make the plot more reasonable. These are all experiences and lessons learned. In the future, when I write a new book, I need to make sure that I have a very clear understanding of the structure and grasp it. I don't just have a concept and try it out vaguely, explore, and write it. This way, if I'm lucky and in a good state, I can grab hold of inspiration, and maybe there will be a surprise, but most of the time, there will be many problems. My fifth creative keyword is realistic, real. This is actually developed from the third keyword, immersion. At first, I thought that the most immersive thing was probably the most realistic environment, and then on this basis, surpassing reality, and the most realistic is undoubtedly our daily life, which is the theme of the city. Under this premise, the city is definitely the easiest theme to immerse in. So, after the end of my previous life, I wanted to merge fantasy into the city, which is both realistic and surpasses reality. At the same time, I also wanted to practice my ability to write about the details of daily life, and so I wrote this book, Martial Arts. Actually, the effect in the early stages is not bad, but later on, I realized that I underestimated a problem, which is the limitations of the city itself. Because I didn't fully consider this point when I set up the setting, it caused the later stages to be unable to develop, and the story is repetitive and lacks variety. This idea of mine has been verified in some of the popular themes in recent years, which is quite gratifying. However, 404's focus is on the urban theme, which caused the big trend that I imagined to not appear. After writing Martial Arts, I have a deeper understanding of immersion and reality. I think that compared to reality, reality can better reflect the essence. As long as it is realistic enough to immerse the reader, it can also achieve the effect of reality, and it also has the meaning of pursuing novelty. Therefore, when I was writing mysteries, I looked up a lot of information and filled in the details. I wanted to make this world seem real, so that everyone would naturally be immersed in it when they read it. They would know what they eat, what they use, how much they spend, and what their customs are. This actually has something in common with the AAA masterpieces in recent years, which are open, free, and realistic world. Realism, immersion, these were the ideas that gradually became clear to me after I finished writing about martial arts and mysteries. It was only at this time that I truly refined my own complete writing methodology. Of course, this method of writing is really tiring, very tiring. This point, mysteries was done very well in the early and middle stages. Later on, when the sequence increased, there was a certain degree of weakness. The next step is to think about how to create realism at a high level of power. The sixth keyword is gentle. I remember the previous part of the summary, so I won't elaborate on it here. The main thing is that after writing so many words in one go, my thoughts are beginning to wander, and I want to have fun and slack off. Gentle. My understanding is that the plot twist has enough foreshadowing, the advancement of the emotions has enough fermentation process, and there is enough suitable release. If the former is not done well, it will be a twist for the sake of a twist, and a climax for the sake of a climax. It will only be abrupt, and it will not reflect the impact. The latter can easily become a drama, and it will be too sensational. In this aspect, I have been restraining myself. If it is not suitable for me to use my saber, I will absolutely not use it. I cannot use a saber for the sake of a saber. If a main character's death is not worthwhile, appropriate, and impactful, then it is better for him to be alive. Trauma for the sake of trauma is not gentle enough. Similarly, I should not blindly stir up emotions where it should not be stirred up. The expression of my emotions must be clear when I should restrain myself, when I can explode, whether the overall atmosphere supports it, and so on. Also, I can't smack people in the face for the sake of smacking people in the face. I should feel good about it for the sake of feeling good. When the plot moves forward, the point of feeling good will naturally be gentle, and it will not make people feel awkward. In this aspect, I have done quite well in terms of mysteriousness. The only time I have exceeded it was in the chapter where I asked myself, but that was also traceable. The seventh keyword is character. As I said before, I first focus on the story before the character, which is different from first focus on the character before the story. But from the beginning of martial arts, I increasingly feel that the character is equally important. In a book, the world's view is the skeleton, the plot is the meat, and the character is the blood. Without good characters, the book will be lifeless. It is difficult to make every part of a long story interesting and attractive. It is also difficult to create resonance, moving, and other emotions. In terms of character creation, apart from the layers of character settings, I have also slowly explored a word, interaction. The establishment of a character's image lies in the character's interaction. Individual psychological interactions and individual actions are useful once or twice, but it will inevitably be monotonous, thin, and boring after a few more times. With interaction, the character will come to life and show different versions of themselves in different interactions. I will not expand on the specifics because I have written too much, and I want to finish it as soon as possible. Also, the ultimate character must come from the ultimate plot, and the ultimate plot must be able to create the ultimate character. The two are not completely separated. In this book of mysteriousness, I have gone from a vague understanding to a clear application. It can be said that I have gained something and created some decent characters. Of course, some of the characters are limited by the length and the growth curve of the characters cannot keep up with little Ku. I can only be considered to have completed the first half of the book. I hope that in the future, the second half of the book will be better. In conclusion, although Amorn is annoying to many people, his overall character completion rate is the highest apart from Little Kuz. Similarly, I have certain problems with the creation of many villains. As mentioned in the 7th book, I am used to setting up two strong characters, lacking enough opportunities to appear, and the accumulation of emotions is very little. There is even less interaction. I have to change this in the future. In addition, with the keyword reality, I also have to pay attention to the problem of whether the characters are distorted. Sometimes, if the characters are too funny and have too many jokes, it is easy for them to be distorted and degenerate into the kind of characters in most anime. Of course, this does not mean that such characters are not attractive. Whether they are distorted or not depends on the overall atmosphere of the story. The 8th keyword is change. This is mentioned the most in the summary. The most taboo in a book is to not change at all. Regardless of whether it is the light or the dark lines, there must be a certain amount of change. Otherwise, it will not be able to support a long length. Even the simplest structure of the endless wind Xuanhuan must bring about changes by repeatedly changing the map to eliminate the sense of repetition in the plot. In the process of writing mysteriousness, in the middle of the 4th book, the leveling up line was too long, resulting in insufficient changes and a decrease in the tension of the plot. Previously, in the later stages of the martial arts, the plot began to repeat, and the fights became more and more boring. This is all mentioned before. I have to improve in the future, always pay attention, be clear, and take precautions in advance. The 9th keyword is details. Details. The devil is always in the details. This is also the key to substitution, reality, gentleness, and character being put into practice. Without details, it will undoubtedly be unrealistic, impossible to substitute, boring interaction, and sudden changes. This is a big topic. Please allow me to be lazy and not talk about it. After all, this is not a writing class. In short, there are many details in mysteriousness, so there is texture, characters, pictures, and emotional resonance. I am very satisfied with this. However, in the later stages of the battle, there is too much abstraction and conceptualization. Gradually, there is a lack of details. This is indeed a big problem. I have some ideas on this point. This is the inspiration that JoJo gave me. It is to give the rules and restrictions of the ability, as simple as possible but clear enough rules and restrictions. Then, I can write within this framework. This way, the ability has boundaries, and the details are guaranteed. This is something that can be improved in the future. The 10th keyword is emotion. At this point, I really don't want to write anymore. It is too tiring, and I have emotions. Sigh. Actually, many web novelists have talked about emotions. Many even use it as the core of their writing methods. The entire story is planned and laid out around how to arouse the reader's emotions. I also attach great importance to emotions, because a good climax, a good scene, a good character will ultimately contain or bring about emotions. Without emotions, the story will be dry and lack sufficient attraction. I won't talk about other methods to attract hatred. I know more, but I use less. I prefer to use the conflict of the plot to advance. However, for emotions, I will always pay attention to whether the progression of the emotions is natural, smooth, and if there are too many interruptions in the middle. Otherwise, it will not be able to stack up the climax and build up the sense of impact. In addition, emotions cannot be equated with hatred and venting. There is also love and justice. No, there is also touching, affection, satisfaction, and so on. A good author should try to enrich their arsenal as much as possible and increase the types of emotions that can be aroused. In mysteriousness, I am very restrained in the overall emotions I give, and I have been softening the progress of the emotions. Therefore, the many keywords in the writing definitely do not exist in isolation. They all complement each other and form a natural whole. As for the classic emotional expression scenes in Mysteriousness, I can recall some of them even with my eyes closed. I won't praise myself, mainly because I am too lazy to write them. In short, it is done well. In the next novel, I hope to increase the intensity of the emotional outburst and combine it with other emotional expression methods. The 11th keyword, replace the climax with impact, and the scenes like Chernobyl are the performance. The 12th keyword. Forget it, I won't write anymore. I am too tired and I have vomited out all the ink. Anyway, it is the less important ones. I am not afraid of others copying my creative ideas. On the contrary, I rather hope that others will copy my ideas. This means that I will have many books that suit my tastes. However, this kind of writing is bound to be tiring. Of course, it is also very satisfying. The last number of subscriptions. The average subscriptions for Mysteriousness are currently 109,000. Due to the bonus of the last novel, the subscriptions have always been quite high. Overall, it is slightly higher than the 7th novel. Most of the time, it hovers between 61,000 to 63,000. The lowest is 58,000. The highest is the last 3 chapters, which have exceeded 70,000. The last chapter is now 90,000 in 24 hours. After writing Mysteriousness and summarizing the gains and losses, I will talk about the new book. I will not start Mysteriousness too directly. I am worried that I will repeat some of the things in this novel. I hope to write something else to refresh my mind and accumulate some knowledge. The new book mentioned before, choose between The Wasteland and Xianxia. When writing Mysteriousness, I hope that the next novel can have a lighter tone and be more fun. So, at first, I was leaning towards Xianxia. Later, someone told me that I can make the main character a little crazier and let him dilute the tone of The Wasteland. This seems quite interesting. In short, the scale is balanced again. After I rest for a while and clear my mind, I will ask myself which novel I want to write the most. The preliminary date of the new book is mid-November. I will announce the specific time on the official account. From now until then, I will first serialize a 20,000-30,000 word fanfic here. Then, from time to time, I will put up some Mysteriousness settings on the official account and write some fanfic. At the same time, I will announce the theme of the new book, some settings, and recruit small characters. Search for Wuze 1985 and you will find the cartoon avatar. Finally, I would like to thank everyone once again. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed to this book and liked it. You have given me the opportunity to tell the story in my heart. Also, thank you to those who have always voted for us. 2 days ago, we broke the record for the male genre in Chidian. Let us congratulate ourselves. Thank you to those who have voted for us. Xiao Ku, Audrey, Leonard, and Sharon have their own birthday parties because of this. Thank you to those who have tipped me. My attitude has always been to not let this affect my own life, my own studies, and my own other entertainment. Under this premise, I can only open my shirt pocket and say, no need, no need. Who doesn't love money? Thank you to my friends who have sent messages for Mysteriousness and love. It's a great experience to be liked and recognized. Thank you to my moderators and managers. You have really worked hard. You have taken up a lot of the blame. Thank you to my staff. I have taken up too much of your time to give suggestions for the cover and the peripherals. Thank you to those who have commented and commented on this chapter. Most of the time, you have brought me a good mood. At first, I read every single one of them. Later, there were more and more, and I really couldn't read all of them. It would delay writing, so I could only fix a time point and read a part of it. Thank you to all those who have accompanied Mysteriousness to the end. I have been lucky to have your company for the past 2 years. I also hope that this will be a beautiful memory in your life. Finally, I put my hand on my chest and bowed. Finally, I multiplied it by 3. The fanfic that we agreed on will be at 12:30 noon on May 7th. It will be updated in the form of a chapter speech. 1 chapter a day for 7 to 10 days. After writing the speech, I will have a good rest and sleep in. I look forward to seeing you all again. Chapter 1436. "You have an audience with His Holiness the Pope." Barton heard a man in dark blue robes speaking to him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the other person's face clearly. He only felt that the face seemed to be covered by a grey gas. Of course, none of this was important. As a devout believer of the Lord, being able to meet his representative on earth was definitely the most glorious thing in Barton's life. This made him so excited that he could not speak. His body trembled slightly as he followed behind the bishop, step by step, into the hall in front of him. Barton didn't know how to describe this hall in detail either. He only knew that it was grand and gorgeous, and it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. He could only obediently lower his head. Finally, he came to the steps. At this moment, he seemed to have received permission and subconsciously raised his head. Then, he saw a big golden dog. The dog was wearing a gorgeous dark blue robe that was like a curtain and a triple crown inlaid with many kinds of gems. It sat on a huge throne and quietly watched him. Barton was stunned. This is His Holiness the Pope. Barton was shocked and panicked. A strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw the morning light illuminating the ceiling. Huff, huff. Barton sat up and panted lightly, trying to break free from the influence of the dream as quickly as possible. What happened? His wife sensed the abnormality and straightened her body. Barton shook his head. A nightmare. He did not tell his wife the truth that he dreamed that His Holiness the Pope was a golden retriever. He was willing to bet that his wife would say with a look of horror, "How can you have such blasphemous knowledge?" At that time, he could only shrug his shoulders and say, "Just kidding. I can't bring my worries into my family life. This is a paradise on earth where I can relax. Also, it's very difficult for women to understand more profound questions. Their strengths lie in their emotional thinking and their love." Barton stopped thinking about his dream. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. After breakfast and kissing his wife and son goodbye, he left his residence and took a trackless public carriage to his workplace at the edge of the city. He worked at the Ruin Relic Search and Preservation Foundation and had a sizable salary. In a place like East Chester County's capital, Stowen City, he was considered middle class. On the way, Barton looked at the streets outside in boredom. As it wasn't directly affected by the flames of war, Stowen City still retained its original bustling state. Carriages, bicycles, pedestrians, and stray dogs came and went. It was bustling and noisy. Barton was already used to this kind of scene. Normally, he wouldn't feel anything, but last night's dream made him feel uncomfortable every time he saw a wild dog. It was as if that dog was the incarnation of His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, and he needed to pay his respects. "Holy Lord of Storms, please accept my repentance." Barton raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and lightly hit the left side of his chest. After a while, he arrived at the Ruin Relic Search and Conservation Foundation. He greeted his colleagues and walked into his office. After hanging up his hat and coat, Barton relaxed and leisurely made himself some black tea with some strange herbs. He was nearing middle age, and his energy was declining in all aspects. He always hoped to use simpler, less painful ways to make up for his body's decline. After making the black tea, Barton picked up a few newspapers on his desk, intending to adjust his mental state before starting work. Beekland's economic situation improved greatly last quarter. There's another pirate known as the Queen of Stars in the Sonia Sea and the Berserk Sea. Desi Bay's fruit trade has been established. After leisurely reading the newspapers, Barton drank a mouthful of black tea and officially began work. A letter from Vernal. While checking the documents on the table, Barton found a letter from an old friend. It was an archaeologist who worked closely with the Ruin Relic Search and Conservation Foundation. Barton immediately picked up a letter opener, took out the letter, and read it seriously. "My dear friend, my student and I discovered some interesting ruins in the mountains of Sivelaus County. They might have come from the remnants of the Fourth Epoch. In that period of history that we still don't understand well enough, they left the cities for various reasons and entered the mountains. They no longer interact with reality and existed in the form of tribes. They might still be holding on to something, but it has long been drowned by time, leaving behind only dilapidated buildings and corpses. My student and I will be doing protective excavations here, hoping to find more useful artifacts that can help us restore part of the history of the Fourth Epoch. I wonder if your foundation is interested in this. Here, I solemnly invite you to send a team over to confirm if our work is real and effective. Go to the mountains. The first thing that came to Barton's mind wasn't cultural relics or history, but the buzzing mosquitoes, the damp and dark environment, and the camp that was spied on by wild beasts. He shook his head, picked up a pen and paper, and prepared to draft a document on the letter and submit it. Chapter 1437. After drafting the beginning of the document, Barton was about to add details to it when he realized that Vernal hadn't submitted any information. Does he think that with his relationship with the Foundation, he can apply for funding with just a letter? Barton looked around the table and muttered to himself in puzzlement. In his impression, Vernal, the archaeologist, wasn't such an arrogant person. Other than being a little impatient, he was a standard ruin gentleman. Under normal circumstances, to apply for assistance from the Ruin Antiquities Search and Conservation Foundation, in addition to a project description, one would definitely have to provide on-site photos, copies of ancient books, and other information. Otherwise, the Foundation wouldn't be able to review it and make a judgment, much less spend a large amount of gold pounds to send a team to the project site to conduct an inspection. Or was it because Vernal was too careless and forgot to send the information together? Of course, with Vernal's relationship with the Foundation, it's entirely possible that the higher-ups would send one or two people to contact and verify after seeing this letter. As a friend, I still have to do something for him. Barton shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He stood up and walked to the front of the bookshelf. He then stretched out his right palm and ran his finger across the spines of the books to choose the reference materials he needed. Finally, he pulled out a few books and periodicals, combined the various viewpoints on them, and made a detailed description of the historical origins of the mountain range under the jurisdiction of Civilouse County in the document he prepared to submit. In the history community, there is such a widely recognized point of view: for a short or long period of time, the Solomon Empire and the Tudor dynasty coexisted in the northern continent. The boundary between them is likely to be the present-day Hornacis mountain range and the Phainopota Plateau. Here, the extension of the Hornacis mountain range in Civilouse County has a high probability of being the focus of contention between the two sides. Barton didn't endorse Vernal. He only indirectly indicated that there might be quaternary ruins in the mountain range of Civilouse County by providing references. This way, even if Vernal was proven to be lying in the end, no one would hold him accountable. This was because those arguments were made by famous historians, and Barton had only made certain excerpts, selective excerpts. At the end of the document, he listed his references. A study of Civilouse County's private historical materials, Aztec Egas, Koei University's history department lecturer. When he had finished the document, Patton read it over from the beginning, correcting some words and sentences. Then he took the draft into the clerk's room next door and asked them to use the mechanical typewriter to produce a formal text. The Ruin Antiquities Search and Preservation Foundation had always employed a large number of female staff, from ordinary clerks at the bottom, but at least half of the senior deputy directors were women. Barton was actually quite dissatisfied with this situation, but he couldn't object, nor did he dare to object. He could only choose to accept it. Of course, he also had to admit that when he needed to wait, watching those young female clerks busy themselves was also a good thing. At least the colors are richer here. Barton muttered to himself as he listened to the clicking sounds. After completing the document, signing it and submitting it, he continued his work in an orderly manner as usual. This includes, but is not limited to, the preliminary examination of the project, the provision of professional opinions and the collection of information, and the addition of discussion to some of the Foundation's papers. The day passed quickly. Barton left the company at 6 o'clock and took a public carriage. It took him more than an hour to return home. This was the norm in the major cities of Ruin, which was why afternoon tea was popular. After having lunch from 12 to 1 in the afternoon, one could only return home from 7:30 to 8 in the evening. During such a long time, most people would definitely be abnormally hungry if they didn't have afternoon tea to fill their stomachs. Of course, this was only limited to the middle class and above. Many poor people might only eat 2 meals a day. Moreover, when conditions were met, both the husband and wife had to work. After returning home at 7 or 8 o'clock, they had to be busy preparing dinner instead of enjoying it themselves. "Vernal came to visit you this afternoon," Barton's wife said casually as she took off his coat and hat. "Vernal?" Barton was momentarily stunned. The archaeologist who discovered the Quaternary ruins in Civilhouse County returned to Eastchester County. Just as he said that, Barton frowned and muttered to himself silently, he did forget to send the information, so he came back personally. "No, there's no need to go through so much trouble. The kingdom's postal service is rather reliable. Besides, he should know that I'll definitely be at the Foundation during non-weekends. Yes, I might also be sent to certain sites for audits." With this in mind, Barton asked, "Where is he?" "He only waited in your study for 15 minutes before leaving," Barton's wife said truthfully. Barton pressed. "Did he say which hotel he's staying at? When will he come again?" Vernal, the archaeologist, was from Eastchester County, but he wasn't a resident of Stowen, so he didn't have a place to stay. "He didn't say. He seemed to be in a hurry." Barton's wife paused for a moment before saying, very impatient. Barton touched his receding hairline and nodded gently. "I'll head to the study first." His study was located on the second floor. There were many bookshelves and some porcelain. He didn't have a fanatical love for porcelain, so he would take the initiative to collect unique items. After a search, Barton didn't find any notes or letters left behind by Vernal. He quickly decided to throw the matter to the back of his mind. This had always been his principle, try not to worry about work when he returned home. After dinner and spending some quality time with his wife and son, Barton washed up and went to bed, rushing to sleep. In the dead of the night, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Ever since he encountered danger during an archaeological activity 10 years ago, Barton had some extraordinary spiritual perception. He could always sense movements that others couldn't. For example, others might only know that a visitor was looking for them when they arrived at the door, but Barton could sense if the visitor was related to him the moment he appeared in the corridor. "Someone has sneaked in." Barton sat up abruptly and widened his eyes. He looked at his sleeping wife beside him and didn't wake her up. He quietly got out of bed and took down the double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall. After holding the gun, he gently opened the door and looked into the corridor. The place was shrouded in the thick darkness of the night, and some crimson illuminated the general outlines of things. Barton didn't hesitate as he took action and entered the corridor, patrolling back and forth. However, he didn't find the thief who had sneaked in. Was my feeling wrong? Barton turned his body around, not too confidently. Not a single room on the second floor showed any signs of being opened. After thinking about it, Barton came to the door of the study, grabbed the handle, and twisted it gently. The door opened silently, and everything inside was immersed in darkness, as if there were all kinds of monsters. Barton opened the curtains and carefully examined the room under the moonlight, confirming that the furnishings here were exactly the same as he remembered. Am I really being too sensitive? Is this the after effect of yesterday's nightmare? Barton exhaled and quickly left the study. Behind him, the curtains that had been pulled open swayed gently, as if a wind had blown past. The next day, Barton continued his slightly repetitive life. Kissing his wife and children, riding in a rental carriage, reading newspapers, making black tea, reading letters. Hey, another letter from Vernal. Barton relaxed and opened the letter. However, there was nothing in the letter. The sender seemed to have forgotten to put the letter in the envelope. Has Vernal recently suffered from amnesia? Barton glanced at the envelope in his hand and suddenly found that the pattern on it was a little strange. It was a commemorative envelope. According to what Barton knew, in Beekland and Stowen City, many high-end hotels would provide special envelopes and stationery to their guests. It was equivalent to a tourist souvenir. Which hotel is this from? Barton brought the envelope to his nose, preparing to take a whiff of the fragrance on it. It was also unique and recognizable. In the next second, he smelled the faint smell of blood. Chapter 1438. In an instant, all the hair on Barton's body stood on end. Although he couldn't be sure that what he smelled was blood, his slightly abnormal spiritual perception told him that it was the smell of blood. Vernal met with misfortune? Just like the archaeological team I was in back then? No, there's no blood residue on this envelope at all. Why would it emit the smell of blood? After a brief moment of extreme fear, Barton stood up. As an ordinary person, he only had one instinctive reaction when faced with such a situation. Call the police. Just as Barton took the envelope and left his seat, he suddenly remembered something. The Ruin Antiquities Collection and Conservation Foundation had clear rules on how to deal with similar situations. If a frightening or inexplicable phenomenon occurred in a project, everything was to be stopped immediately and the compliance department would be reported to, and they would be responsible for the follow-up. Barton had never understood why he had to go to the compliance department. From what he knew, this was a department that examined whether a project had violated any rules. It had nothing to do with dealing with unknown dangers. However, the founder of the foundation, Miss Audrey Hall, hadn't made many changes when she reviewed the internal work rules. She had only added this one rule, so the higher-ups weren't willing to argue with her over it. Obviously, I'd rather go to the head of security, Barton mumbled as he walked out of the office and went all the way to the compliance department at the end of the corridor. Knock, knock, knock. He tried his best to calm down and knocked on the door 3 times in a gentlemanly manner. Please come in. A nondescript voice came from inside. Frankly speaking, Barton didn't know much about his colleagues in the compliance department. All he knew was that they were ruthless and swift, and they had caught one internal parasite after another who defrauded the foundation of funding. Taking a deep breath, Barton twisted the doorknob and pushed open the door. In his imagination, the compliance department should be working in an abnormally dark environment. Everyone maintained their silence, and from time to time, they would whisper a few words to decide the fate of a project and its person in charge. However, the first thing that entered his eyes was the bright sunlight, the brightly colored furnishings, and the grand and spacious layout. What's the matter? A black-haired, brown-eyed, and ordinary-looking compliance department employee greeted him. He was wearing a heavy black coat that didn't seem to be able to withstand East Chester's cold and damp winter weather. In addition, Barton noticed that the compliance department employee had a Beekland accent. He was either born there or had stayed there for a long time. She's not that cold, mechanical, and difficult to get along with. She even gives off a sense of familiarity. As such thoughts flashed through Barton's mind, he hurriedly said, "One of our partners seems to be in trouble." The letter he sent was just an envelope. There was no content, and it smelled like blood. The compliance department employee's expression didn't change as he nodded slightly. "Show me the envelope." Barton then handed over the letter from the archaeologist Vernal. Only then did he realize that he had been a little impolite. "Sorry, how should I address you?" The compliance department employee raised the envelope to the sunlight and carefully read it. Pacheco Duane, Deputy Director of the Compliance Department, an experienced lawyer. "You can just call me Pacheco." Without waiting for Barton's response, Pacheco lowered his arm and said with a serious expression, "There's indeed a certain abnormality. My preliminary judgment is that this letter came from the Clough Hotel in the city. I once stayed there for a period of time, and I know that they like to print lavender castles on special envelopes and stationery. Do we need to call the police?" Barton blurted out. Pacheco shook his head. "Not for now. Let's go to the scene to confirm the situation. I'll need some help from you." "Look, I don't know this partner." "All right, I'll go with you," Barton replied hesitantly. After exiting the Lun Relic Search and Preservation Foundation and boarding a rental carriage, Barton noticed the awkward silence. He took the initiative to ask, "Pacheco, are you from Beekland?" "No." Pacheco shook his head. "I'm from Midseashire. I've only lived in Beekland for nearly 15 years. Why did you leave Beekland?" "I heard that it's the most suitable city for a lawyer to grow up in," Barton casually said. Pacheco smiled. "But it's also full of competition." "All right, I'm just joking. I used to be the personal lawyer and business partner of the steam-powered car tycoon, Framey Cage. Later, he invested in the establishment of the Beekland Bicycle Company, and I started working as the company's legal consultant." Barton suddenly understood. "Miss Audrey owns a large number of shares in this company." Is that how you know her? Yes. Pacheco sighed and said, in the previous war, Flamy unfortunately passed away, and his property fell into many disputes. As his friend, I had helped his widow and children secure a sizable share of the estate, thereby offending some people, which made things difficult for me in Beekland. Fortunately, Miss Audrey extended an olive branch and invited me to East Chester County to work in the foundation as the deputy director of the compliance department. Seeing that Pacheco was even telling him such a thing, Barton felt even more amicable toward him. Puzzled, he asked, "Why would he target you? You're just doing your job as a friend and a lawyer. Those people should have targeted Framis Cage's widow and children." Pacheco said with a self-deprecating smile, "I used some dishonest methods. Besides, Framis' widow and children have other friends to take care of." As they chatted, the rental carriage arrived at Clough Hotel in the heart of Stone City. The location of this hotel was quite good. It was located in a beautiful and quiet street, and it was only a 10-minute walk to the busiest streets of the city. After entering the hotel and finding the owner, Pacheco asked bluntly, "We're looking for a friend named Vernal." Through the small talk earlier, he had already grasped the general situation of his target. The boss frowned in confusion. "If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be a customer named Vernal checking in." When Barton heard this, he quickly added, "He's a little taller than me, and he looks very muscular. His nose is always very red, and he often smells like alcohol." He described Vernal's appearance in detail. The boss thought for a moment and looked at the waiter next to him. "There's such a customer," the waiter immediately replied. "He lives in Unit 309. Under the waiter's guidance, Barton and Pacheco arrived outside Vernal's room and knocked on the wooden door. Knock, 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 knock. There was no movement inside. Just as Barton was about to suggest calling the police again, Pacheco suddenly bent down and picked up a handful of white, soft hair from the gap at the bottom of the door. No, it wasn't hair. It was closer to the condensation of fog. With the touch of Pacheco's fingers, they spread out and fused into the surrounding air. At the same time, Barton, whose spiritual perception was slightly different from ordinary people, vaguely heard an ethereal and weak male voice. "Tamara! Tamara!" Chapter 1439. Tamara. Barton chewed on the name and thought about what it represented. He no longer looked around in panic like the first time he discovered that he could hear voices that others couldn't. He looked around in fear, searching for the person speaking in the dark, and was ready to pick up a wooden stick and rush over to smack that person. He stood there rather calmly, thinking and observing the reaction of Pacheco, the deputy director of the compliance department. Pacheco glanced at him and said, "Have you studied the history of the Fourth Epoch?" "I've done some research," Barton replied modestly. At this moment, he didn't pretend that he didn't know anything about the history of the Fourth Epoch. Firstly, his personality didn't allow it. Secondly, his position stemmed from his academic accomplishments in history. If he had any major flaws in this field, he might very well be fired by the Foundation the next day. Pacheco looked at the door. "Have you heard of the surname Tamara?" "I have." Barton instinctively turned his head to look at Pacheco. In the sparse historical records of the Fourth Epoch, the surname Tamara appears several times, second only to Tudor, Solomon, and Toluan Sostal. From this, it can be preliminarily determined that she represents a great noble of an empire in the Fourth Epoch. At this point, Barton paused for a moment. Vernal recently discovered some ruins left behind from the Fourth Epoch. As the hotel attendant was right beside him, he didn't directly point out that the surname Tamara might be related to Vernal's current abnormality. Pacheco didn't respond. He turned his head to the hotel attendant and said, "I'm a police officer in charge of criminal cases. I'm a police officer in charge of criminal cases. I suspect that the occupant of this room has met with misfortune. Please open the door with the key immediately." As he spoke, Pacheco took out an ID and showed it to the attendant. The hotel attendant was startled at first, then he carefully looked at the ID. Okay, I'll get the key." As he spoke, he turned around and ran to the staircase. "You're a police officer?" Barton blurted out in surprise. Pacheco looked down at the ID in his hand and chuckled. "This ID is absolutely authentic, and it was obtained through legal channels. Why make it so complicated? Barton habitually replied, I don't care if it's authentic or not. I don't care if it's real or not. I just want to know if you're a police officer. Pacheco laughed. It depends on how you perceive it. This answer made Barton rather irritated, but as a standard Rouen gentleman, he politely shut his mouth after realizing that Roland wasn't willing to give a direct answer. Of course, the fact that the other party was the deputy director of the compliance department was also a factor of consideration. In silence, the hotel owner and the waiter returned to the third floor. After carefully checking the ID in Pacheco's hand and comparing the photo with the real person, the hotel owner took out the key to open the door and complained in a low voice, how could something happen? Not a single sound. If a high-class hotel was involved in a murder case, it would definitely affect its image, and it might even go bankrupt. Don't worry too much. Maybe it's just a small problem. Pacheco comforted him in a friendly manner. Let's hope so. May the goddess bless us. The hotel owner retracted his hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner, drawing a star. Then, he gently pushed the door and let it slowly open. At this moment, the inside of the room seemed to be connected to the outside world, and the faint smell of blood permeated the air. Oh! The hotel owner sensed this and could only use one word to express his disappointment and horror. Only in such an environment can the envelope not be stained with blood, but still carry the smell of blood. This was the first thought that flashed through Barton's mind. Then, he noticed that the furniture in the room was neatly arranged, and the carpet wasn't wrinkled, which contradicted the smell of blood that permeated the air. It doesn't look like a fight had taken place. A one-shot kill. Barton's hobbies included reading popular novels, especially those that were mixed with murder and love. Therefore, he had plenty of experience when it came to such situations. And among all the best-selling authors, his favorite was undoubtedly Force Wall. Initially, his wife was the one who bought Force Wall's novels. Barton occasionally read them, and he ended up engrossed in them. Of course, he would not reveal this in front of his wife. He would always use an authoritative tone to say, "Don't worry." He always said in an authoritative tone, "This kind of vulgar, shallow, and worthless book is only suitable for killing time." As Barton's thoughts churned, Pacheco put on a pair of white gloves and stepped into the room. After the senior solicitor looked around, he walked to the desk, picked up the letter with the lavender castle pattern, and said to the hotel owner and the waiter, "Do you know how many there were originally?" The waiter looked at the boss and stammered, "No, not every day, every time." What he meant was that after several shifts of customers, he no longer knew how many letters were left when Vernal checked in. Pacheco chuckled, shook his head, and said to Barton, who walked to his side, "Therefore, this world needs order and rules. If they can have a strict code of conduct, and remember to replenish the letter to a certain number every time a customer checks out, then we can use this to find some clues." "I don't quite understand what you mean," Barton replied truthfully. Pacheco smiled and said, "To put it simply, there will only be shadows when there is light. Of course, enough chaos also means opportunities." When Barton heard this, he nodded and said, "Yes, Roselle the Great said that chaos is a ladder to the top." No one knows if this sentence was said by him. There are too many people in this world who don't dare to express their views directly and can only borrow the name of others, Pacheco replied casually. Then, he picked up the blank letter at the top, put it under the sunlight that passed through the glass, and looked at it carefully for a while. "I like to face careless people the most." Pacheco suddenly laughed. After saying this, he put the letter in his hand back in place. In the next second, he took out a sharpened pencil from his pocket and began to lightly scribble on the letter. Before long, traces of Loney's words appeared one after another, forming a series of scattered sentences. "I'm being watched. There are traces of religious sacrifices left in the ruins. I took the items on the altar. It saw me. No. It was always by my side." When writing these sentences, the archaeologist, Vernal, seemed to be in a very intense mood, so he used a lot of force, leaving the most obvious pen marks. Chapter 1440. After reading the marks on the paper, Pacheco turned his head and said to Barton beside him, "What happens next will be quite complicated. I will seek help from the police. As for you, You can return to the foundation and wait for follow-up inquiries. Barton, who was staring at the paper, wasn't disappointed when he heard this. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. All right. After reading the words left behind by Vernal, Barton's intuition told him that things would be very dangerous. As an ordinary person, avoiding danger was an instinctive choice. Of course, this was also because Vernal could only be regarded as an ordinary friend of his. It was not worth it for him to take great risks to get involved in this matter. After replying, Barton immediately turned around and walked past the hotel owner and the waiter to the street. This time, he did not choose public transportation. Instead, he boarded a rental carriage. Barton's trip this time was a special matter that was rather urgent. Also, with the deputy director of the compliance department as a witness, the expenses could be reimbursed. Spending the foundation's money and using his own salary were two completely different feelings. On the way, Barton looked at the scenery outside the window and couldn't help but think about Vernal's current state. Is he still alive? There's such a strong smell of blood in the room. I hope he's still alive. May the Lord bless him. If he's still alive, where would he be now? Where, is it possible? This. As his thoughts raced, Barton suddenly thought of a possibility. He hurriedly ordered the coachman to change the route and go to the street where his house was located. Not long after, he returned home. What happened? Barton's wife came up to him with a surprised expression. There was still some time before lunch, let alone getting off work. Barton did not take off his hat or coat. He did not answer the question. Has Vernal been here? He came to visit you in a quarter of an hour. I asked him to wait in the study and sent Wells to the foundation to find you, Barton's wife answered truthfully. Wells was their manservant, and it was clear that 15 minutes wasn't enough for him to reach the Ruin Antiquity Search and Preservation Foundation. This was what surprised Barton's wife the most. Okay. Barton nodded heavily. He hurriedly passed through the living room, went up to the second floor, and entered the study. Inside the study, the windows were wide open and the curtains were swaying gently. There was no one in sight. Vernal. Barton called out, but no one responded. He jumped out the window and left. Barton frowned and looked around carefully. He noticed that the books on his bookshelf were out of order. It was a series of history books, divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes. Barton's habit was to line them up from right to left, but now they were lined up from left to right. He took a silent breath, walked over quickly, and pulled out the 3 books. After a careful inspection, Barton noticed that one of the pages in the middle had been folded. He quickly flipped to the page and unfolded the corner. Written on it in pencil was a scribble of words: the remnants of the 4th epoch are worshipping evil gods. *hiss. Barton was both panicked and terrified as he suddenly stuffed the book back into his pocket. Without much thought, he rushed out of the study and ran to the stairs, intending to find Pacheco, the deputy director of the compliance department, to tell him about his discovery and ask him to get the police to protect his family. After leaving the house, Barton slowed down and considered a rather important question. Where can I find Pacheco? Clough Hotel, Stowen Police Headquarters, or the Foundation? After a brief moment of thought, Barton decided to return to the foundation and find another compliance department employee. At this moment, a rental carriage stopped in front of his house, and Pacheco Duane alighted. We discovered that Vernal has come to your house again, the deputy director of the compliance department quickly explained. Barton heaved a sigh of relief and replied without hesitation, yes. But he's already left. However, he left behind some clues. With that said, Barton led Pacheco into his house, came to the study, and handed the book to him. Pacheco glanced at it and gently slid his finger across the surface of the line of text. Then, he took out the pencil he had used earlier and wrote on the side of Vernal's message, "Call the police." After doing all of this, Pacheco stuffed the book back into its original spot. However, he didn't push the book back completely. This way, the entire row of books protruded outwards. All right. Let's go back to the foundation and have lunch. Then, we'll wait for the good news from the police. Pacheco clapped his hands. Barton didn't quite understand why this senior lawyer was doing this, but he didn't ask why. He really didn't want to get involved in this matter. He felt that he couldn't bear it at all. Barton immediately made up a reason to explain to his wife before following Pacheco back to the foundation and began his daily work. At tea time, he had just finished an ancient book appraisal when he heard a knock on the door. "There's a clue. I need to go to your house." Pacheco, wrapped in a grey scarf, stood by the door. "Clue?" Barton got up in surprise. Pacheco didn't give a direct answer as he spread his hands and made an inviting gesture. Unable to refuse, Barton returned home with him. "Vernal is here again." His wife clearly sensed that something was wrong and came to the door in horror. "It's fine. It's just a small problem." Barton maintained his manly image and comforted his wife. After arriving at the study, he and Pacheco discovered that Vernal had escaped early again. "Damn it, can't he wait a little longer?" Barton couldn't help but complain. "It's fine." Pacheco walked to the bookshelf and pulled out the book. Clearly, Vernal had already read his suggestion because the book was completely stuffed into the shelf. "I roughly know where Vernal is," Pacheco said with a smile with his eyes half closed. Barton was stunned. "How do you know?" Pacheco opened his eyes and replied with a smile, "He accepted my bribe, no, a gift." "He accepted my bribe, no, gift." That's not right either. The most accurate description would be advice. Of course, he might not accept it. With that said, the deputy director of the compliance department walked past Barton and out of the study. Barton subconsciously followed behind him, leaving the area where his house was located and turning into a nearby street. At the end of the street, there was a house that had collapsed due to a fire. "They haven't started rebuilding it yet," Barton whispered. Pacheco put on his white gloves again, and his expression turned slightly more serious. He passed through the relatively intact main entrance and entered the half-collapsed hall. Pieces of charred wood fell to the ground, blocking the lower body of a figure. The figure wore a brown jacket, had a red nose, and looked very sturdy. It was the archaeologist, Vernal. Barton secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you call the police?" "They monitor the police station," Vernal replied without any change in expression. Barton blurted out, "Why not leave Stowen and call the police in another city?" "They monitor the steam stations," Vernal replied in the same tone. Barton thought for a moment and frowned. "You have many ways to leave Stowen. They can't lock down a city." Hearing this question, Vernal's expression gradually became lively. He said in a slightly erratic tone, "I can feel the will of that great existence." Chapter 1441. Great Existence. Hearing Vernal's words, some of the memories hidden in the deepest part of Barton's heart surged out. This made it difficult for him to restrain his fear, and his feet uncontrollably took a few steps back. In his archaeological activities many years ago, all his nightmares began with seeing similar descriptions. Just as Barton's body trembled and he wanted to turn around and escape, Pacheco Duane, the deputy director of the compliance department, took the initiative to ask Vernal a question. "Since you have already felt the will of the great existence, why don't you reconcile with the remnants of the fourth epoch who are tracking you?" Vernal's breathing suddenly became heavier, as if he was spewing out a faint, pale mist. His voice also became louder. "They don't believe in it wholeheartedly. They still have some reservations." As Vernal spoke, in the half-collapsed house, a faint white mist that was so thin that it was almost invisible spread out, exuding a strong smell of blood. Barton seemed to understand something, but he wasn't in the mood to think about it. He just wanted to leave this place and escape the danger that was about to surge out. Pacheco was quite calm. He looked at Vernal and asked in a friendly manner, "You've been visiting Mr. Barton and writing to the Foundation. You've been visiting Mr. Barton and writing letters to the Foundation. What kind of help do you want us to provide?" Hearing this, Barton was stunned. If it were another occasion, he would definitely think that Pacheco was asking Vernal what kind of legal assistance he needed. At a time like this, shouldn't there be only two choices left? Either escape and call the police, or take out a weapon and give Vernal a shot or a stick. Barton was full of doubts about Pacheco's handling of the situation. Vernal, with a faint white mist curling around his nose and a pale grey light flowing in his eyes, had no resistance to such a communication. His expression calmed down, and he replied in a slightly dignified tone. 2 things. One is to take this item to the suburbs and return in the evening. As he spoke, Vernal threw out a glass bottle with a thin neck. The glass bottle seemed to be very sturdy. Even if it fell to the ground and hit a stone, it didn't show any damage. And its interior was filled with a faint white, thin, and almost illusory mist. At this moment, Barton keenly noticed that Pacheco, the deputy director of the compliance department, stiffened a little, as if he felt something unusual. Vernal did not observe the reactions of the two of them and continued to speak. The second is to help me find items like this when I'm collecting antiques. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his bosom and unfolded it. A strangely shaped lamp was depicted on the paper. It looked like a miniature kettle with a wick extending out of its mouth. No problem, Pacheco replied in a slightly deeper voice after 2 seconds of silence. That's good. Haha, don't you think our meeting was a coincidence? Vernal immediately dropped the piece of paper, then jumped to the top of the half-collapsed house. Like a baboon, he climbed and jumped agilely, and soon disappeared in front of Barton and Pacheco. What should we do next? Barton turned to look at the compliance department's deputy manager. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped, because he found that Pacheco was standing stiffly in place, breathing extremely heavily. In addition, thick black curly hair grew on the surface of Pacheco's body. His muscles bulged, causing his black coat to tighten. Monster! Monster! Barton's pupils dilated sharply, as if he wanted to see Pacheco's current appearance. In the blink of an eye, the abnormality on Pacheco's body disappeared. He exhaled deeply and said, "That's right." He let out a long breath and said, "We'll wait here. Do I need to pick them up?" Barton pointed at the slender-necked bottle and paper on the ground. The corners of Pacheco's mouth twitched. "You can pick them up. But you have to keep a distance from me after that." Barton blurted out. "The mist in that glass bottle will affect you. There are some things that even if you can't be sure, it's best not to try rashly." Pacheco still didn't give a direct answer. It's really tiring to communicate with him. Barton thought for a moment, took a few steps forward, and stopped in front of the slender-necked bottle and paper. Just as he bent down and picked up the 2 items, a faint light suddenly lit up in front of him. Immediately following that, a pair of boots appeared in his line of sight. One of the boots had a pointed tip, while the other was similar to the popular round-toed boots. It was as if they belonged to 2 people. Barton's heart tightened as he abruptly straightened his body and looked ahead. Opposite him stood a lady. The lady wore a long dress that was split into 2, one complicated and the other simple. One side was filled with many colors, while the other was pure black. Such an asymmetrical attire made Barton instinctively irritable. He wanted to tear off her clothes and give her a normal dress and a pair of normal boots. Such an impulse didn't contain any of a man's desire to violate a woman, but purely stemmed from his disgust towards aesthetics. After forcefully enduring the discomfort, Barton cast his gaze at the lady's head. She had a rather beautiful face with a high nose bridge, plump lips, and a rare dark grey color in her eyes. She was about 20 to 30 years old. Barton didn't find her stunning. Instead, he found her appearance indescribably strange. After a few seconds, he finally understood the source of the strangeness. The lady's face lacked expression. She didn't look like a real person, but more like a wax figurine. Vernal has already left. Pacheco, the deputy director of the compliance department, seemed to have completely recovered as he took the initiative to speak. The lady's gaze swept across the bottle and paper in Barton's hand. "What does he want you to do?" "Take this bottle to the suburbs and return in the evening. In addition, help him find the item depicted on the paper," Pacheco replied rather frankly, putting on a stance as though he wasn't willing to make an enemy out of her. The lady nodded and said, "Yes. Give me the bottle." After she said that, Barton seemed to hear an order that he couldn't disobey. He instinctively threw the bottle at her. "You're from the Tamara family?" Pacheco seized the opportunity to ask. The lady caught the bottle and looked down at it. "I didn't expect anyone to remember us." Pacheco replied with a smile. In fact, since the end of the 4th epoch, There have always been members of the Tamra family active, but their numbers are very small. Have you heard of the Theosophy Order? They are them, and we are us, the lady replied simply before her body quickly faded and vanished into thin air. Chapter 1442. After looking at the spot where the lady had disappeared for a few seconds, Pacheco turned his head and said to Barton, "Let's go back to the foundation." "We're not going to the suburbs anymore?" Barton asked subconsciously. Pacheco smiled and said, "Didn't you already send the bottle out? There's no need to go to the suburbs anymore." Perhaps his true goal is to get us to give the bottle to the lady from the Tamra family. Everything he said before was a lie. Of course, this has nothing to do with us. Regardless of who lives or dies, there are no innocents. We just need to do some monitoring to prevent the battle between them from affecting ordinary people. This will be handled by the police, not the responsibility of the Foundation or the compliance department. Vernal doesn't seem to be able to complete such a ruse. Barton muttered and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and walked out the door. Frankly speaking, returning to the Foundation was the answer he wanted the most right now. Asking if he still wanted to go to the suburbs was just an impulse. It was an old habit he hadn't overcome for many years. After returning to the Foundation, Barton spent the day with some apprehension, ushering in the evening amidst the tedious and repetitive daily routine. "I originally thought that life was too monotonous, but now I realize how precious a monotonous life is. Sigh, I only hope that everything will be like this afternoon, without any accidents. May the Lord bless me." Barton stopped at his door, stretched out his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and lightly pounded his left chest. After finishing his prayer, he opened the door and entered. He took off his hat and coat and handed them to his wife, who was welcoming him. "What is the matter with Vernal?" inquired his wife cautiously. Barton replied with a calm and indifferent expression, "That's right. He offended some people and is being tracked. The police have taken over the matter. After this, if Vernal visits again, don't let him in. Remember to send someone to inform the police afterward." Barton's wife heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that the police had intervened. "Okay." After dinner and playing with the children for a while, Barton found an excuse to enter the study and sit near the window. He needed a space alone to completely calm his emotions and walk out of the panic brought about by Vernal's incident. For this, Barton took out a cigarette from the drawer and put it in his mouth. He wasn't addicted to smoking, but sometimes he needed to socialize, so he prepared a pack of cigarettes at home and on his person. Struck a match, lit the cigarette, Patton took a deep drag. He immediately leaned back in his chair and watched the smoke slowly spurt out from his mouth and nose. The pale white gas quickly spread out, reminding Barton of the mist that came out of Vernal's mouth and nose. He could vaguely smell the faint scent of blood. For Barton, this was not a strange discovery. Vernal had once stayed in his study, so there must have been some traces left behind. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all. Barton hadn't smelled it before purely because he was too nervous and flustered. His attention was focused on Vernal's whereabouts and the words he left behind. Of course, the smell of blood in the study was very faint. It couldn't be compared to the room in the hotel or the ruins from before, which was one of the reasons. As the smoke from the cigarette spread freely, Barton suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had a bad feeling. In the blink of an eye, the pale white gas condensed in one direction, bringing with it the smell of blood, forming a human figure. The figure's upper body was very normal, with an iconic red nose. It was the archaeologist Vernal. The lower half of his body was completely made of gas, like a monster depicted in smoke. "F. Vernal!" Barton shouted as if he was about to suffocate. His voice echoed in the study, but it didn't penetrate the walls. "Ha ha, I have already obtained an immortal body. As long as there is mist left, I can come back to life." Vernal laughed out loud. Compared to before, his expression became more and more deranged, and his eyes seemed to have a pale white color. He died once just now? Such a thought flashed through Barton's mind. Then, he forced himself to calm down. "What's the matter?" While speaking, Barton impulsively wanted to stand up, but he sadly found that his body was covered by a cold, thin mist, and he had lost most of his senses. Vernal stopped laughing, looked into Barton's eyes, and said word by word, "You didn't bring that bottle to the suburbs." Although Barton was impulsive, he knew that he couldn't answer this question directly. He quickly thought about it, looking for a better way to deal with it. A few seconds later, he changed the topic before Vernal could speak again. "Why did you change your faith? Aren't you a faithful believer of the Lord?" Vernal was silent for a moment, and his expression gradually became fanatical. "I see a wider, vaster world. Compared to that, the planet we live on now is like a grain of sand in a desert. There are countless civilizations there. There are relics left behind from hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years ago. This is the true appearance of the universe." Seeing that his question caused Vernal to have a bad reaction, Barton closed his mouth and thought about what kind of topic could make Vernal interested. He took a deep breath and said, "Apart from the altar, what else did you find in the Fourth Epoch ruin? How much do you know about the Tamara family?" Vernal's eyes lit up a little. There was a change of coat of arms in the Tamara family. This means that they have encountered a rather significant incident. As he spoke, the archaeologist stretched out his right hand and used the smoke to outline two symbols in the air. The first symbol was composed of a layer of thorns, a shield wall, and a long sword inserted vertically above them. The main body of the second symbol was a double door with the vertical longsword acting as the gap. As a professional who could barely be called a non-famous historian, Barton instantly thought of the words of the Tamara family member. "They are them, and we are us." There was a split in the Tamara family? Barton blurted out. "That's what I think." Vernal smiled in relief, then approached Barton, and said with a fanatical expression, "Your brain is more tempting than I thought. This is the best supplement for me. Relax, your thoughts will merge with mine, and we will witness one great civilization after another." He looked very weak and was in urgent need of recovery. Barton's heart beat wildly. He tried to avoid the other party, but no matter how he struggled, his body seemed to be frozen and completely unable to move. Just as Vernal's face was in front of his eyes, Barton suddenly felt a pain in his right hand, and he instantly regained consciousness. The faint white fog and the monster-like Vernal in front of him disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Barton lowered his head and saw that the cigarette in his right hand had burned to the end, burning his fingers. Was that a dream? But it felt so real. Barton threw away the cigarette in his hand, stood up based on his spiritual instincts, and walked to the window. He looked at the street outside and saw many pedestrians passing by in the deepening night under the lit gas lamps, wanting to rush home as soon as possible. Among them, an ordinary golden retriever was taking a normal stroll. Chapter 1443. The scene in front of him was so ordinary that Barton didn't find anything wrong with it. Although he vaguely felt that it was a little familiar, he didn't think it was strange. How could he not feel any familiarity with a scene he saw every day? He shifted his gaze and looked up into the sky. He saw the crimson moon quietly hanging in the sky, scattering its light. It made one's mood involuntarily calm down. At this moment, Barton seemed to have been relieved of an invisible burden. His body and mind were abnormally relaxed, and he no longer felt the panic, anxiety, and irritation from before. His spiritual intuition told him that the matter with Vernal was over and would no longer affect his life. Lord of Storms, thank the Lord for his blessings. Barton clenched his right fist and punched the left side of his chest as he muttered to himself. Without the worry and tension, he felt fatigue surge out from the depths of his soul like a flood, drowning his brain, his limbs, and every cell in his body. Barton couldn't help but cover his mouth with the back of his hand and yawn. However, there was a satisfied smile on his face. He didn't stay in the study any longer. He turned around and left. He went all the way back to his bedroom, enjoyed a bath, and drank a small glass of red wine. That night, Barton didn't dream and slept abnormally soundly. When he woke up in the morning, he felt relaxed and happy, as if he had obtained a new life. Looking at his wife, who was still sleeping soundly beside him, Barton carefully got out of bed, changed his clothes, and walked around the neighborhood. He had never realized that the neighborhood he lived in was so beautiful. The air was fresh, the environment was peaceful, and the scenery was pleasant. Even the pedestrians were well-mannered. This made Barton feel even better. He once again deeply realized that the matter with Vernal was over, and he had returned to an ordinary and peaceful life. He maintained this mood as he returned home and enjoyed breakfast with his wife and children. During this process, he even told his wife a joke from the newspaper and satisfied a small request from his children. Seeing the smiles on his wife and children's faces, Barton felt sincerely satisfied. Then, he put on his coat and hat, carried his cane, and took a trackless public carriage all the way to the Ruin Antiquities Search and Preservation Foundation, which was located at the edge of the city. After entering his office, Barton found his usual rhythm. Instead of working, he prepared black tea with some strange herbs for his family. Sipping his black tea, he leisurely finished reading the newspapers that his family had not subscribed to. Only then did he pick up the letters and documents he had received and read them one by one. This kind of process, this kind of rhythm, made him feel abnormally comfortable. The only difference was that Barton was still a little worried about receiving another letter from Vernal. However, this worry did not become a reality. About a quarter of an hour later, someone knocked on his office door. "Please come in." Barton picked up his cup and took a sip of black tea. The person who pushed the door open was the deputy director of the compliance department, Pacheco Duane, who had an ordinary appearance and did not have any special characteristics but gave off a friendly feeling. "Did you sleep well last night?" Pacheco asked as he stood at the door. "Excellent." Barton didn't try to hide anything. Pacheco nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that you have indeed gotten rid of the influence of this matter." Barton didn't mention the nightmare he had. "What about you?" "I slept well too." Pacheco responded with a smile, "The police have completely taken over this matter. It is said that they found Vernal last night, but unfortunately, he seems to have met with misfortune. What a pitiful man. May he find peace." Barton didn't say that he wished the Lord to bless him because Vernal had already abandoned his faith in the Lord of Storms. If there was really a blessing, it would definitely be lightning and storms. With that said, Barton thought of the help Pacheco had previously provided, as well as his amiable attitude. Barton took the initiative to say, "Shall we have lunch together later?" "Are you treating?" Pacheco said with a smile. "Of course, it's nice to meet a friend like you." Barton stood up and bowed in a gentlemanly manner. Pacheco nodded slightly. "Then I'll wait for your invitation at the compliance department. Before midnight?" "No problem." Apart from feeling grateful, Barton also felt that getting to know the deputy director of the compliance department would be of great help in his future work. Furthermore, he believed that Pacheco was like him, better than the average person in certain aspects. After watching Pacheco leave his office, Barton sat down again and exhaled silently. As an ordinary person with a normal IQ, he could completely tell that Vernal's matter was filled with oddities. It involved problems in the fields of mysticism and religion. In addition, he was also very interested in the various details of the Tamra family's split, the hidden history of the Fourth Epoch, and Vernal's encounter. However, he knew that he couldn't delve too deeply into it. It was already the greatest fortune of an ordinary person to be able to see the part of the iceberg that surfaced above the water surface. If he wanted to figure out the exact situation below the water surface, he would definitely drown. His past archaeological experience made Barton afraid to take risks, nor did he want to take risks. To him, curiosity might be the most worthless thing. After sighing inwardly for a while, Barton continued working. When it was almost midnight, he put down the items on the table, picked up his coat and top hat from the coat rack, left the office, and walked to the compliance department's door. Knock, knock. Barton knocked on the wooden door in front of him. Soon, Pacheco opened the door and glanced at Barton. "Give me another 5 minutes. I still have something I need to take care of." "No problem," Barton replied without minding. "Come on in and wait," Pacheco said casually. Barton didn't stand on ceremony. He walked into the compliance department and found a chair to sit down. As he casually moved his gaze, he discovered that there were about 6 to 7 compliance department staff members. At this moment, he heard someone knock on the door. Before the compliance department employees could get up, the door creaked open. The first to enter was the deputy chairman of the Ruin Antiquities Search and Preservation Foundation. He was a hale and hearty old man. He looked around, and his gaze paused on Barton for a second. "It looks like everyone is here. Let me introduce you to a new colleague." As he spoke, the deputy chairman took a few steps forward, revealing the new compliance department employee behind him to everyone's eyes. It was a woman in her 20s. She had a high nose bridge, plump lips, dark grey eyes, and a rather beautiful face. She wore a common blue dress. However, her face was expressionless. She didn't look like a real person, more like a wax figure. Barton and Pacheco's gazes suddenly froze. The deputy chairman continued speaking with a smile. "She will be the deputy director of the compliance department, just like Pacheco. Her name is Alexia Tamara. PS1, an ordinary person's daily life naturally wouldn't be able to delve too deeply into it. This is a representation of the surface of the iceberg and doesn't involve what's beneath it. Yes, it can also be considered an attempt at a narrative. PS2, if the final epilogue is purely for the fear effect and doesn't take into account the character's worldview, it should be written like this." As he spoke, the deputy chairman took a few steps forward, revealing the new compliance department employee behind him to everyone's eyes. It was a woman in her 20s. She had a high nose bridge, plump lips, dark grey eyes, and a rather beautiful face. She wore a common blue dress. Barton and Pacheco's gazes suddenly froze. At this moment, the lady's lips curled up as she smiled brightly and said, "Hello, everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Alexia Tamara." Chapter 1444. It wasn't Amorn either. It was because Chidyen International wanted to update the foreign chapters, but my foreign chapters were placed in the author's acceptance speech. Both systems only synchronized the main chapters, so they could only find me to add 8 main chapters so that they could translate the foreign chapters. There would definitely be people who would subscribe to the new VIP chapters, so I put them in the public chapters. Then, I got the editor to block it so that it wouldn't affect new readers. That was the cause and effect of the supernatural incident. The Lord of the Mysteries wasn't a zombie, it wasn't Amorn. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update.